Hello all, welcome to The Fly 2025. We've got two exciting men's games coming up. Swift versus Hustle. Really exciting game of sixes. On Swift, we've got players like goalkeeper Will Baxter, number 27, number 6, Tobias Cleaver-Ross, who played for Scotland and used to play for Hillcroft Men's back in 2018. Josh Clegg, number 4, Rintaro Fujita, number 7, Thomas Gilbrook, Scotland, number 10, Danny Hilditch, 12, Dan Jones, 18, Jamie Mokan, 23, Ben Page Laycock, number 21, Josh Polk, 48, Jamie Powell, 8, Will Shirt, and Josh Simpson-Pink. For Hustle, we have number 4, England GB goalkeeper and sixes, Hal Dobeng, number 4, Eric Epps, who plays goalkeeper for Bristol Bombers, Ellis Baythorpe, number 10, Will Brown, number 12, Tim Collins, number 3, Jack Crawley from Hillcroft, 24, and Scotland, Nick DiCaprio, England International, George Dury, 8, Ryan Huns from Heaton Mersey, 7, Blair Pakareva, 18, Kieran Ross Phillips from Poynton in Nemler, number 13, Will Pickett, Australian International at Hampstead, number 1, Alex Russell, England International and Poynton, 5, Ryan Sweetman from Brooklands, and Nathan Wilkinson, number 6. Those are your players, and Jane, what do you have to say about this game? What are you looking forward to the most?
Well, the first one here for 2025 here, so I'm excited to see. Welcome. Sorry, excuse me. Take that. I'm here excited to see the first game. They've got another year of GB Sixes training now, and whatever field stuff they've done. So there's another year of improvement in sixes. A lot of these have now 4 years of experience under their belts. So I think the standard's getting better and better. We've got some overseas people added to the squads as well this year, so really excited to see what they're going to bring to the games for this season. So one more mention of let's introduce the coaches for each team.
Yes, absolutely. So for Swift, we have head coach Ravi K. Sitlani, who coaches Stockport's men's, and assistant coach Evie Stevens. And they've still got Hustle. Hustle, we have head coach Alex Carnegie and assistant coach Andy Downing, who coaches up in Manchester with Northern Box Lacrosse.
Yep, so we're just getting the captains with the refs at the start, just to do the coin toss for AP or direction of shooting to start with.
Who do you think is going to go? Who's it going to
I always think that in sixes it doesn't really matter. I've been in that position, and it's, direction of play, it's just a formality in a way, and kind of a little bit sometimes of a mental game to see who won the coin toss.
But I also love sixes where you get to appreciate the sort of what the players are doing, and when it kind of slows down a bit, because you get to see what the defence are trying to work, what the offence are trying to work. I'm hoping it's one of those games where if it's one, it's not a straight up back and forth, fast-paced back and forth, like crossing it, it's more like actual tactics.
Yeah, and again, exactly. And another thing with sixes is, this is a game of runs. Similar to box is you can be 4-5-0 up, and then actually it's just going to go the other way around. So don't count it out until that last whistle's gone for the fourth quarter, because it can go either way. And really, really good spread of players on both squads as well, and great depth on both. So let's see.
That's the thing with sixes compared to like the 10-man or the 10-women game or 10 mixed game. It's like it relies a lot on athletic prowess because of how much everybody has to play both positions, going back and forth, compared to like primarily offense, primarily defense, and those who transition both. So if you're a great midi, you fit really well in this format.
Yeah, and of course, you could have defenders and attackers that are only playing one end of the field. Canadians are very used to also playing that kind of style. I'm not sure if any of the coaches here will opt for that style, or it will just be, almost like a one-on, one-off, up, down, off kind of thing. But let's see, some of these men's teams, they have 2 games today to play, so we'll see how they rotate through their players.
Managing the bench is going to be crucial for these teams. I think the team who wins is likely the team whose bench is managed the best in terms of how much reps people get, who's coming on, when they're coming off. It seems small, but it makes all the difference. Tom Roach, England box captain, once said, professionalism at all times, even on the bench. You want to be looking up, waiting for your time. You don't want to be just sort of chatting or kind of less focused, because before you know it, you might be on and you're not ready to see where you're meant to go on. And and just knowing that in advance, it seems small, but the pace at which you get on, how ready you are, that can be the difference between a one-goal win or a one-goal loss, or even more. So
yeah,
that's going to be.
And of course, last year, plenty of one-goal games here, a few overtime. You know, we've also seen those in the 4 years that we've had this previously. Yeah. So that one goal counts. And yeah, for those not familiar, the field is obviously smaller than a full 10s game. It's about 72 meters long.
Yeah, it's small space to work with. So
it is small, but it is
move the ball around quicker.
Right.
Of how small it
There's
is.
short sprints, short stints. So let's see. Here we go. But we've done the cheer now for both the teams.
Who's on face-off, I wonder.
So let's see. Neither have they don't want to show who's on the face almost. They want to keep that a little secret, but
okay,
we are ready. There's Ben Page Laycock for Swift there.
Yeah, and
looking like he's going to go
six
for a hustle. And I think that's Nathan Wilkinson, I think.
Nathan
from
Wilkinson
here. Is
is number 6. Yeah, Nathan Wilkinson versus Ben Page Laycock on the face. Oh, I've never seen Ben Page Laycock.
No, I don't think I have either.
I mean, he's more like a wing midi rather than the face-off, but
again,
you know.
Face-off maybe.
All right. Who's your money on here?
Oh, I don't know. I think face-off.
Oh, it's a loose ball. Oh, Ben Page Laycock comes up with it. Wow. I guess he's kind of good. And they still come up with it. Okay. Ooh, good movement. Now, what I want to see is, you know, as well as on-ball movement, sixes, because you're in an open set, you want to see more off-ball because that's where most of the opportunities come. A shot and a miss by
I think it's 23. That's Jamie Mochen.
Yeah, well, that's a good place for Swift to start. Now they're back in defence.
Yeah, and that's a good first take for Swift trying to test a goalie early, but that was off target. But that will set off for the
even when
first
they're off
shot.
target, if you're putting the goalie on the back foot, it offsets them. The more shots you get, eventually one of them's going to get.
Yeah, of course. I mean, with sixes, if you are off target, you don't get a reset of the clock, and especially if it goes out of bounds, that is a straight turnover. So you do have to watch for those.
You have to watch for those. But when you manage that, it's almost like, you know, just being like putting them on the back foot or making them think if someone's not afraid to shoot, what they could do next. Like those things, those mental sort of sides of the game. So, ooh, what are you going to get here? You're going to get a ripper. We're going to get a ripper.
Oh, that's a lovely save.
By Haldo Bang of GB.
But Nate coming through that middle, wide open, his hands, and had loads of time to make that shot. But Drobang, again, an absolute trooper in goal.
What makes him special is not necessarily his athletic prowess, which is incredible in its own right, but his comms. Like, you know, he's being clear and loud, even from halfway across the pitch when the other team are playing.
And there's another great save from him.
He's always saying where people to be, like who needs to come on and everything. So that's what it takes to be a good goalkeeper. And Will Baxter for Swift, you know, another incredibly fantastic keeper.
But just a little mishandled ball there by Hustle, so ball's going to go back to blue with Swift.
We've got GB number 7, Rintaro Fujita, 48, got it.
48 is Josh Polk.
Josh Polk, yeah. Okay, Ravi Sutlani giving coaching advice for Swift. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, do you want to hold one? Or? Yeah, you hold one. Make it easier. Crossing over again. Hustle with the ball. That looks like...
That's Alex Russell with the first shot and off Baxter.
Alex Russell, a mean machine. You know, individual talent, threats, and almost in some cases a one-man team in his own right.
Yeah, and there's a first shot for Hustle there, and that did go off Baxter, so it's going to come back with purple, and that's another shot.
And a goal from number 18. Which number was 18?
It's Blair. It's Patriova.
Yeah, Blair, yeah. Brilliant goal from Blair. Great way for Hustle to start this game if they want to kind of cement their dominance. Bit of movement from Swift.
So we're 3 minutes in, just one goal so far. So they're just testing their keepers now and trying to move it and try and get the shots off at the moment. Josh Polk with the ball again.
Oh.
The little
and a
mishandle
CCO
there.
by, what was that? That looks like...
I think it was Blair again, but Baythor coming up with that ball and just opting to settle that down. Hustle just getting their men on.
Yep, so they're still moving about, looking for cuts and screens. 7 under pressure. And a save from Will Baxter. He's really turned on since last week with pointing against Spencer, where it just felt like it wasn't really his day compared to other days.
And that was a shot from Will Pickett of Hustle. Really great job to get on the inside and right at the doorstep, but denied by Will Baxter.
Will Pickett, really talented Australian international. Yeah. Oh, and what could have been a turnover turned into a recovery from Swift. Blue, I think that means that
usually means that there's 10 seconds left.
Yeah, that's what Ravi Sitlani was telling them, 10 seconds.
I can't quite see the shot clock from where we are standing, but we will rely on those blue calls to know where we are at as well for us on the comms here.
Because there's a shot clock, it has slightly more pressure on the offense to get the ball in early, but it doesn't mean like just guns blazing, go straight to goal. It means like settle it, but just know you have to do it in a quicker time than in the regular 10s.
Yeah, another great save from Baxter, and of course a 30-second shot clock in the Sixes game.
And a miss from number 26. That is... Who's that? Number 29. Let's go with Jack. It looked like Jack. I'll take that. Okay, Hustle back in defence. Swift clearing it over. If these teams want to make a difference, every bit of possession they get in offense, they have to make count. They can't afford any loose passes or less than 50% shots at goal. They have to make the opportunities open and just kind of keep the space to...
Yeah, and Swift using their lefties.
And a goal from Swift!
Swift have a really good number of lefties on, and they're going to use that side quite a lot. So see that kind of two-man play.
Sure to put them on the right, because most goalkeepers are right-handed, and it's much harder for them to react to save compared to a right-handed.
And there was a drive by Crawley.
That was called no goal. Looked like a crease violation. So Swift ball. Number 10, Tom Gilbrook, who's just come on the bench from Swift.
Another shot going.
Sitlani telling Swift we need to pick this up. We've looked a bit flat at the moment. Hustle with the ball.
There's Blair again. Blair Pachareva.
Let's see. 5, Alex Russell.
Alex Russell, so dangerous with the ball, but I don't think there was a deflection. Oh, I think there was. So the refs are signaling that it will stay with purple. So Hustle able to get another offensive set off here. But again, a mishandle.
And a turnover from Hustle. So Swift will get the ball. Swift ball number 12. Danny Hilditch. Danny Hilditch, who also played men's for Camden Wands this season, and ex-Stockport player. Yeah, no, it's Danny.
Yeah, and another working of the left-hand side for the Swift. They're working a two-man really well, trying to look at the pick and rolls on the inside, but there's a shot, and that goes wide again.
No, it was Ed Hilditch. Sorry, that's Danny. Ed was the one who played for Camden. Anyway, former player, but yeah, wide shots.
The score just 1-1, just 1 minute left in this first quarter. So 7 minutes passes so quickly, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But here again, we're using the lefties on Hustle. Look to size up. I see a good cut and a good feed, maybe just a bit high, but...
unfortunate, but these things happen when the game is so fast-paced and you want to kind of get stuff done. Sometimes the timing isn't always right, but still, a good look,
Yeah, just 48 seconds, so they'll get at least one possession off here. Ooh. Not sure what... I can't just see the shot clock. There's 17 seconds left. Ball going up to the top, working the right side as well. They're looking to go down the middle. Another mishandle.
He recovers it.
And they can still get a shot off. Plenty of time. Now 5 seconds.
Oh.
But great team D there by Hustle. And there's a shot.
Save from Harold Obeng.
They did signal that shot clock, so he managed to just get the shot clock to reset, but
he's the doorman of goalkeeping. The ball will go in only if he lets it in.
And there's another shot by Hustle, number 10, that's just going off target just in the last couple of seconds by Baythorpe. And there goes
goalkeeper pass to goalkeeper pass. We've actually tried to shoot it in the last few seconds, but how?
And they are allowed to score, so why not give it a try? So
he's known for, both of them are known for clearing or sometimes trying to do everything themselves at times.
So Thea, what do you think after the first quarter? Any things that you've seen and any players that you particularly want to watch out for here?
I would say that they've both come to a strong start. I think there needs to be more off-ball movement on both ends, you know, like picks and sort of cuts. It's easier to see on-ball, but it's when you do it off-ball, it really stretches the defense and will create more opportunities for the person with the ball or the off-ball player. So I think they can both do that a bit more. Yeah, no, it's the goalkeepers Will Baxter and Hal Dobing have been playing incredibly, making good saves, you know, commanding defense well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a good game. I think Alex Russell from Poynton has been playing, sorry, not Poynton, I mean Hustle has been playing quite well. Josh Polk on Swift. Yeah, so those players I say watch out for. What about you?
Yeah, I think it's been great. I think Swift has some good off-ball movement. They're working that two-man pick and roll on each side, which is going to come. You know, first quarter of the first game of the whole event. You know, it's a tough place to be in. But they're working that ball well. But Hustle just keeping up with their team defense. They're communicating really well. And as you said, Hal Drobing at the back just really leading that comms at the back. And they're forcing some wide shots, which is making it easier for Drobing. And of course, again, in Sixes, that's a straight turnover and Swift to get to attack again. But it was 1-1 game so far, just first quarter in.
Yeah, it's it could still be
so let's see where it goes.
So, yeah. I'm going to predict the intensity. I'm going to predict the intensity is going to increase a bit, like, because both are going to try and make the other buckle with their control. Let's see. Sorry about that. I was trying to see if there's a better view. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, perhaps. Okay, so that's Swift with the ball. Yes, they've changed ends at the moment. Ooh, we got 7 Swift.
Fujita from Germany plays on their box team as well.
I've heard a lot of talk about 29's, yeah, 29. We just heard Swift 29, Jack Crawley 26, Nick DiCaprio on Swift end. Jack Crawley, a meme machine, you know, rough, tough, and, you know, when it comes to scoring goals, he can't get enough.
Ben Page-Laycock with the ball now on this side, and they're using X to swing the ball around. Trying to get the defense's heads to turn. And there's a shot.
And a save from Hal Dobing. Superstar of a goalkeeper. Good clear from number 6. That is
Nathan Wilkinson.
Nathan's, you know, playing quite well defensively at the moment.
Yeah, Nathan, great player. And there's a BTB shot.
BTB
by Jack Crawley, but that's just
if
off
it's
target.
Try it, but for me, I'm just not typically a BTB person, just because it's, you know.
Well, I think he's a righty, and at that angle, that's probably a good shot to take.
Yeah,
that will increase the shot angle, of course, if he's on that lefty side, and definitely worth a try again with the shot clock. You just kind of want to get the shots off at the stage.
Then try whatever. Although don't keep trying it, because the keeper might read it, and then you
yeah,
don't want to risk turning over the ball.
Yeah, and off target will be, of course, a turnover. So no chases in Sixes.
That's why you want to keep opening this gap to like increase the probability of the shot, so it's less likely to have a turnover. Oh, that's a turnover from Hustle, CTO. Who's the number? That's number 1. Number 1, Will Pickett. That was a good CTO. Oh, and they've just scored. What do you think about the Sixes format? The fact that when you score, it just goes back and forth rather than having a face-off or like a draw in the middle.
Well, I mean, it's a very quick format, so it is intended just to up the number of the goals and the shots that we see, make it really entertaining for the spectators as well as the players as well. So less time kind of setting up and just go. And it's smaller, shorter format, so it works well. It is, doing what it's intended to do, which is great.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree with you more. Looks like
a great try, and that's a great shot. Great individual effort.
Just last week in the national championships between Point and Spencer, Hal was making save after save. It was beautiful.
So that was a goal. So that's 2-2.
Okay. Well, still, like all the other saves before, Hal, superstar, was just almost crying at the saves. Such beautiful saves. Okay, let's see what Will Baxter has to face right now. And a save from Will Baxter. He's back on track.
But that was a reset, so they've got full 30, and that's a great worked ball. Great.
That was an earned goal. There's some goals, especially in Sixes, that no matter what you do, you're just not going to stop if they're really well worked for.
Yeah, so they pinged the ball really well there. Cross crease. getting Baxter to move, and that's going to be the key here, is to get the goalies moving.
Al Dobeng even said in England GB that sometimes with games, like, you can't save every shot, but you want to make sure that all the tough, the only shots that get in are really well-worked shots rather than any shots where someone needed to slide or someone wasn't doing their job.
Yeah, so there's another Baxter wants a bit of a timeout. I think they're missing some players cross crease, and the last 2 goals have come from that cross crease and the lefty side. And actually, the person on the right-hand side on the crease was left wide open. So I think they just want to be talking about that. Baxter was calling for it, and there's a delayed penalty coming from the refs. His hand is up.
It looked like a head check or something. I would have thrown a flag for that.
So if you think that might be a slash, let's see what the refs are coming over to call that.
Slash. It was a slash.
So it was a slash as a 1 minute. That's a major. So we will be seeing Hustle
man down.
A man down with number 10.
Number 10 is
Ellis Baythorpe taking that slash call.
Now, these moments in close games, the team on the offensive end has to make it count. It's not always easy, but you should ideally be trying to get one in here because you don't get these often. But when you do, it's a gem. So.
And we're halfway through the second quarter, just 4 minutes left here. The first man up opportunity that we have seen, first power play. So let's see what the man up play is here for Swift. And they're looking for that and the shooter spot.
And got a goal.
Yeah, they do.
That's how you make a man up work. Time out, Blue. Swift. What do you think they might be discussing now?
So I saw Baxter back in the goal trying to signal to the bench for perhaps a timeout to talk about that cross crease player being open, and they are, Hustler moving the ball really, really well. So to make sure they're probably going to tell the defense to pack in, find your players, very important, not to leave anyone open. There's another foul that's just been signaled by the refs as green card. I don't know if that's a delay of game. Illegal procedure.
Okay. 30 seconds.
So it will be 4-on-4 to start because the 1 minute major for Hustle is still being served on the bench. So they'll have more space. Let's see if they can capitalize on here. It will be... so the ball is actually going to go back to purple because...
Ooh, yes.
That was a blue minor foul there for illegal procedure.
Yeah.
So that just being explained to the coaches here on the Swift bench. Ball being purple, and it will start at the top. Yep, and they will have a fresh 30 on the clock.
Okay, so number 5, Alex Russell. Alex Russell kind of being the swing option to keep the ball moving.
And Nick DiCaprio there with a shot.
DiCaprio capitalizes and scores. Caprio, C for capitalize.
And he just came over the top there, got his hands free. No one to slide on his strong side, and that's just a well-played shot.
Nick is someone you have to keep as far away from goal as possible, because if he has even the closest of shot at range, he will take it.
So Hustle going up 2 goals, even after that timeout by Swift. And then man up now for another probably about 30 seconds, I'd say, and they do capitalize on that too.
Yeah. Funny facts about Nick DiCaprio, as well as playing short stick, he has played pole as well, and he's equally effective. He used to play in Chicago, and now... obviously coming to London, playing for Camden, very...
Oh, great stick.
Utility player. Ooh!
That's a great stick again by Nick DiCaprio. Oh, he just takes it out of bounds, so that will stay with Swift ball. That was just knocked off by Purple. And that was a great interception and a great read of the ball. And actually, Blue had numbers there. Swift had about 3-on-1 there, but... Oh, sorry, Purple had 3-on-1.
Downs, fast breaks. These teams need to make them count because they're a good opportunity there. So if you waste it, you've just kind of given away almost what could be like a goal opportunity to kind of get the game your way.
So, as you said, 20 seconds on the bench left of another power play. They've done 2 successful power plays, and there's another one.
Beautiful goal on crease by...
That's Ben Page-Laycock. That was right centre in the hole, and that's another successful power play.
A subtle threat on crease, even though he doesn't really run and walk, he's just so good at masking his appearance that before you know it, he's got the ball, and even when he's got someone marked, they somehow can't stop him because he's already heading to goal. What a good goal from Ben.
So Hustle working on the lefty side, trying to find a man in the hole, and they do eventually on the second cut.
What a beautiful goal. And
that's a goal by number 15.
That is...
Hustle of Kieran Ross Phillips. I think that's his first of the day.
Kieran Phillips, who also plays men's for Nemler in Poynton. Yeah, no, he played last week in the NCCs.
It's a great save by Hal Doibeng.
Oh,
very quick
save.
up.
Please tell me
to
there's going
the
to be a save
field.
from Will Baxter here. And another. Yes, another one. And another one. Saving goals DJ Khaled style. That looks like Ben Page Laycock clearing the ball. Look out for the clears. Clears are a very valuable asset to a player's ability to transition the ball in defense.
So another timeout by Blue. We have 1 minute to go, so until halftime is here. So I wonder if they're going to draw up a play here. They are even on the field. 1 minute probably, in my opinion, maybe a little early to call that timeout. I would have probably left it to just under one, but
you want to say
they might have a play.
Timeout near the end, so if there's a momentum or it's tied near the end, so at least that team can use the timeout to slow things down.
Yeah.
When you don't have that and it's tied near the end, you think it's more risky that a momentum swing could happen on the opposite end. So if you have the timeout, you can slow it down, take things in your control, and just see the game out. And so that's why you want to save one to the end. You don't want to use them all.
I wonder whether they're trying to get 2 possessions off here, because they're 1 goal down. I'm sure they'll want to go into the second half up. So if they can try and capitalise and get 2 goals off, maybe they're going to pressure on the ride. We'll see what they're going to do. But Baggy, the coach, was very ready to call that timeout. So he definitely had something planned here. So let's see. So working the left side for Swift.
Would you say, on the fast break, what Swift should do is they should play in?
Oh, there's a quick shot. And that is a reset. So they'll gain another possession with now under 1 minute.
So, with the defence, same with Hustle, that when they go back, they should play inward, almost start in a circle and then kind of gradually make their way outward to prevent a fast break, but also play effective team defence, because I think they could be doing that more in transition.
Well, let's see if they just play super tight and try and force a turnover early on a clear.
Yeah.
But working X. There's 30 seconds left in the first half.
Oh, come on, let's see something.
Ball's going up to the left side.
Goal,
right, and they're working something here. Just 20 seconds left on the clock, so I think there was just a full 30 on the shot clock they were calling earlier. And they are going to go, and there's a shot, and that is a clear. So they're not going to press on the clear here. Oh, there is one slight press. They are calling don't let him, but I think that was what they were trying to do. But Purple get a and then Nick DiCaprio. Oh!
And the ball comes right into the comms area.
That was off the pipe there, so really close and great effort from Nick DiCaprio.
In the crowd. Oh man, what a good end from Hustle. I was definitely hustling for that success.
Yeah, a great first game to start, really, really close. So that is now 6-6. So Swift coming off the back of that timeout. Yeah, did capitalise and did manage to get a shot on the board there. So going into even with 16 minutes of play, and for the first game.
Oh God, I'm so excited. Oh man, so what do you think will be who will get the momentum swing in the next quarter? Who do you call?
Well, Swift had a couple of, I think, just defensive errors that let a few successive ones in kind of the same manner. They did tidy that up. I think Nick DiCaprio now looking for those one-on-one drives to try and get some more on the board. Yeah. And I think Swift had a lot of possession in that second quarter.
Slow things down. Look at the opportunities because they're there. They just kind of not slow things down too much, but
I think.
Take a little.
Well, I think they have. They've had really good patience. I think they're controlling the pace. They have loads of possession, and possession is never a bad thing. So they have opted to slow that down, and they have capitalised on those power plays.
Yes.
Now, on those even plays where it is 5-on-5 on the field, that's I think where they are trying to look for the 2-mans on one side. They're using X really well, which Hustle aren't doing as much. But Swift trying to get the Hustle defense to switch their heads to try and rotate that. But Hal coming up with some really great saves as well. But I think
the defense are forcing them outwards, so if they can force them to take the outside,
yeah, they are playing wide.
Goalkeeper to save than if they get inside.
Hustle are forcing them fairly wide, and as you can see, especially in that last position, we saw them come right high up, almost to the halfway line. But let's see if they can get a bit more on target. Of course, new fields, new goals, probably getting a bit used to the field as well, which, is really a thing. So let's see what the second half brings.
It echoes the similar Spencer Twos versus Hampstead earlier on in the year, where Spencer Twos forced Hampstead to take the outside shot and won 10-3 because they were just saving most of the outside shots, which had a player who we'll be seeing later today. Hustle player Will Pickett was playing, and he fell victim to that trap of being forced to take the outside shot because of how good the defense was. And it's just like today, good defenses kind of put the offense on the back foot and often force them to dodge or take the shot that they want so they can slide to it and turn over the ball on the other other end. So.
Yep, so just a 5-minute half-time in Sixes, 2 minutes in between the first and the second and the third and the fourth quarters. They're just finding some shade here for both teams, and of course ACV on the hustle side and Baggy just and their players as well, just leading the team to see what we can do. But any particular players that have impressed you so far in the first half?
I think Hal, for sure. Like, Hal's just been playing incredibly well for the past few weeks. Like, I've seen that when games are close, that's when Hal really starts to shine. It's kind of funny because when games are quite wide, he's very relaxed and sometimes doesn't show what he can do. But when games are close, you see all those saves, the comms, just like how quick and reactive he is. Yeah, he's been playing very, very well. And to be fair, Will Baxter's starting to grow into the game, you know. Good clear comms, you know, like a drill sergeant sometimes, you know, which you need as a goalkeeper. So I think, yeah, the goalkeepers have been playing well, and I think Nick DiCaprio's turned up in the second quarter.
Yeah, he did. That was he was someone that I was going to mention as well. Maybe perhaps a little bit of a quiet first quarter, but definitely you could start to see him coming up in the second quarter. And I think, you know, on Swift, I think pretty even across the board with the ball handling there. I think Ben Page-Laycock had a few good inside looks.
The crease goal was out, yeah, that was genius.
Yep.
Just waited for the right time and masked his presence, and when it came, like even if the defense thought they were on him, it was too late to stop him because he had the ball, took the shots, and got Nixon.
Yeah, and then Jack Crawley as well, and Blair Patreva in hustle also just doing a lot off ball and just hustling hard on defense as well. Not seen like Alex Russell also on hustle.
Yeah, he's
also been a little bit quiet.
Well, he has had some good transitions.
Yeah, he has.
Because like you transition from the defense to the offense, and you just give your team that much more of an option to score.
Yeah,
it's small, but it's crucial. Like one of the biggest factors of a team's ability is how well they clear the ball.
Right, but Alex Russell, I mean, on ball, he's very dangerous with the ball and loves going to goal. And I think Swift have done really well to keep him at bay as well, because he will be one of those threats that I'm sure they spoke about in the pre-game chats.
In the Points and National Championships 2018 against Hampstead, Alex Russell scored most of the goals, and it was off of doing what he does best. You know, like just dodging multiple, feeding, and just like an absolute like individual sort of specimen who could just play at least 5 men in once, as if that was the case.
Yeah, and here we go. There's third quarter after a start, and Ben Page-Laycock
possession.
Coming up, trying to swim, dodging past some people, and he's going to get called for a ward. There's a ward.
So that's
I think that's unlucky there. Oh. He was just trying to swim through 2 people. But
is that when you're under pressure, you know, it's like it's hard to kind of think straight, and then you end up accidentally sometimes doing that as instinct.
Delayed penalty coming here, but they too take a shot, and it will go back with the hustle because of the delayed penalty here. That was a lovely save from Baxter.
Yeah, no, that was despite that,
they will get another opportunity here.
Number 48, Josh Polk. Is he gonna poke a shot into goal? Let's see.
So I think that was a hold. Ben Page-Laycock, number 21 for Swift, coming off to the bench. That'll just be a 30 seconds, a minor foul.
Ooh, look at that crossover.
First power play by Hustle. Yeah, that's right, because they only had about 10 seconds earlier. So.
Oh, that was a beautiful goal by Hustle.
Yeah, right on the crease there. There you go. There's Alex Russell turning up there for the first goal of the third quarter.
I'd say Hustle looking for more crease shots now. That's what they're trying to work someone in the crease, like, you know, kind of draw the defense out and then put that person in the middle so someone can feed or pass. Feed.
Ben Page-Laycock again taking a drive
like
in.
A crease violation.
Yeah, so that was another delayed penalty coming, so that will go back to Swift ball.
Oh, delayed penalty. Okay, so Swift.
Yeah, there was a delayed penalty coming.
That's the thing, like, you know, like in most cases when you have a flag, it's like whether you miss or something goes wrong, it's like you'll still get the ball back. So it's a bit more.
So Hustle, number 7, coming to the bench. That would be for a push for Ryan Huns. Yeah, that's captain.
Played in Hustle last year and was a real force to be reckoned with, especially transition-wise. Part of the reason Heaton Mersey got to the NCCs.
So,
number 8, Jamie Powell.
And of course, the earlier goal did wipe out that minor foul of Ben Page-Laycock, who you see right up at the top there at the point spot. And there he is, taking that shot.
And a beautiful goal. I mean, Ben Page-Laycock and Hal Dobeng play together for Spencer 1, so they both know how each other play, which is both an advantage and a disadvantage.
And there's a backside cut there.
Number 7 with the ball. Is he going to score? And denied by Will Baxter.
And Swift just taking their eyes off on the bench. Ryan Hunt's coming straight off of that penalty from his penalty seat, straight cutting through to the goal. But denied there, and Swift get another chance working the left side.
Oh, come on. Yeah. Let's see some two-man off ball. Come on, Swift.
Yeah, they're just working the ball here. They're strong on the righty side.
The blue call.
Yeah, and great effort in.
Was that?
They're not going to...
No goal,
yeah, that is a no goal.
Oh. Danny Hilditch. I'm hearing Will Baxter say, make contact, initiate. Defense, you want to initiate the kind of pace you want the game to be.
And Alex Russell was wide open again through the middle, not a place you want him to be open, and he takes another shot.
And it's saved. Oh.
But loose ball there.
And a goal by someone.
Really well picked up there by Hustle. Yeah, I think it was number 12 by Will Brown, a really young player coming in to this system of sixes. And there's another save by Howe. That is going to be a reset. Came off Howe, so it's going to be Swift ball.
Swift ball, yes.
And here again.
I think Hustle might be man down.
No, it's even.
Even, okay.
But that is a goal from Swift, and that takes it even again to 8-8, just 3 minutes into this game. So now we're seeing the goals go in a little bit more. People are getting into their rhythms, finding the back of the net. And Nathan at the top for Hustle here. Hustle swinging the ball to left, and now driving in by Nathan Wilkinson, and just off target.
Yeah, he
that
missed.
was a lovely bouncer attempt, but just a little bit wide. But Will Baxter, he needs to go and get that ball, so that is enough time for Hustle to backtrack very quickly. So Swift. Yeah, so I think his feet were, I think he noticed the line, and of course they're very used to playing on this halfway line. I think that deflected off. Oh, no, it didn't. I thought I had seen it, but the ref's note saying that it didn't deflect off Hustle, off Swift.
So it's going to be a Hustle ball with Haldobeng on it. Haldobeng trying to draw someone to come to him so he can look for space to feed, and he feeds it to Nick DiCaprio. Nick DiCaprio catches the ball.
Yeah, and there's a timeout by Purple on their possession.
Yeah,
they've got
timed timeout.
Yeah, they've still got 22 seconds on the shot clock, so plenty of time to work this possession.
And to create a plan.
Yeah, so ACB, Alex Carnegie Brown just getting their team in. See if they can draw something up. They have had some quick shots on their possessions. I wonder if they're just opting to maybe slow it down a little bit. They've got plenty of time, and it is still a tied game. No one really gone off on a run yet on either side, and just kind of inching close to each other just in this third quarter. So 3 minutes 46 left to go in the third quarter.
I wonder what Hal's telling Hustle right now.
Timeout. Hal's such a great leader at the back.
Yeah, no, he's really clear with comms. He's loud and clear, which is what you want.
So here we go. Hustle with the ball on that possession. They are even. They're starting wide.
That's number 3.
Tim Collins, the first draft pick for Hustle this year.
Number 7, that is Ryan Huns.
7, Ryan Huns.
And a goal from Ryan Huns.
It's a great little roll back. Oh, Baxter wants that one back. And he was defended well, but just able to... Such a quick release from him.
Goal, Ryan Huns.
Oh, that's a delay penalty. It did look like he made contact with the helmet.
It looked like unnecessary roughness or something.
I wonder if that will be a slash. And Fujita going in, driving through to the middle, but moving that ball so well.
And a miss, but it was some real good team offense there.
And Poke, a great attempt there coming around the crease, but just too high. Ben Page Laycock drawing another foul, and it will be number 3, Hustle, coming to the bench.
Number 3 is
3, Tim Collins.
England's national world champs captain.
They just lost the ball there, so they're just getting the ball back.
The ball is with number 8. That is Jamie Powell. Oh, Nick DiCaprio really showing his mean defensive skills.
Yeah, he's really...
Player, but he's also a very unorthodox defensive player.
He's out very wide on that short because, of course, they are just a man down here. But they are rotating through really well on that man down, and that's great placement.
Well worked goal.
Hal saw that, but it was just a little bit too quick. And there is a press on the clear by Swift. Of course, a man up trying to press that clear, but, Ryan Hans.
Ryan Hans, yeah, really good goal and really good clear from Ryan Hans.
Yeah, and just straight up, and Swift, I'm not sure how they managed to get caught out on that man up. Clear, but
you want to be already halfway across the line, so you can just pass it rather than have to work.
There's another delayed penalty coming, and that's a save. So there will be a foul called, stopping all the clocks there.
Foul now.
So there's a hold
Ooh.
called on a Hustle player.
Which Hustle player got the hold?
So I'm not sure who they've called that on because I don't see anyone coming to the bench. Oh, number 7. So that is Ryan Hans coming to the bench for a hold. So that's a green card, a minor foul. 30 seconds off field. So again, Swift get another power play, and they have been very successful in the first half with their power play. So let's see if they can capitalize again here.
Starting to now make the possession count when they have it.
Yeah, Jamie Powell there on the low crease, going through the middle, moving up the ball to Ben Page Aycock, off to the lefty side. Cutting through, find a free player, and Jamie Powell takes a shot, and just a great save from Hal Droving there, and picked up by a Hustle.
Those range shots, Hal's pretty much eating those up all day. Like, you know.
And the bench plays released, so that is now evens. Swift calling their players to step up onto the ball, moving the ball well. Tim Collins up top, back to Tim Collins. Just tucking under, and a great placement shot. Not super loads of power behind that shot, just great placement.
Sometimes accuracy over power.
Absolutely.
And power comes with accuracy.
Absolutely.
Love the display of that, because sometimes people prioritize power and they're not always accurate.
And that's another thing with Sixes, you don't want that off target, because it will be a turnover.
You think about the precision and the probability of the shot rather than just any shot.
Absolutely, and coming off to the back of the crease. Again, Swift using X really, really well, rotating the ball through and cutting now off ball through the crease, and just getting Hal to have to switch around, move his feet.
A hustle ahead at the moment, it looks like. It just seems like the game's going more their way.
Yeah, it's still a 1-goal game though. It's just just over 30 seconds left in the clock. So I can see ACB just looking at the clock to see how long it's left. So Swift now down by 1.
Yeah, still 1-goal game, but I like where it's going for Hustle. They look so far quite settled.
Yeah.
So
the shot clock was more than, so they could have held on to the ball right to the end because the shot clock was more than the game clock. But here goes Hustle, swinging the ball. Nick DiCaprio's shot. There it is, and that does go in.
Under pressure.
So I called that shot a bit earlier because he faked me out on that shot there. Yeah. And just great patience there by Nick DiCaprio, just seeing his time, realizing that, Will Baxter has stepped out, towards him in that crease because he was going to be open, but just that little bit extra patience on that shot to make sure that, that goal is going in.
Almost don't want if your goalkeeper's having to do some of the defensive step out, you've done something wrong because your keeper needs to be saving the shots. They can't unless if the ball's near them, they shouldn't really have to approach defenders.
Well,
leave the goal exposed.
And Baxter just making himself big to try and get that save. But Nick DiCaprio, I think that is a great individual effort by knowing, and that is just his experience.
Too, so
it's huge amount of experience.
Well earned goal. On the opposition, you feel fair. They got that. Even when sometimes you do all you can, and even then you can't stop a really good goal coming in. So it's sometimes just about minimising the goals. Let the most effective team play goals come in rather than save everything. Because then if you score more than the other team with that, you still win the game. And Hal has that mentality, which is kind of why he's so chill and relaxed all the time, and why he's such an effective keeper. And, I think Will Baxter's kind of thinking a similar.
Yeah, so score now 12-10 going into that last quarter.
Still close,
it is still close, but Hustle
are taking the game into their control. So even though it's close, it seems like the pace is going where they want it, and and the defense is kind of like just more relaxed, chill. The slides are coming on time,
right?
And
I don't know if we've had more than a 2-goal lead in this game yet. It's been pretty close up to this point.
Yeah, it's been pretty tied or like 1 goal.
Yeah, can Hustle lead away with it to start? We'll see. But going back down to the face here, Nathan Wilkinson down with Ben Page-Laycock again. And Ben Page-Laycock been super successful at the draw.
And I've never really seen this before. I would have thought like Nick
I mean, it's such a different, but it's such a different game in sixes. Look how close everyone is. Everyone's at the circle, and of course you can play the ball. You can't play those players until the ball has hit the ground.
It's going to be blue. I think purple went early. So
that wasn't early. Well, a legal procedure call, so I'm assuming it will be early. And
kind of early,
the ball going with Swift.
Swiftly take the ball across the pitch.
Oh, it was a great roll dodge by Swift. Number 12, seeing Ben Page-Laycock was free in the middle.
Superstar. Oh, so Hal will get the ball.
Wide again, and Hal will go up.
Rabbi Sitlani telling his players on Swift, if you see the pass, give that pass.
Yeah, there was a player free in the middle, and I don't know if that's what he's talking about.
Don't everything yourself. If there's a player free, the probability is higher when you use them.
Well, I think it's not just that, but I think it's also, from a positive point of view, it's also just telling his players that to have the confidence.
Okay, save by Will Baxter, but Hustle retained the ball. Oh, what's going to happen? Yeah.
So 10 with the ball on the left side. Nice roll in, and that is a great roll.
Well worked for drive by Hustle right there. Transition by Swift.
And again, that's another goal by Baythorpe. He's been great down low on the crease.
Baythorpe has been playing incredibly well.
So poke with the ball on the left side, working that two-man side, but just now driving. Hustle defense coming up really wide, but they got lucky there on it, just a little mishandled.
Absolutely. Hustle clearing the ball at the moment. Hustle number 3. 3 tip time.
And Hustle with possession again. Now they're 3 goals up. They've managed to get the lead a little bit further up.
Still, they shouldn't relax because it's only 3 goals, and that could change in a half.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a minute and a half gone in this fourth quarter.
Keep it calm. Try and keep the ball in possession for as long as possible. I mean, that was a good shot, but they should just keep that in mind that this game's not theirs yet.
Yeah, Baxter had loads of time to read that shot, and just an easy save, and that's a great pump for him for the remaining 6 minutes. Fujita for Swift coming around the top swing. So fast, so agile. And there's a shot again. Hal saved.
Oh my lord, Hal. What a save. I mean, I almost think if we had flowers, every time Hal makes a beautiful save, we should just throw one up. And another one.
So Hustle just working the ball, swinging the ball to the outside.
Beautiful doorstep save by Will Baxter.
That is a great rip. It did try and get...
He got it. He came up with it.
Yeah, and the ball was out, and Baxter's stick was out. So Hustle players, could have made a contact with that stick, and he does.
A goal dodge and a goal by.
It's by number 23 in Swift, Dan Jones.
Wow, that's the thing with the Sixes format. You really get to see the individual talent of these athletes.
Yeah,
it's their team play.
And Dan Jones, I think that's his first of the game. Usually see him lots on the board, if I'm correct, but. Again, first game here. Oh, that's a great Twizzler. Great inside shot. Great hands. He was under pressure there with the defense on ball side as well, but that was just a great look in.
That some of the Hustle players are shooting under pressure, and it really limits. It's hard to stop. Sometimes those are hard to stop.
I'm not sure if Baythorpe thought that ball was his stick was definitely not up, but Ryan Hunt's just so accurate on that feed. And there's another save by Hal Dwebeng.
Doorstep save.
So I thought that came off Hal, but they're saying...
Oh, right. Ref's looking to convene. Maybe one of them thought what you just said about...
No, I think the ball was too far out, actually. No, they're still going to go with Hustle ball. That's okay. Yeah, I did think that it hit Hal, but we're at a slightly different angle here.
Yeah. Oh, Nick DiCaprio's got it. What are we going to see from Nick?
So...
Hal already talking to move away and allow him to dodge.
So that was a great look with an open player.
With your goalkeeper telling you what to do, it just makes things much easier to understand in offense rather than just understanding about or just moving the ball around for the sake of it. Hal saying force the player on his right hand because it's an easier save. It's an easier save for him to make.
So Swift using behind cage again.
That's number 20.
Oh, just mishandled the ball there. And Jack Crawley with a shot and a goal in great individual effort. Just a little bit of a dodge, and that's a very quick clear by Baxter, seeing his men up, and it does. That is a goal, so that is not interference. I think Hal did come up on towards the Swift player, so that will count. And Swift, just still 3 goals. They've not gone below 3 goals yet, but Hustle with the ball again.
I think with maintaining possession, as well as options to shoot, score, and feed, it also helps the defense, because the longer you maintain it, the more ready the defense will be to get back. Whereas if it's going back and forth, constant throw away, then you just have it just kind of stamina-wise is draining to keep going back and forth and get settled into a rhythm.
Yeah, and Bled Pachareva with a shot there, but just wide. So Swift will
timeout.
Have the ball. Yeah, there's still 22 seconds left on the clock, but they were calling timeout for a while there. Just 2 minutes 38 left in this whole game. 3 goals down for Swift. What do you think?
If Hustle keep playing the way they are, like maybe don't rush it, don't slow it down. Well, I mean, don't like get too relaxed. Then I think this is their game, because 3 goals is not a huge margin. Swift can still come back.
They can. There's about
how quick a pace it is. They can score like 5 goals in a heartbeat.
Yeah, five possessions ish left in the quarter, and if Hustle can just keep up their team defense and just deny the shots or force bad shots, because they're going to get the ball back, and if they use their whole entire possession, then they can wind down the clock, and 3 goals up is a great place to be when there's 5 full possessions left. You know, they should be getting at least 2 possessions.
Possession is what's going to matter. Hustle have to hold
it is 100%. And let's see what Swift are going to do when Hustle have the ball. Will they pressure out? They've only got 2 minutes left. It might be a bit too early to go, but let's see what they do.
A little bit more, just because it's more urgent to get the ball off rather than to let them.
But most importantly, they have to score off this possession, I think.
Let's see.
And that is a quick shot, and that is a save.
Oh.
So they're calling crease. On Swift. I thought that it was maybe on him, but it is. Yeah, there was.
Shouldn't be interfered with when the ball's in his crease.
So Hustle on a slow break, which of course to be expected, and they're just playing that 2-man really well on that side, and they have done all.
That's
all game.
But working towards 2-man off ball and on ball, because that's off ball is how you create the opportunities.
And there's a great individual effort again by Baythorpe. He's been excellent this game.
Yeah, what a goal by Baythorpe.
So now we're in stop clock. We've got under 2 minutes left, and they're 4 goals up Hustle. So Swift really need to use time, and I can hear Baggy saying, you got to go. And there's number 12 with a shot, but a great save by Drobeng.
Yeah.
But they will get the ball back, so they will get another a shot at an offensive set.
Hustle-wise, they need to press a little bit more, not too much, but just to kind of show the urgency of like we need the ball as much as possible.
Well, so Hustle are 4 goals up. So you know, if Swift decides to have possession, but they're able to keep the shots at bay, that's really all Hustle needs to do. They're 4 goals up.
Absolutely, I guess.
Oh, there's a ball on the pitch. They're just
But still, like, you kind of want to minimise the amount of possession they have as much as possible, because even if you're
of course.
The more time they have in offense.
Look, if the ball's in your stake, they can't score.
Even with a shot clock, eventually one might come in. So ideally, not like so soon on, but just like almost every time they move the ball around offense, you want to just have that little bit more pressure, just to kind of make it that much harder. You want to make them regret having to keep moving the ball around and just force a shot.
And Swift taking these shots, they need to, and they are taking them. They've had 2. Oh, that's such an unlucky call. That was a crease violation, so it's just on his right. He must have just stepped on the line, and that's a really tight call.
You really try and want to avoid all those unforced errors.
And that's really unfortunate. And of course, Hustle in no rush. 1 minute 15.
I wonder what he's trying to set up from being far out.
I think,
he's trying to kind of.
So Tim Collins looking for someone in the middle. And Baythorpe now seeing Blair Pachareva in the middle, and that's now 5 goals up.
But the thing is, even though that was a good goal, Nick was already backing it up. So if the ball came out, he could be the one to scoop it and keep the ball like moving in offense.
Yeah, and that's just a mishandle by Swift. Just, I think, a little bit in a rush to score, and of course they have to be. They're 5 goals down.
A little panicked at the moment, probably trying to force shots in now rather than playing a sensible game. Which is so.
Hustle, I think they do have a timeout left, but I don't think they necessarily need to call it. So 5 goals up, 35 seconds left.
Look at them, they're kind of trying to draw the defense out, use the space.
So Nathan Wilkinson driving, looking for someone in the middle, but just a little bit of a low pass there. And Swift, they're not going to give up here. They're going to want to go. They're going to try and minimize the goal difference.
Accept it, go back, regardless of whether that could have been a pass or not. But so they're back in defense, ready to defend against Swift. Well worked, well organised.
So Swift looking to go to goal, and that's a great individual effort, getting past 2 players, and he does manage to dunk it in, and that is a goal.
That's a good goal from Swift.
And Swift, they want to keep their heads up going into the game, and that's a great goal by number 12, Danny Hilditch of Swift, with just 1 second to go though, so that will be it for this first game of the 2025 The Fly.
Final score, Hustle
17.
Hustle 17 and Swift
13.
Jane, where are you seeing the score?
The scoreboard's over there.
Sorry, I'm not seeing it myself.
17-13.
Hustle. Yeah.
So that's a great win by Hustle to start off this event for 2025.
Yes,
so
absolutely. Can't wait for the next game.
Yeah, so stay tuned. It will be Hustle and Swift again for the women's side to kick off the first women's game of the 2025 The Fly. Thanks for tuning in with us.
Yeah, absolutely. Glenn. Sorry. Just as I'm trying to move them. Glenn said you can move the mic over there. Yeah, I think that might be best. Yeah, I'll just... Okay, just let me know when it's ready. Just speak quick. Don't worry, we won't really want you to. Good game, by the way. I think it was him, Roachy, and MacGyver Hay who did the face-offs against Hampstead and Hitch. Are we ready? Okay. Yes, I am with Swift captain Ben Page Laycock. Ben, back and forth, hard-fought game. You had some good moments. Your other players had some good moments. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, obviously first time this team's coming together. It's just a kind of gelling weekend. So we're going to build. We know what killed us. and we know what to work on for the next game going forward, and we're kind of wanting to peak as we go. So yeah, 2 weekends long rugby tournament. So
absolute thriller of a start, some great stuff, and yeah, I look forward to the rest of it. So enjoy the rest of the day and games you have. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
and now everybody is time for opening game of the flag 2025. Please welcome to the stage, first of all, is the team representing Hustle! And as welcome their opponents, their unwitting team representing Swift. So as we see the build up then, that draw is about 5 minutes away from the face-off, so here we go. Hustle women line up like this afternoon. Goalkeepers, number 46, Dylan Warrington. Goalkeeper number 79, Izzy Seeley. Number 6, Emma Oakley. Number 26, Charlie Wilson. Number 5, Liv Thomas. Number 3, Randall Jones. Number 18, Sophia Wise. Number 7, Georgie Selkle. Number 8, Molly Light. Number 4, Mitty Nixon. Number 12, Laura Newman. Number 15, Kai Harper.
Hello and welcome back to Blackheath Rugby Club for the Fly. We have the first of our women's games of the weekend, and Swift taking on Hustle. I'm Georgie Heath and I'm joined by Jane Lee this afternoon. We've already seen the men in action. Quite an action-packed match, a good tight one to start things.
Yeah, it was. It was really tight. I think probably until like the last 3-4 minutes, and then Hustle ran away with it a little bit. And I think the final score being 17-13, I believe, to Hustle. So Hustle taking the win there for the first game of 2025.
Well, Swift, they won the very first Fly back in 2021. Long time ago now. I was there, so I should be able to remember when that happened. But it's Forge who have sort of taken the chokehold on the tournament since then. So these are two teams looking to try and get their name on the trophy. Swift trying to reclaim it from year one, and Hustle trying to get their hands on it for the first time.
Yeah.
What do you make of the squads this year?
Oh, I think, so much depth in both. Hustle, obviously, a lot like their protected players now having, GB under their belts for another whole season. Swift, a couple of young players, Ella Dimbolo, Phoebe Jones, and Liv Go-Marshall, kind of new to the Fly this year, just kind of trying to strengthen that team. But Hustle with a lot of veterans there, so EO, Emma Oakley and Minty Loxton leading that charge there, but Liv Thomas is back. We can see her now at the draw circle, and Charlie Wilson as well, really strengthening the defence. So huge depth on both squads. So I'm excited to see how this is going to pan out. First game, so very excited.
And the first game since we found out that the lacrosse will be in the Olympics. So first of the women's underway since we got that news. So Liv Thomas back in action in the centre. Ball's gone up and has just a little scrap to try and pick things up off the ground. And finally Swift come away with it.
Anna Neville for Swift, another protected player. England field, GB, huge experience on her belt.
She's a really exciting young player. And the shot comes in and it's just missed down on that right post. So goalie giving chase this time. Shot clock, and there's continual substitutions taking place as expected. And Emma Oakley flying down that right wing. Just absolutely rapid.
Yeah, she's so quick. I think she has got the record for one of the quickest. And there's our first goal of the women's game. That was Liv Thomas, number 5, for Hustle.
Welcome back to the game, Liv Thomas.
Exactly.
That's
what
one
a way to make your mark.
One way to stamp your return. The long clear comes out. It's well taken. Liv Thomas in there on the defence.
Yeah, of Rachel Ball there, passing up towards Anderson, using X really well.
A loose ball this time.
So Rachel Ball was there to keep that inbounds, but that is going to be a crease call. So the ball will go with Hustle.
Just a little scrappy to start things off at times this one. We've seen quite a few ground balls in this fight for, and just keep it aerial, just slowing things down. Obviously they've got the 30 seconds on the shot clock, but just working it around nicely here, Hustle, just trying to build that goal rather than being frantic. Again, ball comes in, player right in the middle in front of goal, going for the behind the back. Not quite able to bring that one off towards Anderson. Now Ratcliffe.
Yeah.
Coming down the wing.
Right, and Molly Light, great pressure there on towards young under-20 player. That was in Hong Kong for the World Championship last year, so also making her debut here at the Fly this year. And what a way to do it without early turnover.
And there's so many more tournaments now popping up around the world as well, aren't there? The under-20s, especially with the Sixes format. I think that's what makes it a very exciting one to be able to sort of specialise in. So someone like Tors Anderson, who used to play all the full England stuff, has retired from that and now just focusing on Sixes.
And box. She's been playing box with us for a couple
there you
of
go.
months already, yeah.
It's one way to hone your skills.
Exactly. I mean, very similar strategically, so just makes it very physical.
Again,
Molly
just
back again.
Building nicely around the goal, but again, just a little scrappy at times. Ball back over that halfway line, and it's a really quick pickup from Swift.
Yeah. Ella Dimblo, another young player, off to Izzy Brand. Maddie Jones of Hustle not quite able to just keep that ball in bounds, but Swift taking on that slow break here.
And again, just keeping an eye on that shot clock. It's very quiet at the moment. That's what's noticeable. There's not a lot of communication out in the middle, and the shot angle not really there.
Yeah, Lottie Robertson loves to play that low crease and X position and just working that really well. And they needed to get that shot off before the shot clock expired, and great effort. Lottie Robertson, a hugely experienced GB player, Scotland field, so definitely understands how to work that shot clock well.
Yeah, nice double in there, just can't drive through that one, and it forces that pass off the side as well.
We're seeing this in the men's game in the first quarter. Just a couple of, passes that have gone a little bit astray. Just getting used to the field, getting used to the lie and the ball as well. So just getting their eye in right now. But Sienna Parrott with the ball there for Swift.
Yeah, unlucky. Just finding the top of the stick. Just a little too much on it. And Emma Oakley flying again down that far wing. Seamless in her left-hand, right-hand transition. Liv Thomas again in on the action.
So I think there's an off-ball crease call there, and the ball will go back to Swift. And let's see if they can slow it down a little bit to try and get a set. But just a little mishandled and another mishandle, but we'll just let the time go on that one. The ball will stay blue. Just a nice little breather for everyone else.
There's a lot of voices coming in from the Swift sideline, but as we were saying, it's pretty quiet out in the middle. And that's what's difficult, I guess, when you come back together as a squad. When you've been away for a long time, had a few changes around, getting that communication is so key.
Yeah, and of course, these teams, they're drafted, so they've never played as a team before in a game. Of course, they've had their training sessions in the last week or so. But so they're still probably learning how to play with each other and what other people want and how people move. So still the early stages.
Timeout has been called by Hustle, so all the clocks have been stopped there. So they just had the opportunity of the shot coming in towards Anderson. Are we calling her Ratcliffe in sporting situations?
Yeah, she's calling herself Ratcliffe.
Oh, well,
so
let's go with that. Well, it was her birthday yesterday as well, so happy birthday to her. It's all going on. Gets married, has a birthday. I mean, having a birthday, we all get those, but some of us.
Great timing for
great
it.
Timing. Great timing. Shout out. How else to celebrate your birthday? So Hustle calling the timeout, and I like this from Hustle because they are just getting a little scrappy at times. So I think they just need the coach to come together and tell them just get your head in the game, to quote High School Musical.
And 4.5 minutes into the first quarter, and it's just 1-0. They've not really had that many shots off, and as I said, this is again what we've seen in the first men's game as well. Still trying to find their eye in, getting used to playing with each other, and just kind of each other's rhythm as well. So I think maybe Kieran Pegram-Milner, of course, the head coach for Hustle, probably telling the team to calm it down and just take it easy and just relax. I think everything is just a little bit fast, maybe a little bit rushed. And of course, the first game nerves, I'm sure that, it's playing a bit of a part, but.
And 30 seconds is actually a lot longer than you think it is.
Yeah,
have you ever waited for 30 seconds for the microwave? It seems like forever. And just a thrown away pass there.
Oh, and that, I think it is blue, yeah. So empty stick checks on the ground are allowed in sixes, not on a pass. So Anna Neville did a really great job to just knock Liv Thomas's stick out of the way to make that ball go out of bounds. Great heads-up play.
Yeah, it's good. It's using your brain, isn't it? Anna Neville's a really exciting player. She's still so young. I remember watching her at that first fly back in 2021, and she did seem like, it was almost like children versus fully grown adults at the time. You had someone like Laura Warren, who's obviously on the side for Swift today, and the age gap difference. And she's really matured into such a exciting, still young, but strong
she's just so
player.
smart, I think, and that has massively helped the game. And it's just huge amount of experience as well, and just works so hard. And there's another long clear from Sienna Parrott.
Yeah, again, not cleanly taken. There's just a few stick skills going AWOL at the moment for both teams. Emily Gray just looking to control things, trying to go for that
That's a
drive.
lovely pick and roll as well from Lottie Robertson with Emily Gray, but just a little bit overthrowing on these passes.
Shot clock. It does sound like some kind of air raid siren.
It is our first one of the game, so need to get used to maybe hearing that sound. But a lovely backdoor look from Emma Oakley.
Oh, it's almost a wonderful save. It does just manage to find the back of the net.
So Laura Beeman just able to get that across the line and working hard now to get back.
Well taken. Leaping over her head. And again, just thinking about the drive, deciding to work it around.
And Zoe Dixon now with the drive. Izzy Brand at X. And there's a few with a shot. Another young player, but off range. And you can see Dylan Whittington there trying to call for one of her players to try and go and get the ball. But she will have to go and get it instead from the back line.
Right, so back over that centre line now. Hustle on the offensive. Just a minute left in this first quarter.
Georgia Southern, a great take. And that's a very big rebound, but they're able to pressure the ball on that Swift. And great work from Hustle there to keep that ball loose and waste a few more seconds of the shot clock.
Yeah, it was a really excellent fight, actually. He had 2 players on her and still managed to come out with the ball. Now Hustle have the chance to attack going into the final 30 seconds of this quarter.
Yeah, and Sophia Wise with that great individual effort there, but just off target. And just 22 seconds left.
So Emily Gray sends it up towards Ratcliffe, out on that far wing. She's double teamed, does well to come through. Strong on that left, of course. Finds Emily Gray again right in the hole, and the goal saved. So just 5 seconds left in this first quarter.
Yeah, Dylan with the success of very great saves from there, but that's a buzzer beater. Would that count? I think it does.
I think it did. I think it came in just in time.
I think it did too, and I don't see a no goal signal from the refs. And I do think their hands were up to signal that goal. So yeah, it is a goal. So that's 3-0 to Hustle with Emma Oakley with that buzzer beater goal at the end. And what a great place buzzer beater goal too.
Honestly, she could not have placed that better. Yeah. You know when you used to stick up the covers on the goal, or someone would hang a penny on the top corner. That was absolutely taking that out. So yeah, just a great finish to that quarter for Hustle, who've started really well in this game, but they will be looking at sort of the stick work and sort of losing possession where they don't need to.
Yeah, just a couple of unforced errors there, and I don't know if that's just again not quite knowing exactly where someone's going to be, just because you haven't played with some of these players before, or just or whether we're just maybe a little bit rusty coming off the back of the season. But 3-0 is nothing, as we know this is a game of runs, and I'm sure Swift definitely have it in them to bring it back. But Hustle with just great efforts and great pressure actually on Swift from the start, and I think that's what's made a difference.
I think what I found really exciting was Liv Thomas making that first goal, returning after all that time, all those injuries, and I've been following along her story on social media, and I mean the effort she's put in and the hard work and dedication, the hours.
Well, that was what I was going to say, is she's physically tough, but she's so mentally tough.
Yeah.
Like, to come back with successive injuries as well is not easy, but she's worked so hard to get back to being fit to play, and she's definitely fit to play.
She's definitely fit to play, can confirm.
Yeah.
Two teams just coming together again now. As we started from the Swift sidelines. We've got work to do, but as we say, there's always plenty of time.
Yeah, so the 2 minutes, a little time out between the first and second quarters, just coming off to an end. And here we go for the second quarter. They score 3-0 to Hustle, but Swift, they're going to come back.
Quite a few in the stands today as well. Love that.
I was going to say, what do you think of the new field?
Yeah, it's nice.
Here
nice
in
venue.
Yeah, great venue.
I mean, it did take me a long time to get across London, but that's okay. We made it. Sunny Saturday, a little chill in the air as well, which I think you'll be pleased out if you're a player, because otherwise it'd be absolutely roasting.
And yeah, as you said, loads of people in the stands, and great capacity here as well, which I think is great as the event is growing.
It's a bit different from being in Telford in the first year up at Lillishall.
Oh, Lillishall, I remember that. I remember the residential weekends that we had. We used to stay over
in
to
the
play.
sort of army barracks.
Yeah, we stayed over, and everyone. It was actually really nice because everyone stayed. Everyone who was playing had to stay, and that was fun. But that was far.
It's a nice venue once you're there.
Yeah,
once you've got there. If you've got a car, it's okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Public transport, less so. Shot comes in, the bounce shot bounces over, and we get that because it's been so dry lately. That bounce shot is going to kick up so much.
And Liv Thomas again with another attempt. She wanted another first of a quarter shot. But there she is, pressuring Anna Neville. But successful clear for Swift.
She's flying down that wing, well saved.
Just a low angle shot, they say, by Dylan Whittington cleanly. M. Gray applying the pressure onto M. Gray, but Minty locks him, full steam ahead.
That's sensational, absolutely sensational. Perfect timing of the hand change. Flying down the middle, knew to move the goalie, top corner.
Just again a miss clear from Swift. And Minty Loxton didn't make that much progress up the field, and Georgie Southern with that intercept found her still at that crease.
It's called saving your legs, that.
Yeah,
it's economical.
Yeah, exactly.
She went for the sort of triple fake in the end. Sometimes you almost get in your own head when it's just you and the goalie.
Oh, it was a great take by Anna Green. but just a little bit behind her.
She's looking for that long clear. This time coming down the right wing. Well blocked.
It's a great block by Izzy Brand. Rachel Ball, another young player, just graduated from Nottingham.
So Swift looking to try and find their first goal of the game.
Oh, great
That
cut by Anna
sensational
Neville.
take. Just not quite the finish you would have hoped for.
But I feel like now they're connecting a bit better. I think, and they're getting these looks. They just need to get it past Dylan, who, of course, is a great goalkeeper. So they will have to work hard, try and maybe look to move her.
Yeah, well taken again this time.
So there's a delayed penalty coming. We'll see if they can get a shot off, though.
Double team comes in. Can't get through that one. Cries of shoot from the sideline.
So that doesn't matter. They will get the ball back for Swift. Delayed penalty coming, I think, for Laura Beeman. Is that for a push? Ooh. Okay.
Interesting. Well, she gets to sit down for a few minutes.
Push. It should be just a minus, not cross-check, so just should be 30 seconds. But that is the first power play we have for Swift here in this game.
This is a
Quick
serious
shot.
opportunity now.
Yeah, but that was a save by Dylan, but Swift do get the ball back and it will be a reset.
All right, this is a chance now. They've really got to try and build something here. They've started to put together those passes and again, just can't find the back of the net.
And there's a crease call as well on that attempt. So I think that it was a great roll of effort by Rachel Ball, but just not finding that back of the net. And Hustle with the ball here. And they're even. So
Heroically fresh legs coming down that centre, commanding traffic, the captain.
so Molly Light heading up to Georgie Southern.
She's done well there. I thought she was going to make it through the three, and then the shot comes in and Hustle have another.
Yeah, good job, Maddie Jones, just taking that shot and just running up the field to make sure that she's back in D in time. Player for Welsh field team. Great effort there. Another good cut, but Em Gray and Anna Neville both look so tall, don't they?
Don't they just? They're sort of leaping gazelles.
they get taller every time I see them.
That's going for me and I'm 6 foot.
Yeah, they're finding these inside looks really well, Swift, but they just need to score. I think they had about 3 shots out, and I thought that one of them came off Dylan, but perhaps not. So there was no reset. And will they call interference? Yeah, they're going to call interference. I thought that was going to be what was coming. So, Sienna, you cannot interfere with someone to try and get that loose ball. Almost like a block. So they will get that ball back. Sienna Parrick, such an active goalie. Not afraid to come out of that goal, making that play. Great pick up there by Swift, Phoebe Jones. Can she handle the ball?
Keeps the thing, just hanging the stick out there. And the back check coming in.
And Anna Neville, great heads-up play to understand that you only have 10 seconds to get the ball over the halfway line.
Saved again. Cries of, yeah, Dylan. Sensational stuff. Well taken. Leaping one hand. Puts the goal away. And that, I'm giving that one to Dylan in the goal.
I think
you can have that.
Surely that is an assist.
Yeah,
she'll get on the ball. So Sophia Weiss finishing that, but a lot of credit to Dylan Whittington there for that feed. Swift still scoreless on the board, 7-0. Hustle. Another crease call. Let's see if Swift can turn this ball over and get a successful shot off. But Hustle looking really confident now.
Great work by Swift's keeper. Just absolute brick wall, isn't she?
Yeah.
Again, just put down this time by Tors Anderson. She's got plenty of time here. Right, they've got to try and find the back of the net for the first time today here, Swift.
And there
it is! There it is. Huge cry from the bench in front of us.
You call that one there. I think it was at number 9, Phoebe Jones. Yep. And the ball goes very quickly, and that almost trickled in, but Sienna, again, as I said, she's going to come out of that crease, no problem. But a really good back check. And Hustle just running the Swift defense down.
A cry from the side. 2 minutes go in this second quarter, the first half of this game, the first game for the women in this season of the Fly. Double team successful and well picked up.
Anna Green, absolute ground ball machine. Great defender in the England field system. And there's another goal for Swift. They're finding it now.
Yeah, there's always plenty of time in a game. So that's 2 on the board now. 7-2 Hustle lead. And they have the ball coming down the right wing. Just putting that pressure on. That's a lovely dodge and roll.
Just looking inside, able to find 5-hole. Don't know how she found that little tiny bit of space.
Honestly, sometimes I think it's almost gone through the keeper.
There's a hole.
There's a hole in my bucket. One of those situations.
Anna Neville finding the back of the net. Feed from Emily Gray. And straight away, she's going to apply that pressure. She's feeling super confident. And now, Swift crawling back up. 3 successive goals. And that was deflected off Swift, so it's not going to be over and back. And Hustle now just 15 seconds with a shot from Emma Oakley, but it's good save from Sienna
It was telegraphed
Parrott.
a little bit, wasn't it?
Yeah. A bit low to low. Ella Dimblow there, ready for the clear.
Feed comes in and again put down. Just a few sloppy stick skills still, and that's well taken. Pressure's on, coming down that right wing. They just seem to so often have players just in the right bit of space, trying to dive left to save it there. And again, put away by Hustle, 8-3.
Yeah, Minty Loxton, she just always seems to be there for those, those garbage, the rubbish, like loose balls that she just picks up and just
She's the bin
sometimes
lady.
one-handed just puts into the goal.
We're just giving her a new nickname.
Yeah, bin lady.
Bin lady. Because she always
Sorry,
cleans up the
Minty.
rubbish. Quite like it.
Cleans up the rubbish, gets her name on the board, so why not,
Quite like it. So, end of the first half. Hustle leading 8-3 in the first of the women's games of the 2025 edition of The Fly. Teams coming together, lots of stick tapping. And Swift will be feeling much better about that quarter.
Yeah, I think coming off the bag, that was 3-1 the last couple of minutes to Swift with, 3 goals in a row. Just getting it past Dylan. So, and again, as we said, it's a game of runs. So that 3 successively, they just need to do that again in the third quarter. Hustle, I think, still really working hard on these loose balls and pressuring really hard on Swift's clear, and that's made a huge difference. But I think not the most. Well, there were still 4 goals in that second quarter for them. So. They're still working that ball well and finding the back of the net. But let's see if they can keep that momentum up. So just 5 minutes in this half-time for them to just get their breaths back. And you can see Karina, head coach of Swift, just trying to direct the offense a little bit more. But I think both goalies on both teams have been absolutely brilliant, just keeping their teams in. So.
As a goalie myself, I will always bang the drum for the goalies.
Exactly. Well, I don't think they get celebrated enough sometimes, and especially in Sixes, they face so many more shots than you do in a field game.
I think also what's worse, so when you're goalie, you have to pick the ball out the back of the net. Yeah. And you don't then get to just sort of roll it back to the centre. You have to carry on.
Well, you said exactly. You don't have a mental reset time.
No.
Because a lot of the times, if you save, sometimes you save the shot or it goes just wide, you force a bad shot, and you have to go get it.
Yeah.
So there's no time to rest, mentally or physically, for
possibly
goalies.
One of my most embarrassing moments was when the shot went in. I don't even think it was a great shot. And then I bent down to go and get it, got my helmet caught in the net, and had to get someone from the opposing team to come and rescue me.
The opposing team,
Yeah,
so
well,
your own teammates wouldn't help you.
Because you're always trying to get the ball back to the centre, and you're going, anyone, please, someone have the ball. And you don't want to roll it at everyone's legs in case someone falls over it. And so I was saying, please, someone, literally anyone, and then they had to come sort of rescue me from the net.
Oh,
Yeah, would have been worse if it was the person who'd scored the goal, wouldn't it?
Yeah, shout out to all the goalies out in the world.
Yeah,
you
big
know,
goalie
in
love.
a position that most people probably won't want to. So
Although actually, it's
all
quite
the
nice
heroes.
when you get the big bruise, and you're like, I
You
look
feel
at
really
that and
proud.
say,
Yeah.
and you don't wear shorts that much when it's a winter sport. You're okay.
I mean, that's when I, wear tank tops. If I have a bruise on my arm, I like to show it off.
Especially if it's on like the other, and it shows that you've
Yeah.
like really been using your non-dominant.
arms,
So like
honey,
if you're
both
right-handed
arms.
and you've got it on your right arm, it's because you've been using your left arm so much. You're like, yeah, check this out.
But anyway, so the halftime clock isn't up on our board either. But so what do you think? What are you thinking for the second half between these
I
two
actually think
teams?
this is a really big quarter for Swift, this one. They just started to build their momentum in that second quarter. The first one, they were a bit stunned, and it was a bit sort of rusty, blowing off the cobwebs kind of situation, trying to get to know each other as a new team, new squad this season. I think this is a very crucial. They need to make the first goal of this quarter and then build their confidence from there, because they do trail by 5, which is fine. Plenty of time on the clock, but you just can't afford to keep extending.
Yeah, and I mean Swift, they've got Anna Neville, Emily Gray, all play really used to playing together. With Lottie Robertson as well in the GB system, and I can see that they're looking for each other, and that will come. They've still got 2 more quarters to go. But Swift, what's excellent is the younger players have stepped up. Rachel Ball, Phoebe Jones with those goals, bringing them up to the scoreline that it is now. So I think with the veterans, they're going to come up, and I'm sure I have a lot of faith in that they can bring this back. I
just find it really exciting how many young stars there are coming through. And I was looking through the teams beforehand. You got some, making their fly debuts this year, and it's just that idea of the future of lacrosse as well. Obviously, making the Olympics now, and then there's the World Games this year too. So it's making its way on such a global stage. And that fly in 2021 was the first Sixes tournament.
Yeah, it was. And it's long-term stuff for Sixes now. We're looking to, there's LA 28 that's been secured, but of course there's 32 in Brisbane.
Yeah.
So this isn't it for lacrosse Sixes, hopefully, especially in the Olympics, and it's only going to get bigger. So all these young players, they're going to be the future stars in the 8, 12 years time. So
how
really
cool to be able to really know that you can have an Olympic dream.
Exactly.
Oh.
I mean, not just with the young people, there's just
you
some
know,
real veteran players here that are trying to carry out the Olympic dream. Of course, we've got the return of Laura Merrifield and Rise this year, so making comeback. So love a good, comeback. And I always say just play for as long as you can, but maybe that's just me.
No, go for it and try not to break anything, yeah?
Yeah, well, thanks. My arms are a cast.
Right, we're underway in the second half. Hustle leading 8-3 at the moment. Just a wayward pass there from Tors Ratcliffe, and now Hustle back in possession. Anna Neville, great on that defence.
Yeah, I think Tors thought that this was going to be an over and back, so just threw the ball as far as she could, but Minty Loxton able to keep that ball with a Hustle. Anna Neville, great pressure from her.
Yeah, great bit of defence from Neville, just pushing and then trying to come through with the ground ball, but it is Hustle now. Emma Oakley on the attack. She looks to go high left, and it's well saved in the end, diving to the right.
Yeah, Emma Oakley had to go there. They only had about 6 seconds left as she received the ball.
Comes out wide again this time, just dinked round to Emily Gray, goes for the sling side pass and just missing on that left, flies into the netting in the background. Yeah, which actually I hadn't spotted. I was thinking, cars in the distance, so can be losing windscreens. And now Hustle back in possession again. Still leading 8-3. Haven't seen a goal yet in this second half. Comes around again to captain Emma Oakley. Left-handed shot comes in, but not quite got the angle. Flies across the front of the goal.
Yeah, Sophia Wise usually, she is a lefty. She's actually very good at those low-angle shots, and I'm sure that will come as well, but that was an absolute rip from her.
Wonderful feed in. What an assist, and it's put away. Top right corner, top bins.
Yeah.
That's what you love to see as a Swift fan. They get that first goal of this second half. Now 8-4 Hustle lead.
They're feeling it now, and Izzy Brand, another one of the younger players, not her debut. I think she made her debut about 2 years ago, but they're getting her name on the board for Swift.
Now Hustle looking to try and reassert their authority on this match. They were dominant in that first quarter, managed to sort of maintain that lead in the second, but now just a little wayward again. So ball goes back to Swift.
Yeah, and Swift probably now getting their confidence up here. Forcing some some errors from Hustle.
And that long pass from Emily Gray across to Anna Neville. And now Tors Anderson behind the goal, looking to drive round on that left side. Goes for the quick stick there, does Anna Neville. And just almost like she tried to shoot it before it got into her stick. When you're sort of through the motion before the ball's actually arrived.
Yeah, I think she thought that she was closer to the goal, maybe. That's a great attempt, and usually, Anna Neville's so successful on those. to see her doing multiple of those throughout the weekend.
Again, another ball put down by Hustle, recovered. And the pick.
Oh, that's a illegal pick, and that's such a shame for Charlie Wilson. That would have been her first goal of the Fly 2025, and usually very much on the defensive side on the field game. Love to see her take the shot.
Anna Neville does really well to get through the two there. Finds Emily Gray and is put away, and Swift have another. 5 on the board now for Swift.
And great ball movement there from Swift. Again, Anna Neville finding Em Gray. I've told you those two names you're going to hear all the time paired up together, but Rachel Ball, the finisher on that low crease. But here's Georgie Southern straight back for Hustle. And they needed to get that to stop the momentum for Swift.
And now Swift back in possession again. They've got a little bit of fight in their bones. You can feel it. They're on the comeback. And suddenly it's got louder on the bench again. Ball put down, well cleaned up again. Swift still in possession.
Still has 10 seconds on the shot clock. Plenty of time.
And the shot comes away. She's sort of feeling a little bit of pressure there, I think. Just trying to go low left and just missing. Clear comes out to Emma Oakley. She crosses that centre line.
Molly Light with the ball. Looking to offload, and she does to Liv Thomas.
Yeah, Thomas looks to find the player in the hole. Can't quite get it off, and there's that pressure from that goalkeeping stick as well. And now Swift back on the attack. Need to get bodies there. 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper. Looks to go round the back, and the fake almost confused her, and in the end save comes out. But Swift still in possession. This time just that final pass not quite coming off.
That was great B2B fake. I think that's what was there, but just unable to find the back of the net. And just still, again, great ball movement. That's and here, so Hustle, is that a timeout from Hustle?
Yeah, Hustle calling timeout, and I'm not surprised by this actually. Swift really had the momentum, and whether this is just, they don't even need to have too much to discuss. It's just trying to halt that momentum.
Yeah. I think that number situation, there were 2 defenders on ball and no one on. I think that was Phoebe Jones coming down the middle wide open. So I wonder if that's what they're talking about right now, or just trying to settle something more on the offense. They've had some good looks, some looks in the middle, just couldn't quite connect. So I'm wondering whether they're just going to try and mix something up. So score is 5-9 to Hustle. Just 3 minutes 20 to go in this quarter.
So Swift will be feeling confident in this. They've put away the goals so far in this quarter, and I can see Hustle being fueled by Chloe Chan, who I think's got some chocolate brioche. Yeah, good call. I approve of her snack choices.
Yeah, a veteran Hustle player. She's always been on Team Hustle for numerous years.
Hustle fueled by chocolate brioche.
Yeah.
I like it. They're wearing purple, like the famous chocolate brand, so it works. So Hustle back in possession again, just offloading behind the goal here, and just looking to try and build. And Anna Neville comes in with the back check, and the ball flies over this time, so we'll go back Swift.
And Maddie Jones with a great tuck, dodge under, but again, as you said, Anna Neville, just great pressure. Even if you're beat, you're not actually beat sometimes, so.
Emily Gray has done some serious miles. And the final one, the final look was great. It found her just in front of the goal. And ball put down in the end. So ball goes back Hustle. Clear comes out. Short clear this time, crossing that centre line. Goes out wide. And the body's there. Swift have really done well on this defensive. They've almost gone for that small bucket, like zone defence that Hustle are struggling to get through at the moment. Save comes out, and that's off the arm.
Yeah, so Georgie Southern, hands free if they're going to be inside playing small. Thought that she had the shot, but that was a great save. But it is a set shot clock.
Again, great save. This is the kind of goalkeeping you want to show to young keepers about the importance of really getting that stick right down to the ground.
Yeah, Sienna just so dynamic in goal.
Put down by
Robertson with a great clear as well.
Put down by Tors. Still keeps possession though. 10 on the shot clock. Needs to get that shot away. One of the players has dropped a stick and it's put away. Great finish.
Yeah, Zoe Dixon still calm, not rushing that shot even though they were calling 10 on the bench.
Swift number 5, Zoe Dixon.
And what are they signaling here?
So it's no goal. Caught between the goal and the advertising.
So I think it was on the outside of the goal,
Right.
so it managed to find itself in between. That's such a shame for Zoe Dixon because that was a great individual effort and patience there to go to goal. But alternate possession called here.
So Hustle need to just find that little bit of extra fight again, and this time again a sloppy pass goes over the side, put away.
And Swift again applying great pressure. They're really feeding them to some extent. And Dylan on for a run.
Goalie to goalie. Oh, all the intercepts. We love it. It's like the Oprah. You get an intercept. You get an intercept.
Dylan, real heads up play from her. Seeing Sienna quite far out, trying to go lob over it, but you know Emily Gray also read that so well.
Sometimes I think an intercept is actually more satisfying than making a shot.
That's a
10
shot.
again on the clock, and well, straight into the stick this time.
It's easy for Dylan.
Ball's out, just plopping it over the head of Emma Oakley, and she's absolutely rapid. There's a fight for the ball just off that back line, through her own legs.
And it's going to go blue. So there's 28 seconds left now. Are they going to call a timeout? I don't think
that
they
long
are.
clear.
So they have the rest of this quarter if they want and if they can maintain possession. So no timeout called.
So Tor's coming down that centre. She's taken on by 2, takes on the defenders, makes her way through, keeps possession, looks to offload behind the goal. Not taken cleanly, and it's going to go off the side. Now 5 seconds, 3 now on the clock. And coming towards the end of this third quarter. So 3 quarters gone at the end of that. It's still Hustle leading 9-5, and we're on for an absolute humdinger of a final 8 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, so it was 8-3 coming off the half.
So the first quarter that Swift have won.
Yeah, so slightly catching up for Swift, but they don't have too long left. So they are going to want to go full set of steam ahead. But they did have that, you know, they applied defensive pressure really well, really high, you know, like applying pressure on ball quite high. They're able to get that turnover, and they've had a few situations where they've had numbers coming up into their attack. But Dylan Whittington, what a job she's doing for Hustle in their net. On their end. So I think Hustle defense is doing a really good job on the veteran players of Swift.
Yeah.
I think they're really minimizing, you know, the amount of goals that, you know, players like Tors Ratcliffe, Anna Neville, you know, Emma Gray they've had. So Swift have really had to look to the younger players. So as we said, you know, Phoebe Jones, Rachel Ball, all kind of getting on the board, Izzy Brand as well. But they're going to have to just try and mix it up and maybe utilize their player personnel a little bit better to try and get these shots off that's better, and also to move Dylan. You know, Dylan's had some really easy saves where she hasn't had to do too much movement, and yeah, she's been able to read those shots very well.
So 8 minutes remaining in this game. If I had money, I don't know who I'd be putting on. How about you?
Yeah, I think it's easy for people to say Hustle now, but I know what these players on Swift can do. You know, I also know that Hustle can also run away with it if they're hot in this last couple of minutes or several minutes. So I think it can go either way.
So we're just going to hang out on this fence.
Yeah. We are not going to make a decision because I don't want to lose a bet.
Oh, yes, I haven't got anything to bet anyway. I'll bet you a coffee or a piece of pizza or something.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
the pizza vans, you know, wafting.
I did see someone with very nice looking Pims earlier.
Yeah, that's a shout. So, one more quarter until the Pims. So, fourth quarter now.
The Pims
Scores
riding on this.
9-5. It is quite low scoring.
The Swift players agree with us.
Oh, yeah. They're all in for a Pims for today.
Right, final quarter underway. Ball goes very high off the draw, and it comes out almost Hustle. Still a fight for it along the ground. It's this really hard ground after having no rain.
Yeah, very bouncy. Sophia White's coming up with that ground ball, but Minty Loxton and Tors Radcliffe doing great jobs there for their teams. Minty with a low shot. Great save from Sienna. Oh, that's unlucky from Anna because she had a great ground ball, and there will be a penalty called though. So Anna Neville will probably get that ball back. Foul is on Hustle. On number 4, so it will be Minty Loxton coming in for that green card. That's just a 30-second penalty.
This is a real opportunity, this, for Swift. They've got to use this.
second player up opportunity we've had this game, both for Swift. I like the amount of calls up, being called. There you go.
That's sensational. The quick
Robertson.
stick. Oh.
Yeah, she's got such a quick release. Great stick work.
So 6-9 now.
Yeah, 6-9. Yeah, I was going to say the referees aren't overcalling, and I love that. They're just letting them play. And it is physical, but, what a show that this game has been with these athletes.
That's really well taken. One hand on the stick. Shot comes away, and again, great save. Clear comes out. Quick clear. Looks to try and find Tors Anderson, but the intercept from Emma Oakley, who's again on the charge. She leads so well from the front of this Hustle side, doesn't she?
Yeah. Just works hard all over the field.
So, even again on player numbers. Looks to drive, decides against it, and just gets that drop in. And the intercept. So now Swift back in possession. Put away again. It's continual change in possession.
Yeah, and Liv Thomas stripped, but she worked so hard to get that ball back. And a great hand from Lottie Robertson to snatch that ball over the air. And she's got such quick hands.
So Swift back in possession again, over that halfway line. Lovely little pass.
That's a great stick. I don't know if that hit Laura Beeman's stick, but I think that was deflected, in which case it should stay with blue ball. Yeah, so the referees are pointing blue possession, which I also think it was. So
suddenly everyone else on the pitch is aware now as well.
Yeah, so now everyone's aware.
Now
we
everyone's
saw
back.
that.
Just do some pitch sprints.
What if that was me that it hit? I'd been like, guys, come on, we can go. But
just don't want to do another pitch sprint.
No one wanted to be around the ball.
And finds the post. And then in the end, it rolls in. You can really feel this from the Swift bench just to our right.
Yeah, so it's 9-7.
They'll just be hoping they aren't forced to rue that first quarter.
And there's another turnover, and the bench is just getting louder and louder. And that previous shot from Anna Neville, that just trickled in past Dylan Whittington. Just 2 goals.
Emily Gray comes out with it. She's flying down that right wing. Tucks it in nicely. Intercept. So now Hustle back in possession. I love these kind of clears when you just dink it over.
Yeah. And Minty, that was great defense from Phoebe. I'm not sure if Minty Loxton knew that she was that close to her. And M. Gray again helping Sienna Parrick out with the clear.
I feel they've also really stepped up in their stick work as well, both teams.
Yes. Just quicker hands.
Yeah.
Just quicker decisions. And there was a delayed penalty coming, so the clock is stopped. So I think that's blue ball. I'm pretty sure that was on Hustle because blue had ball when it was a delayed penalty. And yes, we are correct. So the ball is going to go back with blue. That's going to be, I'm not sure what the foul was for, but it's on number 4, Minty Loxton of Hustle again.
So now Swift number 4, Anna Neville has the ball in control with that bun. Don't know how people play sport with their hair in a bun, but that's for another day.
Quite funny, she's tucked it into her goggles.
I think it's just the goggles, yeah. Just bounces. So they've really got an opportunity here. They're a player up.
They've got another penalty coming.
Shot.
So if they, so that's now going to be, it might be a 5v3 for, I don't know how long, not probably very long because the previous one was a minor foul. So they're going to be 5v3. Hustle, number 3, Maddie Jones coming out for a hold call.
I don't think she looks too pleased by that call. But you can really hear it. The Swift voices here. They feel that they're right back in this. Just the 2 goals, and they're 2 players up. Towards Ratcliffe sends it back out to Anna Neville. Just nice little quick pass. Goes for the sort of worm burner, flies past the goal.
No deflection there. That was 5v4 now, so 1 player released.
So much maths involved.
Maths
Sixes,
counting.
5v4, 8 minutes, 30 seconds.
Emma Oakley getting away from pressure so well there, but with
Anna
a back
Neville
check.
again.
Anna Green with the handle. I don't know how she did that. I want to replay.
And then finally, just wasted pass at the end, picked up again by Hustle, flying down that centre, 1v1 with the goalie, put away. Hustle have another, so they now lead by 3, 10-7. with 3.5 minutes still on the clock.
And Georgie Southern, great effort from her, and I'm sure Hustle wanted that goal as well. And Georgie Heath over here in the commentary box trying to get the ball back.
A little bit of football in the ankle, regretting it slightly.
Oh, no. So Swift at the ball again. We are all even. Oh, and that's a great attempt by Zoe Dixon there, but just wide. I thought that was just a little bit. I almost thought that was deflected, but I think it was just a little bit wide. And Liv Thomas picking up the ball. Just 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes, plenty of time because there's only 3 goals in it. Laura Beeman with the ball for Hustle. Up to Liv Thomas. Minty Loxton so dangerous in the middle, but that's intercepted by Liv Go-Marshall.
And great intercept. That is sensational. 1-on-1 with the goalie, and just needed that final fake.
Gets it back.
Yeah, that's a really good fight as well, actually. That's really mature because it's so easy to get in your head about that. And then straight away on the redefense, recollects the ball, and now Swift have another chance. They're still trailing by 3 with just over 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, they can use their shot clock fully, though. They can take their time, but maybe they want to keep that in, and they've got 10 seconds left on the shot clock. So still 10 seconds also is longer than you think. To get that shot off by Izzy Brand, Laura Beeman coming down with the ball and opts for a slow break. Of course, they don't need to push. There are 3 goals up.
So 1 minute 45 still to go here. Hustle just slowing things down a little bit. They don't need to take any risks. And they put another one away, so they now lead by 4, and that's a really good goal.
Yeah, Minty Loxton just shooting low, able to just quick release on that turn. Really low scoring game this for Sixes and for these 2 teams as well. I don't know if that's just the goalies being
There have
really
been
hot
some
on
really,
both sides,
really good saves.
Oh, Anna Neville with a great roll inside, but
Stop all clocks being called by the refs. Yellow card going up.
So that's gonna. It's gonna be 1 purple, 1-5. So that's Kai Harper for the slash. That is a major foul. So that's 1 minute, and Swift has had a lot of power plays in this game so far. I think they've capitalized on 1. And they really do need to go here, and they will need the ball back, but that is just not what they want to do right now.
And that's going to go back over the halfway line as well. Just too much on it from Tors Ratcliffe. N.E. Anderson. Is that what you say? N-E-E? When someone's surname used to be something else?
Nay.
Oh.
What I'll say?
Yeah, there you go. Every day's a school day here.
So just 50 seconds, but they don't need to go, but they will.
Yeah, and you feel like that really has cemented it now for Hustle. They lead by 5 with 40 seconds still to play. Swift in possession.
Yeah, and Georgie Southern with that last goal. And Emma Oakley, you can play. If your stick is on the ground, you still can play to a certain extent, but she does pick her stick back up. And, of course, they don't need to pressure out. 35 seconds.
Hustle ball called. So 33 seconds still to play here. So just the chance. They've got the 30 seconds on the shot clock. Emma Oakley coming down the right, just slowing things down a little bit, sends it backwards. The little dink pass comes in. The pick being set, not used. Again, Oakley coming around the back, just looking to find the player in the hole. And again, that pass goes wayward.
Yeah, looking for Georgie Southern there, but it was very crowded in the middle there. But 13 seconds left. It is, of course, stop clock in the last 2 minutes of the fourth quarter, but not quite enough to be catching up to the 4-goal lead that Hustle have here.
And they've just not had the opportunities. And again, that stick work and the accuracy of the passing just fading as we're coming into the final few seconds for Swift. 1.4 seconds left on the clock. Liv Thomas is going to scoop it up. You don't imagine she'll be in much of a hurry. And that is the final hooter. So it's Hustle who win the opening game of the women's tournament in the Fly 2025. And they've beaten Swift 12-7.
Yeah, it's a great start from Hustle. Of course, finalists in the last year, and I believe potentially the year before as well. So they're going to really want to get to the top this year and knock Forge off and Forge's reign off for the last couple of years of the women's event at the Fly. So great start from them. Swift, they had a good run at the end, but maybe just a bit of a slow start that got them on the back foot a little bit with no goals, and I think no goals in the first quarter.
Yeah, I think the first quarter was what they're going to really have to worry about, because you got to think we've got to come out firing at the beginning of the game in such a short match when you've got such a short amount of time. Starting to trail that early on. Yes, there's plenty of time to make it up, but you're always going to be on the back foot. So.
And I'm sure they'll regroup, talk about it, and they've got plenty of time, plenty of games left. We saw in the last couple of events in the last years, just because you've lost a game in the group stages doesn't mean that you can be champion. I'm pretty sure Forge lost a game I think last year, but still continued on their reign of being champions. So it's not over for Swift. Swift can pick it back up for the next 3 games and definitely be in contention for that championship spot.
Yeah, there's plenty of time to play still in the tournament, but from this opening match of the women's tournament, it is Hustle who have beaten Swift 12-7.
Okay, welcome to the next men's match in the Fly 2025. We have got Forge versus Rise. Rise, we have got goalkeeper Danny Fagan, number 85, number 23 Drew Bickerton, number 29 Lyndon Bunio, number 19 Corey Carver, number 17 Seb De Siena, number 14 Daniel Flisk, number 6 Tom Graham, number 16 Ed Hilditch, number 2 Cam Major, and number 4 Will Prescott, number 48 Albert Whitehead. As for Forge, we have number 21 Noah Arneson, goalkeeper, number 2 Leo Baythorpe, number 44 Ed Loveland, number 18 Josh Phillips, number 16 Jack Robinson, number 4 Tom Roper and also captain, number 30 Tom Arosa, number 20 Zach Spreckley, number 63 Dan Watson, also captain, number 12 Drew Wilkinson, 9 Justin Wismer and 23 James Yu. Joined with me now is Jane Lee. So Jane, what are you looking forward to this game?
Well, another first game for these two teams coming into the Fly 2025. So I think both really well drafted and then again loads of experience on both teams. I think Forge, not sure who their starting goalkeeper is, but it might be Noah Arneson coming in for this game over Jack Allen. So excited to see what he's going to be like. And then, of course, Yorkie not here for Rise, but we've got the Dutch keeper and Thomas Heitzmer. So really excited to see what they're going to bring
curious
here.
because Danny Fagan's put down as a goalkeeper, and I think he's probably a backup at the moment, but he's also a pretty solid sort of unit when it comes to playing. But yeah, he is here, so he's definitely playing. They're in good hands. Yeah,
another very good spread of England box, like other international
also
fields
Sebastian
and
De
GB.
Siena, who's like Italian international, very good stick skills, mixed end, played for Home Nations Lions, but also had a fair share of men's games as well.
Yeah, he's also currently in the box setup as well. So as a lefty, he'd be really valuable there. So
and Australian Tom Graham as well as Ed Hilditch, number 16, pretty valuable. Will Prescott, kind of deceptive speed, kind of really, really sort of unpredictable but yet fierce player.
Yeah, I'm also excited to see Corey Carver as he's a Cabrini grad, coming from the D3 Championships several years ago.
He also coaches currently at North London Collegiate.
He does. Is involved in the women's program. He doesn't really play much in the men's program here, so I'm excited to see.
He does coach on the men's end as well as.
I'm
curious actually, because coaches-wise, obviously you got Forge, which have Tom Roach and Jacob Lynch as head and assistant, and then Rise, you got Bobby Clark, Robingham Clark, and Ash Gloucester. Like, what do you think that will bring into these two teams' performances? Two very good coaches who know how to sort of organise the team.
So Bobby and Clark and Ash Gloucester have worked together on the women's side before, so they know each other's styles. They're very familiar in working together.
Because Sixes is like box, and both these guys have worked in box as like a form of leadership, whether it's captain, coach.
Yeah, of course. And then Tom Roach coming into the Forge men. He's very familiar with Sixes, having played himself for all the previous years in the Fly, so understands the game very well, and has a lot of respect amongst the lacrosse community in the UK.
As a whole, he's had a really strong record. Like he's not many times as a team lost with Tom Roach as the coach. Like he's had pretty large success rate when it comes to him, just because of knowing how to organise players and. Oh yeah, that's great. Yeah, how to organise players, how to kind of get the best out of them, and he shows it time and time again.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's played with a lot of his drafted players already before, so we'll know how to utilise them well in the Sixes game. So
absolutely.
Yeah, really looking forward to this one. I think just a couple of minutes to go in this game. So. Absolutely. Of course, Rise led by the very, very experienced Lyndon Bunio as well, and captain with Will Prescott.
Lyndon Bunio, an absolute daredevil of a player. Known for pre-starves, six stick skills,
fearless.
And all of underhand pass, one-handed underhand.
Fearless. And then, of course, there's Tom Roper and Dan Watson.
Tom Roper, really aggressive player. Will force his way through if he has to. Also very quick and rapid. Trains incredibly hard as a GB athlete.
Incredibly athletic. And, of course, Dan Watson, another lefty, very familiar with the field setup and the box setup as well.
Dan Watson knows where to find the goal, because it's almost like he's cursed to score goals, because he just knows when to cut, knows how to kind of...
I love that. Cursed to score goals, or
cursed, like,
honoured, blessed to score goals.
If you see how many goals he scores on the Spencer Wands end, it's like he sometimes played midfield just because he wanted to prove he can't, he's not just a goal scorer. Like, that's how like much he scored. Like, he's gotten about 69 goals for this entire season, which is the highest goal scoring by anybody in the men's end, and possibly maybe even the women's end in like the entire season, which is, to be fair, is like, kind of around my mum's age. He scored like in 1 year. But yeah, he's just very deceptive, understands the game well. He can assist, he can shoot, he can make someone else look good. He's got all you want in a team player, which is probably what will kind of strengthen Forge's offense when they get the chance. And he can defend. You don't see it often, but when he's there, he's a threat.
Yeah.
And he's a lefty. Everything you want, check, and check. He's got.
Cool. Here we go. So Rise off on their chair.
I'm curious about the face-off, because last year Tom Bracegirdle played for Forge and he did the face-off, but he's not here now, so I'm curious who they're going to put this time.
So, I mean, face-offs, anything not a huge, again, importance in the game, but we did have, Swift with Ben Page-Laycock.
Yeah, Ben just told me that was his first time doing face.
Oh, he did
so
pretty
he didn't
well.
know how it was going to go.
Yeah, he was on those loosies really well, but so it's Cam Major.
Tom Ross,
and Tomo Rossa, of course.
Wales face-off.
Of course, it's Tomo.
Who, yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised about that. Tomo's very experienced. He's done it for Hillcroft this year.
Yeah, also in the GB setup as well for Sixes. So
yeah.
knows the game very, very well. Going against Cam Major,
Tomo
number
knows
2.
all the tricks of the trade of facing off, so I imagine like he'll be good. And Cam, I've never seen Cam face off. Have you seen him face off before?
No, I have not, but we shall see.
Two big stocky guys facing off. What more can you ask for?
And so the starting goalkeepers, now that they are in, we can tell you. For Rise, that looks like an orange helmet to me, so that I assume will be Heitzmer, because these numbers from this distance are quite, quite hard to tell the numbers from here. And then for Forge, is it Arneson?
Number 21. Is it Jack Allen?
I don't think Jack Allen's here today.
If he's not here, then it would be Noah Arneson. So I think we should just. It's hard to see his number. I think we should just.
We'll let you know.
We'll just go, yeah. Ooh, who's going to win this face? I'm calling Tomo.
So setting up here. And Tomo had that clamped early on, but it is Rise
come up
that
with it, so Tomo wins
it.
it. Okay, Rise going to settle the ball now. Play maybe Linda Bunio with the ball. I recognise that helmet, England helmet, anywhere.
Yeah, loves to play with that box helmet. Working X really well. Abby Whitehead with the ball on the right-hand side.
Whitehead,
Working strong on that right side, and there's a first shot at the game.
Good save.
And that is a reset.
That's Dan Watson with the ball. Dan Watson clearing it, carrying it over. Dan Watson, a rock star on the pitch, Literally, he just knows all facets of the game and just knows how to play well himself and make others look good. Great player to watch and just also a very nice player.
So that was Drew Wilkins carrying the ball up top, and that is a shot, but that will go wide. So Thomas Heismer with the ball instead now coming up. Again, Lyndon Bunio carrying the ball up, helping the clear on the Rise.
Lyndon Bunio, very versatile, multifaceted player. He can, no matter what position, even if it's one he's never played for, he'll make it work somehow.
So just a little turnover there, and Don Watson coming up with the ball
he's
again.
Doing another clear.
Top, and that will be off to number 4 of Forge. That's
Dan
Tom
Watson
Roper.
Dan Watson doing another fantastic transition. Not under pressure, taking his time. Forge moving the ball. They're under pressure.
Forge managed to get into the middle, and that's the first goal of the game. That is
Brilliant
Leo
goal.
Baythorpe.
Leo Baythorpe, number 2. Great goal from Leo Baythorpe. So now Rise have got the ball back in their area. That looks like Cam. No, it's not Cam. It's number 14. That is.
Number 4 is Will Prescott. But Rise still with the ball. So the first goal within 1 minute and 30 into the first quarter. And here we go again. There's another shot, and just off the post. And that won't be over and back, so we want to chase that ball.
Closest to
but that's okay. So Heisman's got that at the back. Sorry, I sometimes forget how short these fields are.
I think Will Prescott, knowing his advantages, is trying to be like the swing guy to kind of help elevate the other guy's performance. So now he's coming off.
And there's another shot by Tom Graham of
Australia.
Rise.
And also Australia and Hampstead. Yeah, Tom Graham, very good player.
So Hustle with the early shot of the game.
Oh.
And another one, so swinging the ball up top, and that is a nice hitch and a shot, and that is another goal by number 18.
Number 18 is
Josh Phillips
Josh
from
Phillips.
Forge. And now
So
that's just
pointing
another
member.
unforced error there, coming back up again with the last goal scorer that we've had. So Tom Roper swinging the ball. Good deal, he's managed to get his way in there, and that's a great save from Heitzmer. Thing is, Heitzmer
really fighting for the ball there.
loves to get out of the cage. She's a very, very dynamic and active goalkeeper.
How is
So
Dan Watson not sprinting? He just seems to always be in the right place where he doesn't need to. Like, I wish I could just see the game that far ahead like that. Yeah, we got Rise with the ball, like looking to go straight to goal, I guess. That's a good save.
That is a good save, and that is another reset, so they will get a full 30. So they can slow this down and work the ball. Calling time on the sidelines. And that almost trickled in, but defenders there for Forge, making sure that doesn't curve across the line.
That is 3 clears in a row from Dan Watson.
And number 9 going on with the ball, Justin Wismer. Still with the ball for Forge, swinging up to the top.
Forge, some off-ball movement right there.
So Roper there looking on the inside. And that is a goal for number 12 of Forge. That's Drew Wilkinson.
Brilliant goal for Drew Wilkinson.
That's a great 2-man play there from Forge. And Linda Bunio's back.
Bunio. He's going to feed, going to shoot. Oh, he's going to feed pass.
That's
a brilliant
shot.
save.
I mean, that was a great attempt, but that was a brilliant save, as you said. Tom Graham with another attempt right down the centre.
Heitzmer preparing for anything that comes his way. Will Prescott marking the ball, you know.
They're looking on the inside. That's great defense there. But they managed to get under in, and I think that might be a crease, but there is a delayed... No, there wasn't a delayed. Sorry, I thought there was a hand up.
Will Prescott getting a bit aggy on the pitch, you know. Oh no, that's not Will Prescott.
So Cam Major with the ball. That is a reset. So they have a full 30. They've got plenty of time.
Bunio taking his time. And a goal from Lyndon Bunio, like
great
a pistol. He
deception there. He looked like he was passing the ball off to the right-hand side, but instead he opts to shoot right into the top corner.
The precision, just absolute marksmanship.
Exactly, and that will be the first goal for Rise to get them on the board in this first quarter. And another really great dodges coming
that looks like
from Forge.
CCO from Rise.
And Batham, I think he had plenty of time and room to shoot that, but just a really unselfish play from Forge. And Rise do get that turnover. So Rise just saying that they just need a bit more comms. And talking that up.
Oh, it's a turnover by Albert Whitehead of Rise. Just a bit too low on the pass. Tom Roach from Forge calling a timeout, you know, trying to get his players to slow things down a bit and, you know, just set up a game plan.
So just 2 minutes in, and the game is 3-1. Sorry, 2 minutes 18 left in the game, my apologies.
I see the scoreboard, yeah, 3-1.
And 3-1 to Forge currently.
Yeah.
But I think it's pretty even. Possession's been pretty even as well, I think. I think players in first quarter, I think in general, really want to get themselves on the board. I don't mean themselves as individuals, but their team. So sometimes I think things can be a bit rushed. They're not using the shot clock completely, and that's what's being said, I think, from what we hear on the bench. So I wonder if that's being communicated to the team right now, just to, you've got time. Slow it down. You've got loads of time. And just to be patient, because they will come.
This is that thing of they both want to be the first one to dominate. His likelihood is the first one that dominates. They have a slightly easier job for the rest of the game if they're the ones ahead rather than the one chasing it.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's the chase mentality. That's exactly it. And sometimes mentally, that's so you want to be up on the board early to try and set your mark. But
absolutely.
Here we go.
Watson getting some space. It looks like he's trying to set a pick and cut a screen. We'll try his casual, deceptive cut and then curve and then.
So Wismer swinging the ball over to the other side, and that's a
that's a
lovely
good goal by
bouncer
number
by
12.
Drew Wilkinson.
Drew Wilkinson.
He's looking very agile today, Drew Wilkinson, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. Ooh, Lyndon Munia coming in, looking like he's going to set some off-ball movements. Will Prescott, deceptive speed.
Decides to go off to Tom Graham and to swing over to the other side.
Oh,
And that
was a brilliant save.
Look, but a great save, as you said.
Look, and another clear. Like, how many clears has Dan Watson made? About 4, I've calculated, this entire quarter. Like, you know, he's effectively moving the course of the game for Forge in the most positive way possible by being at the right place to transition the ball.
So Forge swinging the ball, still on the right-hand side. Roper looking to go in himself, and he does. Loads of patience on that.
Precise goal from
He
Tom
loves
Roper.
that tuck under, the dodge underneath, and just great placement past Heitzmer.
Yeah, absolute, masterclass.
But Rise on their way back, just getting their personal
look at
on.
the pit, like it was like what could have been like kind of a.
And the 1 minute call has come. Tomo Rosso managing to get past two players under pressure, and he's going to go all the way.
And he does.
A
He
lovely
scores.
shot.
Unassisted, individual talent, like just individual drive, and he scores. Oh look, we're getting Forge again. Forge getting another shot at goal.
And just the lovely
Jack
clear.
Robinson being the sort of swing man to stop any balls. Oh, that's a good save from Noah Arneson. Good save. No,
It's
sorry.
a lovely dodge from Tom Graham. The crowd is going crazy.
Oh,
And that's
oh,
great ball
and
movement.
A save. That was a save from Noah Arneson.
10 seconds left. And so Rise are saying they could go, and they do.
Oh, that was a brilliant goal from Rise. Now Jack Robinson's
do
clearing
manage
the
to
ball.
get- Ooh, that's very loud. End of the first quarter, and there we go. The score is 6-2 to Forge early on in the game, just after a first quarter.
Really good start from Forge.
Yeah, a great start, getting their names up on the board. A lot of different goal scorers in that first quarter for them too. So I think Heitzmer maybe getting his iron still from those shots, but great placement, and just really they look very like driven to go to goal. You know, they're dodging really hard. They're getting aggressive on both ends of the field, and that's really working well for them.
I think Rise might start to pick up the intensity just because it seemed like for them that this quarter was just a bit of a slow start for them. So now that they know a bit about what they're up against, I'm predicting that they might start to speed things up and make it a little more competitive in this next coming quarter.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've had some good looks. You know, the clears have been successful. I think right now you just have to shoot the ball. And again, it's first quarter, really early on to tell what exactly is going on. But, you know, they've got 24 minutes left, and a game of runs. We'll see what Rise can do, and we know that they've got plenty of good goal scorers on their squad.
But really strong start from Forge. If they wanted to kind of start this game off in the best way, then they've done it. So they put themselves in a good position, and it's about maintaining that if they want to kind of edge out the victors.
Yep, so here we go into the second quarter. The rest are calling the players in. It's proving to a really hot day here.
Yeah,
so a lovely day here at Blackheath Rugby Club, new venue for 2025 for the Fly. And the stands, you know, filling up with people throughout the day, and so much capacity here this year. So if you're around, come down. So face-off team going on for both teams.
So we're probably going to get Tomo again on the face-off.
No, we're not.
Oh, we're not?
We're going to get Leo Baythorpe, actually. But
really?
Cam Major for Rise still going in
Major,
for the face, though.
Maybe
So
it's a tactical Forge to try and shake things up, so you can't, because when you shake up the face-off, you can't get used to one start. Everybody has a unique different style, a bit like the draw. They may do it the same way.
Yeah,
but
of
they will
course.
have some difference in speed, maybe a difference in pressure, you know.
But Sixes, you're only going to get four face-offs. So, you know, like not... Right now, it's almost a loose ball battle, almost, rather than
but
necessarily
still,
a
it's
face-off battle.
But still, it's just, you know, kind of just changing things up is harder to predict for any team. So I think that's what Forge are going with, knowing Tom Roach's coaching style. Oh, that was an early... that was...
Someone was a... They all seemed like they knew something
like,
was going on.
Looked like Forge went early, so that's why Rise are getting the ball. Okay, Rise in offense.
Tom Graham with the ball coming up to Abby Whitehead. Swinging off to the left side.
Lyndon looking for space.
So Rise with the ball again. They're calling blue. There's 10 seconds on the clock. And Tom Graham's looking into the middle.
That was a great
and a lovely goal from Albie Whitehead.
Really well worked for, well placed. Yeah.
And good, yeah, as we can hear Coach Bobby and Clark saying that set the tone. And good, that's a great early shot and a goal for Rise. Whilst they're just 3 goals down now. But Forge going hard.
That was like Will Prescott defending. Recognise the lefty defensive work anywhere.
Forge a hard dodge again at the top.
Oh.
And there's a shot. I think that might have deflected.
Yeah, I thought it did.
But no, there was a delay penalty coming, so there is going to be a hold call coming for...
Yeah,
it was a hold.
Gets a hold, so he'll be sitting,
so he'll be sitting for 30 seconds, and it will be the first power play we have of the game with Forge a man up. So let's see what their play is here. Knowing Tom Roach, I'm pretty sure that they probably have some sort of proper
knowing
man
Tom
up
Roach
play.
and how good Spencer are with man ups, he'll definitely want them to make this count and have a plan in store for any time they get this opportunity. Okay, patiently moving the ball, waiting for the free man.
They are quite wide open, and there is a great opportunity for number 12 of the Forge, Drew Wilkinson.
How better to work a man up than just take it patiently and then draw the defenders onto one side so you get one side more open than
I thought they were actually really wide, but what they did is they sucked the defense onto one side and left Drew Wilkinson totally open on that far side, on the right hand side, and that was just easy, loads of time, loads of room to shoot.
Yeah, it's so easy to get sucked, and then you don't realise you've left one free player that's got all the time in the world, and by the time they realise that, they would have...
So Rise opting to not shoot to the last seconds until they were even.
Dan Watson's got the ball again, and he clears
it again. And now that is a quick clear, but they don't have numbers. Will he still want to go? That's great defense. Oh, but he managed to get that shot off. 5
clears from Dan Watson and Forge. Man, he's transitioning the ball very well.
Wismer there with the shot and a goal, even under a lot of pressure. So that's just great effort from here. Hearing his name loads on this game so far. But Bunye with the ball on the left-hand side for Rise again, on low, working the 2-man there with Will Prescott on the left. He's going to go all the way and take that shot, but that is a lovely save. And will they keep it in bounds? No, so it is out of bounds, deflected off the keeper, so it will stay a yellow Rise ball.
Yeah.
And that will be a fresh 30 reset for them. And again, coming over the top. Will Prescott managed to get through 2 defenders and takes a shot, but
it's saved. Forge
and they
taking
do have
it all
numbers.
The way. Oh, fast break and a goal. That is number 12, Drew Wilkinson.
Drew Wilkinson. So
perfect.
Hearing his name a lot as well this game already.
Knowing how good Tom Roach coaches, you do not want to have Forge on a fast break because they will make it count and get the goals if you kind of give them a free one like that.
That shot just comes off the post, so that will remain Rise's ball, and that's a lovely take from Ed Hilditch.
9-3 Forge at the moment.
And Rise is taking plenty of opportunities here.
Forge are just really playing something else. Ooh.
And there's going to be an interference call. So legal procedure, that was a signal from the rest when I saw. So the ball will go the other way.
Okay,
so Forge comfortable now as well. It's 9-3 with 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, Forge are really sort of creating their path to victory right now.
But
forging their way.
Yeah. Rise defense looks pretty settled though.
Oh.
And that has forced a wide shot. So Thomas Heismer going in to collect that ball for another set for Rise. So let's see if Rise just unlucky with a couple of shots so far. So let's see if they can find the back of the net here. A great split from Flisk, swinging the ball to the other side. Bunye wants on the low stop, but that will be a shot.
Yeah, a shot. So
Wide
Forge will get the ball. That's number 20. 20, Zach Spreckley. Zach Spreckley got the ball. Okay. Lots of space. Trying to, move the ball around a bit.
So they're looking for space here. They want a little space to dodge, and that was a nice pick and roll. Not quite connecting.
Yeah. Oh, that looked like a push in the back.
And that will be
push in the back
legal procedure, and that will be Rise's ball.
Yeah.
opting to slow things down, work the ball around, getting everyone a touch. I really like how Rise is making sure that everyone gets a touch of the ball and moving the ball really well, and that's a great goal from number 4, Will Prescott.
Just default, his defender didn't even see what pace was coming.
Forge Zach Spreckley with a few fakes.
Jack Robertson being the sweep, keep the ball circulating. Now he's cutting, trying to draw space for another person to dodge. Oh, it's a good. Oh, good rebound from Dan Watson.
That was a lovely save from Heitzmer, but it just caught a little bit off balance, and there was no one else on the Rise team to make sure that Dan Watson didn't get to that loose ball.
Dan's good with rebounds. He can react very quickly to situations.
So Rise playing really wide here, looking for some options and some space to dodge. Just 10 seconds on the shot clock. Bunia found. Oh, that was an unlucky shot. So Bunia did find a teammate in the middle, but just not able to connect. So that's a timeout.
Timeout, Forge. Another timeout from Tom Roach.
So 1:50 to go in the second quarter. The score's 10-4, so really high scoring for Forge. Swift did look like they were going to come back a little bit, but had a few unlucky shots, a couple of posts, a couple of deflected shots. They are shooting the ball, but maybe not able to get on the inside as much as Forge is getting on at the moment.
Defending very well, really keeping them on the outside and taking many opportunities away from Rise, and that's what they're struggling with at the moment.
Yeah, well, I think Forge attack is, they're engaging individually. When they have the ball, they're engaging, and it's turning defenses' heads, and they're able to either find a good drive or good space to dodge into, or they're just beating their players.
But even on defence, when they turn over the ball, Rise aren't getting back in time, and that's why there's been at least one fast break, or even penalty-wise, man ups. You do not want to let Forge have a man up or a fast break, because they will get a score off of that.
I think they've had
Tom Roach knows how to coach that, and I think that's one of his biggest points of arson when it comes to.
They've had, I think, one fast break, and it was a clean fast break. I think they've had numbers in for the rest, but I think Forge players are just really, really looking to go aggressive on ball as well, and I think that's what's making the difference for them.
That's the other thing.
So Rise defense also quite wide. Forge swinging the ball well.
Dan Watson giving himself a lot of space, What's he going to do?
They're working that left side. Kind of very box style, strong lefty on that side. They weren't quite strong lefty. They were playing 3 on the left. Not necessarily all with lefties, but... So Rise looking for a man in the middle.
A CTO from Dan Watson. Okay, not a CTO yet. Okay, it is now.
That's a great stick.
And a GB from Dan Watson, number 63. Dan Watson under pressure, but he's carrying it across the... And another clear.
That might be
5 clears already in this game for Dan Watson.
So that's 18 seconds on the shot clock, and Rice did really, really well to... I think that was Cam Major under that, giving Will Prescott that pressure. Sorry, Dan Watson, not Will Prescott.
That was a good save from Thomas Heismer.
Yeah, okay. Still coming up with the ball though, and they have a fresh third to shoot.
Oh!
Another rip taken.
Oh!
Rise with no one.
Heismer did not see that coming.
Rise with no one really on their hands and just letting that one-on-one shot with the keeper.
Score is 11-4 to Forge at the moment. Wow, Forge are really starting to making their mark in this game.
And Bunia again finding that man in the middle. His vision is so good, and that one does go in. Yeah, Will Prescott with that shot in the hole, working with Bunia on the left side. But Forge will go again, and just 9 seconds, so they will go. But Thomas Heitzmer with a great clear, and Rise is telling them to go and shoot, and they do, but it's just wide. That was a great attempt by the Rise players, and that was that last shot taken by Ed Hilditch, recognizing that time was running out, really listening to his bench and making that shot off before the end of the game, but just wide, and the score will remain at 11-5 to Forge.
That is Forge are doing so well at the moment.
So yeah, again, Forge, I think, slowed down on the goal scoring point a little bit, but nevertheless, we're still, being aggressive.
But they're still
towards
being
the net.
aggressive in defence and even still like aggressive enough that even shots that are coming in are getting saved, and Forge are already like at a good place to like just take it to goal or give that fast break threat that has kind of just put Rise on the back foot at the moment.
Yeah, I think so. I think Rise are just trying to maybe perhaps look for a perfect shot or look for those maybe players in the middle, but I think I like to see a little bit kind of more aggressive on
They
ball.
need to take more risks.
For them,
I know.
well, a bit more dodgers trying to move their defense.
Yeah, so in a sense, like it might be risky, but at this point they're quite a bit down, so they need to try changing it up. If they keep playing like this, Forge might just forge their way to a comfortable victory at this point. And
Well, I think Rise have a lot of very, very good individual players, and I think they're just playing very, very unselfishly at the moment, which
sometimes
it's a great
kind of needs a
great
balance.
team spirit.
A lot of times teams play too selfishly, but in this case, maybe playing a little bit individually and selfish might be the difference. Because when you play too unselfish, then it gets predictable and easier to intercept.
Yeah, so we'll see if they change their tactics up a little bit here for the second quarter, but they will. I'm sure Forge will be using this 5-minute timeout just to get their breaths in.
Yeah,
They're looking very, very confident.
I mean, the only thing that can let Forge down right now is if they get too confident and then they kind of get too relaxed, because the game's still going on. Rice can still come back, but Forge are in a good place, so they can take a little bit of a breather and just kind of soak in the environment.
Yeah, but in 16 minutes you can do a lot, and let's see what Rice can do in this second half. So,
Absolutely.
Any stand-up players for you so far, Theo?
Well, on Forge, Dan Watson, he's had about, I've calculated 5 clears at least in a row so far, which has helped with transition and getting the ball into offense. He's kind of been moving well off ball, making the cuts deceptively sometimes, and also the goalkeeper Forge, Noah Arneson, he's been making some great saves, kind of helping getting the defense to keep Rise as far away from goal as possible. Jack Robinson's been like the swing guy, kind of just helping circulate the ball, and any balls that come near the restrainer, he's been there to scoop them up and just keep them moving. And then Tomarosa, good on the face-off, really fierce, athletic individual. Tomo's been doing a great job. So, those are my stand-up players on Forge. And Rise, I mean, Will Prescott and Lyndon Bunio have been good, too good on the two-man, very much looking for the opportunities. So, those are my stand-out. What about you, Jane? Who are your stand-out players at the moment?
I think Forge has shown that a lot of them can do the work. I think Drew Wilkinson, obviously, on the board lots, and a great player. I actually think Justin Wismer is swinging the ball really well. Has shown great vision.
Oh yeah.
And Leo Baythorpe as well. And I think on Rise, Will Prescott and Lyndon Bunio obviously working really well on that left side, and they started to just find each other a little bit better.
I just like when Lyndon looked like he was going to pass and then just shot it, and he just really offset the defense. Like no one saw it coming, and that's what made it work so well. Like a straight, precise shot. That, he just was. The goalie couldn't react in time.
And Tom Graham carrying the ball really well, trying to see those options, being aggressive with the ball, and I'm sure he'll find the back of the net soon. Just a great player. And again, just great depth on both of these teams. So even those that we haven't mentioned, just really helping the team out really well, and just playing. These two teams actually, I think, that have played together as a team really, really well so far.
Oh yeah.
And considering that this is the first game of the event this year, they look like they've got great chemistry. So.
Yeah, no matter what the result of this game is, because there's quite a few games left, it could all change in a heartbeat by tomorrow, or as the fly rounds go on. That's the special thing about this tournament.
So here we are. So Rise and Forge both making their way onto the field now to start the second half.
I wonder what Bobby told Rise in the half. I wonder if they're going to see much of a difference, or maybe,
Well, we shall see. So here we are.
Yeah, I think Rice, if there's a fast break coming, Rice should just get back to D and play inward to try and stop Forge getting a clean shot. That's probably what they should work towards now, just to kind of slow them down a bit. Ooh, damn, what's the win?
Tomo Rosso with Cam Major at the face-off line.
Yeah.
For the third face-off of this game. Of course.
Cam's been doing kind of good on the face-offs at the moment.
Yeah, he's done well. His teammates around the circle also helping out massively. Of course, such a small circle in sixes, and once the ball's loose, it's a free ball. So everyone fighting for that straight away. Tomo Rosso quick on that clamp though, as we know.
Loose ball battle, who's coming up with it. Ground ball by Lyndon Boot.
I think that was a push, yeah.
That might have been a push, so...
Ball will go yellow.
It's going
Rise
Rise.
with the first
Lyndon
possession.
Bunio with the GB and the possession, so Albert Whitehead. Yeah,
And Tom Graham.
looking to be the person who kind of swings the ball. Off the
And
pit.
there you are. So a name I said in Tom Graham at half-time, finding his shot there and the goal. First goal for Rise going into the third quarter. I'm sure they would have liked to see that.
Yeah, and after being down a lot now, they're starting to kind of grow into the standard of play.
Forge working their offense here. Swinging the ball. That's off the post. So they will get a reset and the ball will stay with Forge with a fresh 30.
Shame, not the goalkeeper, but still a on target hit in that regard. Jack Robinson with the ball, moving it round.
That is
a missed, like an unfortunate failed feed. So Rise will get the ball at the moment. Good transition by Rise number 2.
That's Cam Major, number 2, with a transition, but with a slow break
Will
from
Prescott.
Rise.
What's he going to do? Ooh, back pick.
That's a great dodge underneath. That's past 2 defenders as well, but
Rise
a great play shot by
coming
Flisk.
back into this now. This is a really good showing from Rise. Keep this up, they might be able to close the gap and make it, a real competitive battle with Forge.
So Josh Phillips with the ball with the Forge. Josh coming around the top, and he takes that shot and just rips
That
it.
was a brilliant ripper from Josh Phillips to keep pointing ahead and not pointing, Forge ahead, so they can kind of feel they're still in control of this game, even though Rise have started off stronger than the last quarter.
So Rise here starting to crawl back a little bit. The score being 12-7 to Forge, but we're very early on in that third quarter.
He's going to shoot that.
Oh, and just missed. He tried to get it around the goalie, but a great, nice run, clean run in the middle.
That would have really made things exciting for Rise. Oh, but you
Bunio again with that crease dive, and he loves those,
counted.
and we know that.
Crease dive, goal from Lyndon Bunio, that keeps the score close.
And that is a goal late on in the shot clock for Lyndon Bunio, and Forge go again down their end. Bathorpe working with Tom Roper. And there's another shot and in. So really
goal from Forge.
High scoring conversion from Forge, I think. So now still within 5 goals, Rise. They get another chance. So
Man, if they keep scoring goal after goal, this is going to be very interesting.
So Tom Graham with the ball, working that ball.
Will Prescott. Shot. Goal! Will Prescott.
And these shots, finding the back of the net quite easy now. So high scoring percentages. The goalies trying to reset.
Albert Whitehead, number 48, marking the ball.
That's a great stint, great pressure by Rise. And the ground ball, it's just a little bit loose.
Oh, a lot of one-handed ground balls.
And that is a reset. Of course, they would have only had 10 seconds to
Number 3.
get the ball over. And number 3 for Forge.
Forge is...
Apologies, we don't have number 3 on our roster for Forge, but... Oh, no, number 3 is Tomo Rosso.
Tomo Rosso, great goal.
He's down as 30 on a roster, but we know that's Tomo. So
yeah, that was
a great
well-worked goal by Tomo Rosso. Keeps Forge in the lead. 14-5 at the moment. Wow. With Rise coming back, but Forge is still scoring those goals and just keep making the gap wider and wider.
So Rise, a man down. So was that unsportsmanlike for both sides there. From Tomo Rosso, of course, that goal does stand. But Drew Bickerton from Rise and Tomo Rosso taking a seat for that unsportsmanlike conduct.
Looks like Will Prescott.
Simultaneous, so it will stay. So it's going to be yellow ball, I'm pretty sure.
Starting with it, it looks like...
It is yellow ball. They are signaling. Yeah, it's...
Okay, it's ball's coming on.
So lovely dodge underneath again. And they're swinging the ball really well. And there is a lovely shot. A 4-on-4 goal.
It's a good goal from Rice. Oh, 14-10. They're closing the gap now.
And I think, Fliss doing a great job initiating that dodge to try and get
Dan
it.
Watson, he's going to take it all the way. And he does! He slipped right... He slipped right under defender and scored. 15-10. Forge. To be fair, they're both playing offensively well now. That's Linda Munio. What's he going to do?
So still 4-on-4 here. Plenty of time, 13 seconds. And he's looking for Tom Graham on that side.
Good
I think that was
CCO by
deflected.
Number four, Tom Roper.
So
CCO from Tom Roper. And a clear from Tom Roper on Forge. Good save.
Now even.
By Heismer. Thomas Heismer.
Now even. 5-on-5 on the field.
Tom Roach saying to Forge, get an ISO. Get someone.
Yeah, and they have been successful
get
on those dodges.
To make space and prepare out. And then back move out his way with it. Okay.
Rise with numbers here. Let's see what they can do. On a lovely look in. And just an easy place, well-worked goal by Cam Major. And we have a man down on the field. I was not quite sure what happened there, if there was some contact, but
Jacob Litch calling off James Yu, Hong Kong Box International, also playing for Wolfloft and playing Forge number 23. A very good attacker. Talented player.
Drew Bickerton just hobbling off a little bit. Apparently he was hit in the knee. Ouch. So the clock will start, but it will be Forge ball. It will remain with theirs. With them. It is no reset. It was not a foul.
Dan Watson.
So Watson looking into the middle with Wismer.
Oh, that was a hard. That was that was unfortunate.
Looked like a greaser ball there. And Heitzmer getting the ball up to Rise again. So just within 4 now, so they have caught up Rise. Seeing Corey Carver in the middle, can't quite find him, so swings the ball onto this side. Rise been really good with that Flisk dodge underneath. But Bounier will take it, and he will score.
That was a perfect range shot goal, and now they've closed it up. They've closed the gap to 15-12. Rise are really fighting their way back into this game.
Great placement there. And Forge now probably looking to try and keep that lead up tight.
Yeah, they're still ahead, but it's obviously still much closer.
Oh, that's a low-angle shot, but successful by Zach Spreckley. And the refs are going to come together.
Goal's good. They just confirmed it was a goal.
Yeah, I thought they called the goal already on it, but I think they were just double-checking. And take the ball back. I'm not sure why, but it will be a reset, so they will give that reset, starting for Rise. 1 minute left in this quarter. And I'm sure Rise will want a few more, and that is not what they wanted.
I just heard Robingham Park tell his players what's next is in. Forget the mistake, forget what happened now, focus on the next thing. Like, if you turn over a ball, get ready to ride, or just get back to defense. That's what you need to hear from an expert coach like that.
So Forge looking really calm, trying to work something off this possession. Almost found that man in the middle, but that was a great slide from the Rise defense. But they were getting some different personnel on Forge. And now only 5 seconds to go, and just a loose ball there.
GB by Justin Wismer.
And they probably won't be able to get a shot off, or do they? Oh, they do, but I think it was just a bit late anyway, and it was off target. So Rise starting with the ball again. 1 more possession, it's just 9 seconds. Can they get a shot off in these now 5 seconds to close the gap to 3? And they do shoot, and that wasn't a bad attempt, a little bit of a bouncer. But Noah Arneson reading that ball really well and just keeping Forge 4 up.
Ahead 16-12 at the moment.
A Rise.
Much closer than it was after the second quarter.
So just one more to go. 4 goals, in the grand scheme of things in Sixes is very doable in a very short space of time. And Rise, I think, finding their rhythm a bit better now. Of course, they were much further down early on in the first half, but just 4 goals and high scoring. They're really finding the back of the net, and they're looking a lot more confident.
Oh,
they're taking a few more dodges, and those dodges underneath have been working, especially for Flisk. And those swing balls from the left to the right side, and they're also finding, the later shot with Bunyo far out, but from a swing pass, getting the D's defense's heads turning has worked really well for Rise.
I couldn't agree more. Rise have really sort of risen to the challenge, and now they may still be down, but they're definitely showing that they could still win this game and come back, despite what it looked like in the second quarter.
And Forge still looking really calm. They're just working every possession. Of course, no need to rush, and they're staying really, really composed. I think Rise have shown actually some really good team defense to end that quarter. Really organize themselves, some really great slides, and making sure that pick and roll is really covered from that extra player coming in, and working and knowing and being really aware of the bench actually of what's going on. Tom Roach putting the right personnel on and doing a lot of substitutions, but Rise is handling that really, really well, not getting caught off guard by that, and able to focus in their defense. So great job for them. And back to the last draw we go for this game, and let's see if 8 minutes is enough for Rise to catch up to Forge. Definitely have it in them. So let's see if they can get some possessions converting. Arneson back in goal for Forge, and Heitzmer ready for Rise. Cam Major back in the draw line for Rise. And it seems like Leo Baithorpe and Tom Ross have done one each, and it will be Leo Baithorpe back into the centre for Forge.
Oh, Cam Major, That's fourth face-off for Cam.
So who will get the first goal of this fourth quarter? Any bets on that, Theo? Gotta say it quick before the phase starts.
I'm going to go Forge.
Okay. But is it going to be Rise, loose ball? Gotta make it yellow if they want it. And Thomas Heisman, great effort.
Oh, that was
They
good.
do have 10 seconds to get it over. There's plenty of time, but they're going to look to pass that ball. But no, they had enough time to run it over.
Yeah, a good pick up by Rise keeper Heisman.
And great possession from them. That was a good look in the middle. And there's a shot by Albert Whitehead.
Fair play.
Wasn't really sure whether he was going to shoot that straight away, but that's a lovely feed.
Goal for Rise,
Really lovely feed from Tom Graham. And Albie Whitehead.
Score to 16-13, only 3 goals apart.
Just with a little bit of space. And a lovely grab out of the air, intercepted by Cam Major of Rise. And Rise looking really confident here, starting the fourth quarter. And their bench is definitely looking hyped.
Absolutely.
And again, some players open in the middle, and they're finding those much better now. But Lyndon Bunyo now with a ball, getting past the sticks of Forge defenders, not able to connect that pass completely. But that was a good leg. Forge don't have numbers, but really powerful going through and retaining possession through the Rise players. Dan Watson with the ball on the left side, going underneath. And with a shot and
that was
a goal. Help for the Rise defense underneath.
Dan Watson can be so deceptive because he doesn't always run. You think, he's not going to shoot, or we'll cover it, and then he's precise. So before you know it, it's in, and you're like, what? How did you get it all the way from there? Do not underestimate Dan Watson in any circumstance, even if he's barely moving, because he knows how to work this game to his advantage.
So lovely shot attempt there from Rise, but that was a quick early on in the shot clock, but that was deflected off the goalkeeper, and it came straight in Forge's way. And Wismer again looking for that shot. Change of direction. Oh, no, they almost recovered that very short, and they do actually recover on
CCO by number 4. Number 4.
That clear attempt. And there is a shot by Tom Roper and a goal past Heitzmer.
Yeah,
so taking it back up to 5-goal lead.
Yeah, Forge really starting to kind of, really take, finish this game on strong. Lyndon Bunio with the ball. Yeah.
Yeah, I hear Rise calling a play. Try to set something up, and that's a lovely look. Working that two-man. Oh, it's a little bit forced down the middle. I thought they had hands, and yeah! And Lyndon Bunio picking up that loose ball off that misconnection, but it doesn't matter because he's there to pick it up and score and find the back of the net.
Oh, look at that dodge.
Oh, and wide open
wow.
for number two, Leo Baythorpe of Forge.
Yeah, really well worked goal there. Like, yeah, 5-goal lead at the moment for Forge.
I think Rise just a little bit slow to find their players on Forge, but let's see if they can capitalise off this possession. Throwing the ball, moving the ball really well, Rise. And they haven't connected earlier, but now there is another one to Corey Carver.
Yeah,
finding those connections a little bit better in the inside now.
Really well deserved goal by Corey Carver.
The Forge again in no rush. Just getting set up. There's a pick coming, looking at pick and roll, and I think they were concerned about that pick.
Another goal from Dan Watson. Just really well played, really well thought through, and precise shots. Yeah, just well deserved.
And Tom Green looking like he wants to go, and a great dodger there, but looking to slow break this offense.
Lyndon. Oh,
I think that went.
that was
So
like
there's a
push in the
delay
back.
penalty coming. That was in Tom Graham's
Ooh, Will Prescott.
head, but Tom Graham able to maintain possession.
no,
It
so
will
Will Prescott,
remain
that was a
Rise's ball coming off of that shot
That was,
and
yeah,
a goal.
goal by Tom Graham, but Rice still get the ball because of a delay.
So that is a major
Illegal body check.
illegal body check. That is a major foul. 1 minute. So they're getting people on power on. A full 30, of course. I think Tom Graham did a great job there to maintain possession and work that ball into a shot and a goal. But it's a very early shot in that power play by number 23, Drew Bickerton of Rise. That just puts the ball straight back into Forge's stick. But Rise, of course, a man up, pressuring the clear. They're shouting for their players to get back in. Should be able to deny any shot with a man up for, I think, another 40 seconds or so. Forge not being able to find room to shoot, but just as I said that, his hands were free, shot through two people, and that was a goal. I'm not sure why they slowed that down to say the goal was good, because I thought they had already signaled it. So there still isn't a whistle. So this clock is still running. But that's okay. So now that the penalty is released, they managed to have a few more seconds, I think, wasted there. And that's a great dodge underneath, but unable to find the back of the net. However, there was a deflection, so it will stay yellow ball. Corey Carver doing a great job taking these dodges, but it will come, and he's still got time. 2 minutes now left in the game, so it will be stop clock. 5 goals up by Forge, and that is now close down to just 4 with that shot from Drew Bickerton.
Really good shot from Drew Bickerton.
So Rye shouting to step out. They do
James
need the
Hugh
ball.
looking for an option, number 23.
Yeah, they do need to step up. They need the possession to be able to convert with just 1 minute 30 to go in this fourth quarter. But that's a shot by James
That was a
Zhu.
good save.
That's a
Good
save,
shot.
but that will stay black ball. Yeah, Ashley Gloucester, assistant coach for Rise, saying step out, high pressure, but just a little bit beaten there. Wismer with the shot, but unable to find the back of the net. And Rise has come up with it. Abby Whitehead on that loose ball,
Lyndon Bunio
passing up to
clearing the
Lyndon
ball,
Bunio.
Rice.
And there was a timeout, and that was a timeout. The goal will not stand. One minute, 11 left on the clock, and Rise are 4 goals down. I think probably maybe not quite enough time to completely catch up, but can they narrow this down a little bit, because goal difference could make a difference. And that was a little bit of
how
a...
you said it there. Goal difference can make a difference.
Apologies for the double differences, but
Different squared.
that was really unlucky for Rise, because they were looking to go to goal. They did have numbers. And it would have been, but timeout was called.
It's only
The
the
refs
first
were...
game, so even if they don't come out the victors, if they can narrow the gap, then it's so much hopeful for the next games coming. Now they know what they're getting.
Yeah, absolutely, and they'll be wanting to go hard for the remaining time. Game's not gone away from them totally yet. They want to narrow it down. We are even on the floor, and Rise will have 25 seconds left on the shot clock to try and convert this possession. So moving well off ball. And there's an early shot by Drew Bickerton again, but Arneson with another save. He's been brilliant this whole game and really consistent, actually.
Prescott putting pressure on number 3, trying to push him out. Oh, Tom Graham, really. Oh, that like a rap check there.
But Tomo Rosso doing really well under pressure, maintaining possession, and of course not in a rush to go to goal necessarily, and they do call a timeout as expected. So Tom Roach calling that timeout with 3 seconds left.
Yeah.
He had a timeout left and they had possession, so good timeout to call.
Slow things down to kind of end it on a high, because right now Rise are coming back.
Well, they could draw up a play to just kind of finish this game, with good possession, and just to limit Rise's possession if they do manage to turn it over. So I think Forge, again, very confident. I think they've got the game in the bag, but they will be looking to get another one at the back of the net. Of course, more time on the game clock left than the shot clock, and enough for 2 possessions if they can get it, to try and get maybe a deflected shot. If they can get a reset, then they will be able to get 2 possessions out of the remaining of the game. And Rise, what will they do? They do need to push up. They've only got 1 minute and 11 left, so no risks in pushing up and try and get that possession off Forge to convert for another goal to close the gap to just 3, potentially even 2. We'll see what they can do here. So just 14 seconds left on this first shot clock. So they will definitely be looking. Forge will definitely be looking to get a reset here if they can.
Dan Watson with the ball.
Very close to the halfway line.
Jack Robinson.
There is a man free low crease.
Oh!
And they do.
And he scores. And a late push in the back.
Their player. But no foul here, so Rise do have possession, and they do have almost a full shot clock to do something with it. And Lyndon Bunio with a fake, and room and no one around him to get another shot off into a goal. So that is converted. Still 4
goals
in it, and what a clear.
Forge are getting another chance. Oh, beautiful.
And Rise, I'm sure they'll have another one. And that is another nice save from Arneson. That was actually quite hard to track.
There. Shot after shot after shot.
Yeah, that last couple of minutes of play in the fourth quarter was absolutely thrilling, back and forth, and just good plays actually. No unforced errors, just good lacrosse, good off-ball movement, and great just ball movement in general. So what a way for us to watch that.
I couldn't agree more.
In these kind of games, and I'm sure Rise, again a slow start, but they'll be very proud of how they turned that game around to catch up. To Forge, but Forge again with their first win of this event in 2025. The final score 23-18 in favour of Forge.
Rice did such a good job coming back, because initially it looked like they were just going to get run out of town. To close the gap, to make it that close.
Yeah.
Much potential for future games.
Yeah, so there you go. So Rise have another game to play later on today. So they'll be taking a very short break so that the women's Rise and women's Forge can play against each other for this next game coming up. So please do stay tuned.
So I am here with Rise captain Will Prescott. Will, just thriller of a game. I mean, you started off down, but you fought hard in the second half and looked like you could still very much win it, just like Forge. Any more to say?
Yeah, I think we just gave ourselves a little bit too much to do after the first quarter. But yeah, the boys showed up. We got closer in the end, but we'll bring that energy into the next game and start hot from the start.
Yeah, no, good. Looking forward to it. I loved watching your deceptive use of speed. Sometimes you'd walk and then you just pounce at the goal. Some of your shots were amazing. Yeah, may not have gone your way, but a really good start and good potential for the next few games to come. Yeah, no, what was Bobby like, Robingham Clark like as a coach?
Yeah, really vocal on the side, keeping everything clear for the boys. I think to get the energy going the other way, he was a key part in turning the tide on that. And yeah, just great coach. You saw it with the tactics we were bringing. You know, what's next? Hopefully a win. We've got Swift in an hour or so yeah, we'll bring it, give him a good game, and hopefully bring a win in.
Look forward to it. You know, have a kind of great break. Yeah, you too. Yeah, okay, so we're just right here. Hi, I am with Forge captain Dan Watson. Dan, like, what a good start to the Fly. What more do you have to say? Because it was just such a thrill of a game. Like your defense, your transition, about maybe 6 clears, I calculated. Yeah, what else do you have to say?
It's great fun. Sixes is a great game. It's so up and down, fast, good fun to play out there with the boys. Got a good group together this year, and we're coming together well. So it's see how we do tomorrow.
I mean, yeah, obviously Tom Roach coaching, who you play alongside. All the other talent like Tom Arossa, Tom Roper. Just really good under pressure. And I mean, just still, like, you often have so much space, even when you're transitioning. I'm like, how do you just walk it so beautifully without worrying about being under pressure? Like, and your deceptive cut where you cut and maybe you might circle back around for the ball. Like, how, like, wow, like, just amazing to watch. I really can't wait to see what comes next on the Forge end. Like, yeah. Have a good sort of break and can't wait to see you more tomorrow then. Yeah. Yeah, we've got one more men's game coming up just after the women's game, so stay tuned.
Right, hello and welcome back to the Fly 2025. It's the second of our women's games, and we have Rise taking on the defending champions, 3 times defending champions, Forge.
Yeah, this is going to be a big game. Forge, again, great depth. Rise, we've got 2 players on the roster from Germany. In Jule Neubauer in number 13, she's dressed to play today. And Romina Earhart as well in a second keeper. So that's the first draw.
So underway here, and it is Rise who come away with it.
Yeah, Hannah Whiteley, so strong, so athletic, coming up with that draw and maintaining possession of the ball too.
Yeah, she's done really well. The Scotland international. Just looking to push around, work it round here. Thinking about that shot clock. Laura Merrifield, an absolute veteran of the game, back after having her second child.
Yeah, second. She's got 2 now. And there you go, Anna Saunter looking to drive in, but that's well defended by CC Green.
Shoot being called from the bench, and there's the shot clock. It's given us less of a
possession.
shock this time.
Yeah, we're used to it now. We've had half a day. Nina Sherwin carrying the ball out for Forge now.
Yeah, great bit of aggression in defence.
Yeah, great team defense there from Rise, and the ball's now on the stick of starting goalie Livy Shellikens for Rise, also starting goalie for Forge and Sarah Hearns.
So Rise got to be careful of that shot clock this time.
Yeah, the bench is definitely calling shoot, but sometimes you just can't get the lane. Of course, safety is a big factor in this game, and that's the first shot from Alex Drew, and that is actually able to be maintained by Rise.
She's done really well to keep that in off the back line. It's been a reset on the shot clock, though.
And Lauren Hart there with possession, looking to come over the top.
Swings round again.
That ball's so well read by Liv Wimpenny. And great pressure from Lauren Hart there as well.
Liv Wimpenny captaining this side again. 3rd time, I think.
Yeah, I think all that time.
All-time
with
leading point
Chandler,
scorer.
Yeah. And she's so good at sixes. Of course, veteran in the field game as well. Ella Malik there trying to look for that feed, and Ella Cohen now driving in. Oh, Laura Merrifield, great slide from her, just forcing that shot wide.
Right, 4 coming in off to go back on again for Rise, so fresh legs all over the field. 20 still on that shot clock. No pressure.
Gray looking for Hannah Whiteley there, but... Oh, sorry, Freya Moody. Apologies.
It's the long ponytails.
Yeah. Tall and long ponytails.
It probably doesn't narrow it down much.
Well, actually, Rise have got a very tall team.
Hannah Whiteley there, ready for that double slide.
Yeah, great engagement from Forge, looking for those drives. Engaging the defense. Ella Malik with a shot, but that is coming off Livy Shellikens, so it will maintain black ball. So Forge will get another shot at possession and a fresh shot clock as well.
That's a great save. I think it's off the leg this time. She has got the shin pads on, which a lot of goalies aren't wearing, don't wear.
Quite low shin pads, actually, for shin pads.
Yeah, they're very small. They're the same at the other end for Emily Chandler. It's a long way from when you first start at 11. You have the ones that go up over the knees that you just can't move in. So flying down that left wing, double team coming in, trying to get in on that back check. Shot comes in, and Rise have the first goal of this game. There's some big cheers coming from the crowd opposite.
Yeah, Lizzie Rutherford with that first shot for Rise. Usually a defender in field, but can definitely score 2 here in the Sixes game.
See, Forge were very clever there. And as they put in the equaliser, they're very clever with how quick Emily Chandler is. The goal goes in, and when Sixes first started, Sarah Hearns, apologies. When Sixes first started, it was sort of getting used to it and just being able to pick the ball and go straight away.
But yeah, great reactions and quick clears. Forge, they're so experienced, you know, they've all got, don't think they have any new players into the Fly. I don't know if that's true, but, well, they certainly don't at the moment, so great experience on them. The previous goal scored by Georgie Greenwood off a feed from Nina Sherwin off on the left side, so score still 1-1.
So all the pressure is on Forge. They are the ones with the target on their back yet
100%,
again.
100%. And last year, I think they lost one game in the pool play as well, so can be beaten.
I think it's actually sometimes it's good to get that out of the way.
Yeah.
Well, Rise now looking to try and get ahead again.
Izzy Edward with that shot coming over the top, but just bounces over off targets. The ball will go with Forge.
Again, there's just that extra little bit of bounce. On a day when we maybe had a bit more rain in recent times, that would have just skidded on a little more.
Yeah, I
Liv
agree.
Wimpany does really well to rock back, keep possession, tries to shoot sort of through two defenders there. Shot comes in, that is sensational finish.
Yeah, Lucy Devine with that rip off Ella Cohen's feed. Just well worked ball movement with Forge. And Chess Gray now on the hunt for Rise. Oh, got someone in the crease. And we'll go the other way. Ellen Malik has a clear in front of her.
That's one of those moments, isn't it? You almost get two in your own head.
Yeah.
Went for the fake high, shoot low. We've all heard it before,
I know.
just not the execution of the final shot.
But look, she gets that possession back. She does make it deflect off Livy Shelikin, so they will have another go. And Ella Malik here again with possession. On to Ella Cohen, looking for Hannah Thurston up top. Just teammates in the way on that one.
Keeping an eye on that clock as well. Well, ball's off the side this time, so Rise back in possession. Hannah Whiteley coming down the right wing. Looking to go central. She doubled and loses possession, so Forge now back on the attack.
Yeah, that's really tenacious pressure from Hannah Thurston on that one. Just getting that stick on.
That's great fight.
Yeah, and great pressure from Ella Cohen, also recognizing that actually the loose balls are probably going to go their way. Oh, but another great save from Liv Shelikins. It's two saves with two very clean one-on-one shots there.
I think that's what I actually was liked best as a goalie. It was almost a one-on-one because there's no one in the way.
Yeah,
like,
that's
take a
true.
free position and I'm a happy bunny.
At that point, I think it's sometimes like a mental game,
Yeah.
you know, you're trying to psych each other
They
out.
should score.
Yeah,
So-
they should, you're right. So Lucy Devine, another rip. Getting her hands free. Under a minute to go in this quarter. So Rise will want to go, being 2 goals down here. And Laura Merrifield there, but with a great back check from Liv Wimpany.
Yeah, two players who know each other very well, obviously, from the international stage.
And Nina Show looking up top, almost connected with CC Green there, but Liv Shelikins out of a goal and just loses it. But there is a delayed penalty. Well, there was a whistle, I think hands up, so there is a delayed penalty coming. Not quite sure on who. But I'm assuming it being called now, it will go back with Black. Ooh. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been a whistle, because Yellow had possession and the whistle was blown on the hand up. So there's no, so they're saying it's a loose ball push, so there is no one should be sitting for that. It is just a change of possession.
We're just translating from what the referees are all saying to each other.
Either way, it's still Rise ball.
Laura Merrifield on the drive. Final 10 seconds of this first quarter, and they put it away, Rise, so they do bring one back. They now trail 3-2, having scored the first goal of the quarter. And that will be the end of the first quarter. So at the end of 8 minutes, it's Forge who lead 3-2, having gone 1-0 down quite early on.
Yeah, and Freya Moody, the youngster coming up from the under-20 system, who competed at the Worlds in Hong Kong last year, finishing that shot from veteran Laura Merrifield. With
It's
the
almost
feed,
like
so.
there's something poetic in that.
Yeah.
There's something about batons passing on, something along those kind of lines. Yeah,
Mention
bit of this.
ages and do some maths,
Oh.
but, you know.
I mean, Laura Merrifield could outstrip me on any pitch. So almost odds even at this point in the match. Rise would have been happy that they went 1 goal up early on, sort of try and stamp their authority, show they're not scared of the defending champions, but really good comeback that from Forge, putting 3 in a row in the back of the net.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think difference maker for Rise to start with. I think Livy Shellikens has done a great job.
Yeah.
They got caught out on those 2 fast breaks with numbers from Forge, but doorstop saves from Livy, and even whether they retain possession or not, that's a goal denied. And at this stage, first quarter, early on in this game, she's playing really, really well.
Yeah. We've seen some great saves today, haven't we? First game as well.
Goalies have really stepped up, and yeah, it's great. And we'll see if they decide to split some time in this game. Of course, we're still in pool play, so the coaches like to do different things with different games. Sometimes they like to split the games between 2 goalies. Sometimes they just want to, give
have a bit of
one goalie the whole-
continuity.
Yeah, they're only 32-minute games, right? So I think it's quite hard to warm up in and get your eye in if you're that kind of a goalie. So it'd be interesting to see if Forge puts Sarah Hearns back in with their go with Chandler, because Chandler is dressed to play. But yeah, it will be Sarah Hearns remaining in the goal.
Sometimes I'd love to have coach cam or coach microphone just to hear what's being said.
Mic'd up.
Mic'd up, yeah. Everything's mic'd up these days, isn't it?
We can kind of.
Shuffle. We'll just shuffle this way a bit. Pretend I'm looking for another loose ball. So, first quarter done. In the first quarter, it's the defending champions Forge, 3 times champions, leading 3-2 against Rise. But that's barely anything in a game of sixes.
So Rise has decided to put in Romina Earhart from Germany into the goal, and Livy Shellikens will take some time out of the second quarter.
Well, Romina Earhart has had a very long train journey and also come from Germany, but I was hearing about her journey through around
train
London.
journey,
On the wrong
really?
trains,
Oh,
this, that, and the
no.
other. Great save. Well,
Yeah.
that's worth the long train journey
Yeah.
if you're going to make a save like that.
And that's the first save, denied. Ella Cohen's shot. But of course it will remain Black's ball. And Kara Johnson with a rip and another save from Romina.
Goes for the short clear this time. Picks up Merrifield. Powering down the centre.
Anna Saunter finding the back of the net. Through, I swear there were like 4 Forge players
There did
around
look
her.
like there was a lot of black shirts in there.
And that evens it up.
It's a great take by Liv Wimpany. Looks to try and go for the roll. Dispossessed, and ball's back in Rise possession, and they come flying down the centre this time.
Yeah, Alex Drew with that loose ball, and Hannah Wiley not quite able to connect with Chess Gray. But will she maintain possession? No, not quite. So we'll go back to Forge's way. I think that was a great look from Hannah Wiley, just not quite connecting with that pass, but the vision was excellent.
Yeah, really good peripheral vision. I think it's so important in a game like this, especially being able to use that width when players are tired, especially just keep going across and not being predictable.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't even know where Chess Gray came out of. I don't know if she just came off the bench, so she was on that low side, but
out of nowhere.
Freya Moody doing great to stay within the centre line. Great awareness from the youngster.
And again, Chess Gray does really well to keep possession. That drops it first time, manages to go for the clean pick-up, puts the shot and just can't find the back of the net on the rebound. Rise still in possession. Trying to execute the pick this time, and well saved. That made a hell of a ball-on-skin noise.
Yeah, that's Lizzie Rutherford with that shot, but they will get a full reset off that deflection of Sarah Hearns. But just a little bit of a loosey pass, and they are shouting to drop, and they will need to make sure they get ahead of the ball, because that will be Forge ball on the over and back. So Romina Earhart just flicking the ball away so that Forge can start, and Forge just getting some new legs on the field.
I like the over and back as a rule. Is it coming from basketball? It's one of those sort of pick and choose kind of rules
it
in
happens
there.
in box across already. And in men's as well, there's an over and back. It's just in women's field that there isn't.
I think it's a very clever situation. Sometimes I think they should bring it in football, because I do get very bored of just kicking the ball back.
Well, surely they just kick it back and forth anyway.
Yeah. A more simple game, perhaps.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Forge still in possession. 3-3. Nothing separating these two sides at the moment.
Yeah.
Shot goes away, and that will be Forge going ahead. So they now lead 4-3. And on the quick clear from Earhart.
Yeah, and Georgia Greenwood with that shot and goal. also use the QB system. And there's Alex Drew with her first goal of today. Oh, there says no goal. They've said no goal. And that was a great look from Anna Saunter as well, but I think she might have been in the crease. Unlucky for Alex Drew. Because they're gonna need to stop that because they need to call. Oh, they are calling the timeout.
Yeah, that was interesting. It looked like such a great finish, didn't it, from Alex Drew? She just sort of appeared out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And then by the time the whistle went again, she was so far back on the redefense.
I don't know.
Ball just came flying in our
sorry.
direction there, and then.
Sorry for the little.
Well, you've only got one hand as well to try and pick it up. So microphone in one hand and cast on the other.
I had a foot.
A foot, yeah. It hurts though. In the ankle.
So here we go. So Forge with that timeout. We've got 4 minutes and 35, but something Connor Dockery, the head coach, maybe wanting to communicate to the team. That isn't happening, so we'll see what they do here. So
It's a very loud bench, the Rise bench in front of us. They're
We are
pumped
quite
up. They're
close,
pumped up,
yeah.
aren't they?
So no reset on the clock, was off a timeout, but there are 28 seconds.
So Forge still in possession here. Just working it behind the goal, trying to build up top. Quick change of hands, going left. Trying to take on Laura Merrifield there and looking for that player in the hold. No one there. Player pops out up top.
And they were sacking the ball well. Karis Johnson able to keep that inbounds. Just 5 seconds. Ella Cohen's there as well, but no, Karis Johnson will take it herself, and that is a goal. Chess Gray doing well to get up ahead of steam, but not quite. They don't quite have numbers there. And Laura Merrifield open in the middle, but Lauren Hart will be open in the middle. Will take that shot. And that's a great save from Sarah Hearns.
I was also really good on the redefense there from Forge. The goal went in and they were immediately back there. Karis Johnson put the goal away and she was almost already back right in her defensive end.
Yeah, you almost thought to shoot and not look at where it goes and just get down.
Yeah, yeah, it does feel like that. So Forge still with ball in their possession, leading 5-3.
Another save. Oh.
Liv Wimperney, all-time leading goal scorer in the fly with the redefense. We're on the rebound even. Puts that one away, puts them 6-3 ahead.
I think
Rise now back in possession.
Sorry, I think Rise was trying to get that off to Romina, but Romina not quite ready, and Liv just, you know, you can reach in sixes to pick up the ball that's within the cylinder, as long as your feet are out, which is what she did, and that's just a quick dunk into the goal. Oh, it's a great save from Sarah Hearns.
That would have been magnificent.
Yeah. Little jump shot, love a jump
Little
shot.
jump shot, leaping in the hole. Just not quite put away to finish. So it's Laura Merrifield keeps the ball. And the full clock on the reset. So they've got the full 30 seconds and a great save again. Perhaps not the angle on the shot this time.
Yeah, Freya Moody got a really good step around her defender, but maybe a bit of a low angle. But a great attempt and a good save from Sarah Hearns. Let's not take anything away from Sarah Hearns. She's done a great job so far in this game. And then Lucy Devine looking for Liv Wimpenny. And I think that might be a dangerous. So that is a goal. So the goal will stand. The penalty is on Freya Moody of Rise with a slash.
So she'll take
Major
a minute.
foul.
She'll take a minute in the bench, in the shade. Sounds all right to me.
Yeah, so first power play of the game here.
That's a great finish.
Yeah, Lucy Devine, that's great look down to Ella Cohen. A zipper down to Ella Cohen, just finding easy to the back of the net. She loves that low crease angle shot.
Great connecting passes that from Rise, and that's such a well-built goal.
Yeah.
And that shows just how important those stick skills are. They just found those opportunities, and Forge players just struggling to catch up with it, so it's just always one step behind.
Right, and I think they were just worried about the ball. Anna Saunter had the ball far side, and actually Anna Saunter is a really smart player, has really great vision, and Lauren Hart, you know, she likes to score. She's going to go towards goal, and she managed to finish that. But on this side, Forge just also... Oh, I thought they went over and...
There's the
back.
signal, yeah. Get you out there in a black and white shirt in a minute.
Well, yeah.
So Forge leading 8-4. Rise in possession. They've got plenty of time on the shot clock.
And they are still a person down, but they are now even with 20 seconds to go still. So plenty of time on this even strength possession.
Just over a minute to play. 15 seconds left on that shot clock. 10 now goes for the shot. Saved really well. Sticking out a right boot. Now under a minute to go in this first half.
That was a great release from Alex True, but I think it was just wide, and it'll go back to Forge. And they are, Rise are getting these shots off.
It's almost more frustrating at that point. Just not quite got the finish, whereas Forge demonstrating their finish really well.
Right.
They now lead 9-4.
Lucy Devine with another goal for Forge. Oh, great wraparound shot by Hannah Whiteley. Really quick successive goals here. 23 seconds left. And I'm guessing they'll want to use all 20 seconds here, but no, maybe not. They will go straight away. That's Liv Wimpenny looking for Hannah Thurston, number 16 of Forge. And the refs have signaled the goal, so it is a goal. It's a very clear signal there. So Rise just need to go, really, because they've only got 10 seconds.
Yeah, and Forge are really pushing ahead now, extended their lead. It's now 10-5. Into the final second, and there's the buzzer. So half-time, it's the defending champions Forge, who really have forged ahead, leading 10-5 at half-time. So Rise have got some work to do, and some ground to make up.
Lauren Hart gave CC Green a load of pressure at that end to just make sure that she couldn't get that ball for potentially another shot. But Forge doing a good job. Now 10-5. I think Rise had a good start to that quarter, but unable to keep that momentum going. I mean, of course, Forge so good at just getting back into their focus and regrouping. But I think Rise probably looking quite happy.
It's not that they've not played badly. That's the thing. It's just that final execution of the shot. Yes, there've been some great saves, but they've been really good in their transition up the field, and then they're just not putting the shot away.
I agree, and actually, I just looked at the scoreboard again. It was 10-5, and I was like, it didn't really feel like
it didn't
10-5.
at all. It didn't at all.
I think Rise obviously had loads of possession, and I think you're right. It's just the finishing.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's, and I do feel like they have been on target a fair bit. So Sarah Helens again doing a great job for Forge, but maybe a little bit more movement of the goalie, perhaps.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what they're talking about. But yeah, I think they are connecting well too. So Emily Chandler we see warming up for Forge, and maybe we'll see her in the second half. So
They've got two very strong goalies.
Yeah, they do.
Side.
And I wonder whether Rise will go back with the Michellikins, whether they're doing first and third quarters, maybe in second and fourth quarters. They might be splitting it that way. But
it would be interesting to hear what is being said, because there's so many good things being done.
Yeah, there are. And actually both teams are really playing as a team.
Yeah, because we saw in the first game, at times it was quite scrappy both sides, but these two have felt pretty clinical.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's their first game of the tournament, actually. But I mean, of course, a lot of them would have played together, numerous times. Hannah Whiteley and Jessica, obviously, both on the Scottish team.
Yeah.
And a lot of GB players on this Rise squad, I can see. So, very, very familiar, but so are Forge. So it's all clicking well together for them.
Yeah, just as the music seems to be getting louder. I can't wait for the weekend to begin. Well, it's here.
Yeah, the sun's out.
The sun's out, the Pims is on tap.
Yeah, the Pims on tap.
Happy days.
So if you can get yourself down here, we've got another full day tomorrow, so why not get yourselves down to Blackheath
And then if you
Rugby
can't
Club?
get down here, get up to Manchester in a few weeks' time.
Yes, absolutely. So if this was a bit too far for you, hopefully Manchester's a little bit closer. That will be the finals weekend as well. So, of course, going into the knockouts and the semi-finals, of course, just 4 teams for both women's and men's, but they will play off next weekend. Not next weekend, actually, but the next fly weekend.
The next fly weekend.
To get into the championship. So Forge looking strong as defending champions, as expected.
I still think the target on your back, try and make it 4 on the trot. That's quite an ask, but I guess we said the same last year to make it 3 in a row.
Yeah.
So done the hat trick.
But I mean, last year they were close to not being. You know, there were some one-goal games. I think there was
very
one
close
overtime game.
Very close final as well.
Yeah, I remember that. So I think, it's doable, and the teams are catching up. And all 4 teams are very, very strong. You know, the coaches have drafted very well. We've got some, great new youngsters, young players coming up. So we shall see.
Right, so the 2 teams both now heading out to the middle after their half-time discussion. So remember that Rise scored the very first goal of the game, but then the comeback came on from Forge, and they've pushed ahead since then. It's been pretty tight at times, but Forge leading 10-5 as we go into this second half. And similar to the first match, Rise have got to put away the first goal and just try and show that they can get that finish off.
Yeah, that will be the crucial thing. And Emily Chandler going in for Forge here.
Captain.
Yep.
In the goal.
Always played for Forge.
Always played for Forge. Forge through and through. She bleeds black and green.
Yeah, she really does.
Which would sound like she's got some kind of strange illness that she should probably get checked out. So
normally in, the GB colours, normally.
Well, 2 people who are not unfamiliar with GB colours will be taking the draw here, Liv Wimperney and Laura Merrifield. How long have we been hearing those 2 names around international lacrosse?
2 very tall players off the draw, but of course a very small circle here in Sixes. So.
Right, second half about to get underway. Music still blaring in the distance. Forge leading 10-5. Right, ball goes up. And it's Liv Wimperney tries to come out with it, and it is still Forge.
Georgia Greenwood with that pick up there. And Ella Cohen wide free with Livy Shellikins back in goal for Rise to the third quarter.
That's a fantastic finish. Gone for the sling side shot.
Ella Cohen, you don't want her hands free and with no one on her taking that shot. You really don't. And just a great check from her as well.
Hanging the stick out a little bit there. Making some kind of call. I can't hear what it is, but there's definitely something. Laura Merrifield goes to try and create the pick. Not used, but she does get the ball. And there's no one
knocked down. Liv Wimperney with that loose ball. And earlier, I know Black got the ball on the draw. I was pretty sure that you weren't allowed to make contact until the ball has hit the ground with the 2 people taking the draw, but it was a bit scrappy, and we'll let that go, I guess.
I think it might be the weirdest start to a sport. The draw or the face-off. And they add another to their total. Now lead 12-5.
Liv using her height just to shoot over her defenders there. She was well, defended, but she's got really long reach and too close to the goal for her. Can't let her that close to the goal. She really likes that close-up inside shots. Oh, Hannah Whiteley was looking for that 1-2 there. Not quite there. Laura Merrifield with an attempt. How is she so agile after having
honestly,
two
that would have been a perfect slide tackle.
Idea.
Get her in the FA Cup final, that. Well, Forge now looking to extend this lead. They already lead by 7. 6 minutes still to go in this quarter. Does really well to come out of 3 defenders. Sticks in all directions. You could hear it, couldn't you?
Yeah, so there is a delayed penalty coming. I'm not sure what that... I thought that was just well defended on CC Green. That's going to be a reset. That's going to stay Black, so they're not going to... Oh, they are going to stop the time to call the penalty. So I'm not sure. I thought that was good defense
I did too, yeah.
on CC Green. And I thought, CC Green also protected the ball really well. But I think that they're going to call a push for number 13, Eula Neubauer. It's only 30 seconds to minor foul, so not too long, but let's see if Forge can make something of this power play.
It suddenly feels very long, though, when you're 7 goals behind, doesn't it?
Yeah. Gosh, 7 goals.
7 goals. Suddenly in my head was trying to check that I could -5 from 12. I am right. It is 7. That one finds the side of the net this time.
Yeah, shot from Nina Sherwin, but not the best angle.
Yeah, it's a poor clear, that one, right at the feet. And now Forge back in possession. Goalie to goalie. You can hear the call coming in from the side. Take your time on that clear. And this time wasted. We've not seen a lot of that from Forge.
A couple of unforced errors from both sides in this. And actually, I don't know if you feel it was a little bit quiet to start, but
yeah,
Let's see if we can pick it up now. Lauren Hart with the ball, taking it down for Rise. Alex Drew's there, the lefty, working her side of the field.
Another very strong young player.
Yeah, young but very experienced. You know, she started her international career very young. And now Lizzie Rutherford with a drive.
Alex Drew just hanging out in that right in front of goal there. She is free.
Yeah. But, okay, so that did hit the post. Not quite in time, says the refs. So it will go black ball. And, yeah, maybe Rise didn't quite see some open players.
It's one of those, when there's that many sticks around, you almost drop your head a little bit, and then you need to look up and see that Alex Drew, no, she's not the tallest of players, but kind of hanging out in front of that goal.
I think Forge did a good job on maybe like making sure that Rise's hands weren't quite free so that they couldn't make a good pass, but maybe a little bit more movement with the feet. But let's see if they can do something here. Forge just another unforced error from them. So, and Rise will make the most of that and take a time out.
Interesting, the refs have just been having a few words with the Rise bench as well. So they need to watch their substituting. So I think players are coming on too quickly.
Or maybe cutting the corners.
Oh,
there's a coach's walk here as well, which obviously they can't go in. So I wonder whether they're just running on. But I mean, it's such a tight call, that,
isn't it? But I guess if you,
well,
I think that's a sign of us being terrible overseeing a game.
It's
a corner, cut it. It's fine. It's quicker.
Fine.
Yeah. So
if
what?
Not looking.
Just a quick hop over.
They're not calling it. Just go.
They didn't see it. Didn't happen. Yeah.
Exactly.
Anyway, so at this point, it is Forge who are leading 12-5. So still by 7. Last few words in the Rise huddle. Got to try and drag themselves back into this. Just over 4 minutes still to go in this third quarter. Here, coach and chatting to his team. We can get this. I like that positivity.
Yeah, I mean, still plenty of time to go.
So Rise in possession here. Hannah Whiteley taking on Liv Wimperney.
Yeah,
well taken. Excellent grab. Yeah. Sticking that left hand out.
Izzy Edwards, great hands there. Chess Gray with the inside roll, not finding any space. 5 seconds on the shot clock.
Got to take that shot.
Yeah. Oh, and Freya Moody does get that shot off, but it is wide. I don't know if she actually just got it in time or whether it was just wide and that's a turnover, but great effort from her recognizing the time here. So Lucy Devine taking it up for Forge, finding Cece Green.
I really like this use of the width of the pitch, the long ball, saving your legs.
Let the ball do the work.
The ball travels far faster than I can run.
And Ella Malik free there. Hannah Whiteley, though, she's so fast. Great transition player. And she's going for it, and there's a lovely shot and a goal.
That's sensational.
Yeah.
That's just pure fitness. Get herself there. Stretched so much further ahead than her defenders. Struggled to keep up. Gave herself room. Didn't panic. And puts away the one-on-one. 6-12 now.
Karis Johnson, they're handing the ball, looking for that low cross crease. Not connected into a shot, but Ella Cohen still with the ball.
There's too many yellow sticks in there. Great save as well.
Yeah, Georgia Greenwood tried a low shot. Of course, if you hit someone in the knee or below the knee, it's not a dangerous shot, so might as well try take it.
Might as well.
Anna Saunter, I thought should have been a bit quiet, but there's her goal. With a feed from Laura Merrifield. Top corner.
So that's 2 on the trot now for Rise. Now trail just by 5.
2 minutes 20 in this quarter as well. Still plenty of possessions.
Long ball comes out up top. Liv Wimperney looks for the roll. Tries to get through between 2. Laura Merrifield.
Yeah, great slide from
plants
her.
herself in the way. Just too much bounce there. Again, it's that hard ground. You've got to anticipate. And finally they put it away just on the buzzer.
That does go in, just shooting over a player again, but Laura Merrifield going up the other way already.
Well, that is quite a finish. It gets the big one, the big yes.
I think that was offside as well. That was offside on her left, but with the right hand up, and that just well placed. So much control, and quite similar to the Hannah Whiteley goal actually, but both very good transition players, very long strides. can't keep up, really.
Goes for the power shot. Well saved in the end, off the glove.
Oh, you can't go back into the crease, but we'll let that one go. I thought the player gained possession outside, but there it is.
Excellent fake. What a finish.
Movie, another great finish past Emily Chandler.
Coach liked it too. So a minute of this quarter still to go.
Yeah, they've caught up to within 4, right?
Trailing 13-9. At one point, they were 7 down.
Yeah. So Forge wants to use all the time. If they can get a reset here, that'll also be great. Great check from Alex Drew, and she's got clear air in front of her.
This is
Chased down by Cece Green. And a great goal by Alex Drew.
That's the experience as well, not letting the moment get to her. She had all the time in the world, goes for that fake.
She did go very close to the goal, though.
She did, didn't she? So now back within 3. 33 seconds still to go in this third quarter. Trail by 3. 13-10 to Forge.
And Forge also call a timeout. They have possession, so 33 seconds, and they'll want to draw something out to use all of the clock. So Rise really pumped on the bench,
aren't they? Yeah, I can hear the word rattled from Hannah Whiteley there.
Well, within 3, having been, 7 down, they've done really well, and I mean they look very happy.
I'm inspired.
Right?
I'm listening to. I'm just
just trying to
pick up some
Eavesdrop
inspiration.
into
Please,
their
can I just wake up in the morning and Laura Merrifield come and yell things at me? Like,
rattled,
rattled. Every time we fight back, and I'm hearing it all, and I'm thinking, you know what? When I wake up tomorrow and it's Sunday morning, and I think, you know what would Laurie Merrifield say at this point when I don't want to go to the gym at 6 a.m.?
You need that printed on a t-shirt.
What would Laura Merrifield say? I like it. I think we could sell some of those at the Fly Finals weekend.
Maybe.
Get back in touch with Cookery, see what they'll make us.
So 29 seconds on the shot clock, 33 on the game clock.
Forge in possession. Just looking to try and create something from behind the goal this time. Pushing back up top centre. Goes out wide with that nice change of hands. Again, working around the back of the goal. Great intercept. Love that from the goalie. It was one of the most satisfying things as a keeper, to be able to anticipate.
And that's why we're at just 10 seconds, so they're going to say to go. And there is a goal! Who was that? Hannah Whiteley? I think she was down on that low crease.
Yeah, the offload from Laura Merrifield to Hannah Whiteley, and that's just the perfect finish to this quarter from Rise, who is celebrating as if they've just won the World Cup.
Yeah!
They just trail by 2 going into this final quarter. This is going to be a great last 8 minutes. Rise have the momentum.
Yeah, and Forge, it's been a while since they scored, I think, with Rise just crawling back again, a game of runs, and that was Rise's run to end that quarter. They look so happy. Of course, we are closer to the Rise bench, to be fair, so we can see them a bit clearer. But I'm sure Forge still really used to being able to crawl back in these games.
Yeah, but they know that they've got the history, haven't they, Forge? They know how to fight back in games, they know how to win, and winning becomes this sort of habit. And it seems to be a habit they're very happy to be in.
Yeah.
But they do look a lot quieter, a little more downcast. They know that they've really been caught up by Rise there, who have got the momentum. They've got the vibes.
Yeah, and they are, and actually, I don't know whether that's because it's really hard from a defensive point of view, I think, when you've had a couple of runs against you that have all kind of come from one-on-ones almost. Rise haven't had any like that, that long settled possession. They've actually all been run and gun, long transition goals, just hard working.
It's not particularly. There's not really a set play in there. There's just
with Alex Drew free one-on-one, and then Laura Merrifield and Hannah Whiteley both grabbing a loose ball and just going all the way to the other end. So. I think if they can just minimize those Forge, they'll come back into this game, I think, pretty easy. But and Rise, this is what they need to keep doing. It seems to be working for them to try and push the momentum when they have possession and just shoot hard and shoot and look around and just keep going. So
well, that's what we're going to do. Look around and just keep going.
Yeah.
So coming into this final quarter, it's still Emily Chandler in the goal for Forge.
Just keep running.
Just keep running. What would Dory do? No, what would Laura Merrifield say? That's all I'm going for. So I'm going to wake up tomorrow and text you and say, what would Laura Merrifield say? You'd be like, leave me alone, it's 7 a.m, George. All right, the two veterans again back in the centre, Liv Wimpney and Laura Merrifield.
And Rise, I'm sure, will want the next goal too.
They're absolutely buzzing on this Rise bench just to our right. It's gone very quiet around Blackheath Rugby Club.
Yeah, nice.
Just getting those two sticks in place for this draw, and there we go. The break in the silence. Two players poised. Really, he's taking his time to place this draw.
It must have been a long time since Laura Merrifield took a draw, but that experience is coming in.
She's done really well there. The fight on the ground.
And I think that's going to... Yeah,
I think she just flicked it off in the end. So Liv Wimpney takes it off the side.
Ella Cohen up to Nina Sherwin.
And they're playing really pulled out, aren't they, Forge? Giving themselves the opportunity to accelerate and take on the defender.
They're really wide, but they're zipping their passes as well, which is getting very helpful. Liv using X. Really good team defense here because they've got 5 seconds, and that's it. And Nina Sherwin, can she find someone for a shot? No.
That's excellent defense, that from Rise. The pressure they put on, just absolute brick wall. Look left.
Oh, unlucky by... Oh, that was really unlucky by Alex Drew, but Laura Merrifield with that really quick, clear and heads-up play.
And then the hustle there from Alex Drew to get the check in.
Great stick. Rice still getting pumped up. Romina Earhart back in goal for them. But Lucy Devine coming up with that loose ball.
And the great final check on the catch there as Liv Wimpney looked like she was just in that perfect position right in front of the goal.
So that is Rice ball because I think that came off.
Yeah, it came off the check off Wimpney.
Yeah. So I don't know why Lauren Hart went to chase that one down. That would have just been theirs anyway if it was out of bounds.
So clear comes out, and now Rise back on the attack, back over that centre line. Looks to find the free player. It goes low, great save by Chandler in the end. Again, perhaps off the glove, and she loves coming flying out that goal. She's back in now.
And Chess Gray unlucky on that. I think Chess Gray was open on that lefty crease side, but I mean, still a good shot by Freya Moody.
And Rise still in possession. Yeah, the intercept comes in, but not taken cleanly. Ground ball kept by Rise. Oh, perhaps almost a stick to the face there.
Yeah.
Seems all right. Chess Gray
did great to keep her patience and cool.
Got to take that shot. Well saved by Chandler, flying over really in the end.
Yeah, I think probably just a little forced shot, but she had to take that shot. It was the end of that shot clock, but so good to be able to get that shot off anyway. Lizzie Rutherford, good effort from her.
So Forge still leading 13-11. 5.5 minutes still to go in this game. The first game for both these sides in the 2025 edition of the Fly. And that's really well taken, leaping above her head. The fast shot comes off low. Well saved.
Oh, I think that
it's gone. It's just trickled over.
So Cece Green absolutely trying to rip that shot, and it does trickle in.
So they now lead again by 3. 5 minutes on the clock. You always feel like they're building something, don't they, Rise? They've just got that kind of momentum about the side at the moment.
Do. And they just play hard for the whole entire of the shot clock duration, and it's really nice to see. But another good save from Emily Chandler and a ground ball.
I think that was one of those, didn't really have enough on it in the end, but running out of time, sort of just had to take the shot. Chess Gray didn't quite have the angle or the power on it. Great use of the whip from Forge.
Yeah, great ball movement here.
Again, that defence from Rise has been so strong, especially in these last 2 quarters. And the stick comes in the way again.
Yeah.
And the clear comes out. Not the most accurate of clears.
No.
She's just trying to be too quick with them at times. Plenty of time on the clock.
Yeah, and actually there were a lot of people coming off the Rise bench as well that could have been better options.
But again, with a great save. And that's the part of her game that's been really good. Just the clearing has wobbled a little at times.
So, ref's timeout, I think. Yeah, I think we're just checking that the goal is okay, because I think that was potentially a shot directly to the head. But Ramina's saying she's fine, so we shall continue.
So reset the clock. So just under 4 minutes now still to play, and it's Forge who still lead by 3. They're in possession, 14-11. Looks to try and find the player coming down the centre in that hole. Hannah Whiteley is rapid. Top banana being called, and yes it is! I heard the call of top banana from the bench, and it's exactly what she's delivered.
I mean, she's just so strong. You just see her run, you just see the strength, but there's an answer, straight reply from CC Green, and she gets a delayed penalty. So they will regain possession, Forge, after that very quick answer. I didn't know if Rose was so busy celebrating that maybe they were a little bit caught off guard and CC Green had a clear run to goal, but we will... It is a slash, so that's a 1 minute major foul. That's number 13.
His players running on and off in all directions. No one's really quite sure what's going on.
I think in home for Rise is Laura Merrifield serving that penalty for slash. If refs aren't able to determine which player caused the foul, then
would you just take this? I'd be like, I'll take it. I'll sit down.
Yeah, but if you don't know who did it, then
you don't know, then I'll just sit. It's okay. Someone has to take one for the team. Sit down. Great save again. Again, the goalie's just proving how important they are in this game.
Yeah.
So many more shots.
It's Cece, not a bad shot. It's just, again, the ground is so hard. That was a big bouncer. Ooh!
Almost a collision.
Hands. Well, ridiculous in that clip.
Excellent. It's like she's got glue in her stick.
I know.
So
okay,
timeout.
3 minutes and 3 goals down.
Ooh,
so enough possessions to get 3 goals off. If they can deny all of the shot attempts by Forge.
What makes it difficult, I think, because of this Sixes format, is, they'll put one away, and like we saw just a minute ago, so quickly, Forge can just make up for it and get it back down the other end with the clear.
So that's the thing. I wonder what they're talking about. Are they going to press on the clear really tight?
It's difficult, isn't it?
What will they do? They need the ball.
That's
one thing.
You need the ball, yeah. No ball, no goal.
Oh,
so Rise just coming together.
There's actually also a penalty on Liv Wimpenny of Forge for a slash as well. So at this crucial moment, when there's also been a timeout called, they're going to get a man-up opportunity
and
with
have
3
quite
possessions.
fresh legs.
Yeah, hopefully 3 full possessions. So,
although Laura Merrifield is still sat down in front of us.
So both 1 minute. I think the Laura's was about 20 seconds earlier. So they will also be up for a little bit once Laura Merrifield is released. So right now it's 4-on-4 on the field.
As if they weren't doing enough running. So Rise in possession. Hannah Whiteley sends it out to her Scotland teammate Chess Gray. Nicely building here. Looks like she's just ready to release. Tries to take on defender again. Finds Whiteley. It winds up. Decides against it. Takes the shot. Well saved by Emily Chandler. And Forge now charging down the centre.
Hannah Thurston coming down.
Great save again. Just be careful with that clear. There it comes. Rise
they
again.
Have numbers. They do have numbers coming down. It's 5v3 right now.
And Laura Merrifield's back on.
Oh, yeah. Oh, but
just that final shot.
So with Hannah Thurston all the way down on the other end and Liv Wimpenny still sat down on the penalty area, there was 5-on-3 opportunity coming down. Not quite sure if they realised that in the heat of the game, but so now 2 minutes. The goal difference is still just 3. So Rise with the ball now. Ellicone looking for that really long ball up top. What a take!
What a back tech from Chess Gray!
What a great series of plays there. Just so much hustle on both sides.
That's sensational. That pass.
That clear, yeah. That great job from Ellicone to Lucy Devine.
So we're into the final 2 minutes now. Rise in possession, still trailing by 3. And well saved again by Emily Chandler. The check comes on the goalie. Long clear from Chandler. Rise players just sprinting to get down in defence. And they're just slowing it down here, Forge. They know they've got plenty of time at this point. They lead by 3 and there's only a minute and a half still to go.
So I think maybe Forge not wanting to be pressured under that clear, but they do have possession. They're going to take it slow and they will get the ball back, whatever happens, because there is a delayed penalty coming. Lucy Devine finding Georgia Greenwood, but coming off the keeper. So they will blow to serve that penalty now.
And again, really well saved.
Yeah.
The saving in this game has been sensational.
So that will be interference number 18. So 18, Freya Moody will have to sit for Rise. So minor fouls with just 30 seconds for that penalty. So Forge, they'll be man up with 1 minute 17 to go. So if they can get another reset like that, they could just retain possession if they can
just keep a hold of it.
You do have to shoot because of the shot clock, and Romina Earhart also made some great saves. So
yeah, go to the roll, change of hands, can't get through. I've been so impressed by Rise's defense though as well today.
Yeah, just as a team as well, just sliding well, and still, not giving Forge any room to shoot.
Shot comes off.
Try and shoot over, and there's Romina Earhart, and there's Freya Moody really straight from the bench, looking for that long clear. Not quite there, but Lauren Hart.
Yeah, just not using her vision there. They do have the chance now. 35 seconds still on the clock. Forge now back in possession, stealing the ball.
That was a great stick from Ella Malik, and Chandler with that nice, easy clear. Back to CC Green, and they're in no rush.
Chill out being
chill
called.
Out, that's what I was saying. So as we expected, 20 seconds left. 3 goals to go. For Rise to catch up to Forge here.
14 seconds, 10 on the clock. They lead 15-12. Forge are in absolutely no hurry whatsoever. Rise defenders being told to step out into the final few seconds here. Shot clock with 1.6 seconds on the clock.
And just so much respect, everyone's still working hard to get down that field,
and there it is, full time on this game. What a match we've seen, but it is the defending champions Forge. They win it 15-12. What a comeback it was from Rise in that middle period of this game, but it was a great game we've been privileged to witness here.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course tight first quarter too. It was just that second quarter that Rise just let slip out of their control a little bit, but what a fight, and just some absolute great individual lacrosse moments in that whole game as well. Like just some wild
and
clears and just
the
great
display of
moments
fitness as well
and strength. That was an absolute game to watch there. So hope you all enjoy that.
Yeah, some serious players to keep your eyes on. But that is the end of this game here. So at the end of it is Forge who win it 15-12.
penultimate game of day one here at the Fly 2025. We've seen both teams so far today, and now it's time to welcome them back for game two. First of all, would you please welcome the team representing Rise Men?
All right, we are back with another men's match. Theodore Butler with Jane Lee. Jane, just going to announce the names of Rise and Swift.
Yeah, good afternoon. We're here on a sunny Blackheath Rugby Club. This is the third game of the men's for the Fly 2025. Already down with 2 games so far. Both of these teams having played earlier today, so now getting their eye in as well. So we have for the Swift men, number 27, William Baxter, number 6, Toby Cleaver-Ross, 4, Josh Clegg, number 7, Rintaro Fujita, number 10, Thomas Gilbrick, number 12, Danny Hilditch, number 22, Dan Jones, number 23, Jamie Mochin, and number 21, Ben Page Laycock, 48, Josh Polk, and 8, Jamie Powell. For the Rise men, we have number 85, Danny Fagan, number 23, Drew Bickerton, 29, Lyndon Bunio, number 19, Corey Carver, number 17, Seb De Siena, and number 14, Daniel Flisk, number 6, Tom Graham, number 16, Ed Hilditch, number 2, Cam Major, number 4, Will Prescott, and number 48, Albert Whitehead. We have captains for each team in Ben Page Laycock for Swift men. And for the Rise men, we have Lyndon Bunio and Will Prescott working together. So just a few more minutes to go of this last men's game for today.
So yeah, what are you looking forward to this game? Like, what do you want to see?
Well, I think Rise are being very unselfish, and I think they got unlucky with a few shots, and I've spoken to a few of their players coming off the back of their first game saying we're just going to find it back in the net, and I agree, but I think now they're like way more confident, and they've had one game down, so definitely the early game jitters will be off. And then Swift also, so both teams with I think a 2-3 goal loss was that each for those games. So coming off a quite hard fought game, so they definitely want to go out of today with one win under their belts. Swift, again some great play, some great teamwork, maybe unable to find some of the connections that could have been open on the inside, but I'm sure they will have review that from the earlier games. So Ravi Sitlani, the head coach of Swift, I'm sure will be communicating that with the rest of his team, and of course Bobby Ingham Clark, the head coach for the Rise men, taking them through to their second game here.
Yeah, no, I want to see. I mean, I think even though they came on the short end of the Forge game, I think Rise have the potential to make a comeback in this game. So, and knowing how good Bobby Ingham Clark is as a coach, I'd like to see them kind of make a comeback again.
Yeah.
But Swift are also good too, so Swift will definitely give them.
Yeah, and it looks like Swift will be. I think William Baxter played the whole entire game earlier on. It looks like Toby Cleaver-Ross is getting ready to start in the goal. So Scotland, in the Scotland system, and of course I think in the GB as well. So he's getting ready to start for the Swift men. So let's see if Rise can find some openings there. Of course, great goalies. On both sides, we have Thomas Heitzmer from the Netherlands in the Rise cage for them today. So the coaches just meeting with the refs to make sure that their teams are both properly equipped, etc. Not sure if they've had a captain's toss yet. Have you seen that happen yet?
I don't think so. I think they're just.
I think they'll do that now, but assuming everyone is well equipped and was ready to go.
Yeah, they haven't had a captain's toss yet.
So yeah, Swift still doing some team practice, and Lyndon Bunio, captain for Rise, one of the captains for Rise, bringing everyone in for a chat as well, whilst the refs seem to still be getting some stuff sorted out. It's been a really sunny day today and another good forecast for tomorrow, so if you are nearby and can't get down, we're at Blackheath Rugby Club. Do join us tomorrow for some more great Sixes Lacrosse. Okay, so we're just getting underway to the captain's coin toss right now. Apologies if we're slightly delayed coming into this game. So the coin toss determining which way they will defend and shoot first or alternate possession. There they are. Will Baxter, number 27, doing that captain's coin toss. He's with his field stick there. I think maybe just helping warm up, but I wonder whether he's actually going to play. Do you think Will Baxter's going to have some time on the field instead of in goal this game? He's dressed.
I've only seen him play on field.
Yeah, well, he's dressed to play out on field.
I guess maybe. Okay, well, maybe, after the
That is it.
game.
Wow. I thought Baxter did great this morning, but yeah, maybe he can. It's actually an interesting move from a Sixes strategic, coaching point of view. Is when you can only take 12 people in a roster. A lot of chat has been that you potentially take a second goalie that can also play out on field, because then you have an extra pair of legs if you need them, but that can also work as your backup goalie. So maybe he's trying to start a career in that way and make his mark on the field. So let's see.
Ross, good keeper himself, so let's give him a shot and see if
Yeah, of course, Toby. But Will Baxter being out on field will be interesting as a runner.
Yeah, no, I can't wait to see that.
I wonder if there will be any, if he is on, if there will be any strategies from Rise. But we shall see, and we are here getting ready for the first face-off of this game between Rise and Swift.
This is Ben Page Laycock again on Swift.
Oh, yeah. Ooh. Ben said earlier that he just decided to put his name forward, and there he is. So if he can make it an easy, even loose ball, then Ben's pretty good at this. So we'll see. And Cam Major again took all the face-offs for Rise earlier today, and he will again against Ben Page Laycock for this opener.
I think my money's on Cam just because Cam did pretty well against Tomo.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? Yeah. And Tomo did get, early on to that clamp, but Cam's still able to get that ball free and make it a 50-50. So great job there. And we're ready.
All right, face-off coming.
So here we are, Thomas Heitzman goal again for Rise, and as we said, Toby Cleveland-Ross for Swift. And Cam Major getting that out clean towards Abby Whitehead. The one-handed ground ball.
One-handed GB.
As Theo and we've spoken about many times. I'm not sure if I'm the biggest fan, but Theo doesn't seem that bothered by it.
Well, he makes it work. So but yeah, two hands is more.
So Tom Graham trying to look for Lyndon Bunyo. He managed to get the ball back into his stick, but it's a little bit wide. But he gets that shot off very early on, just 20 seconds into the first quarter.
It's like Swift with the ball, they're carrying it over. In number four, Josh Clegg with the ball.
So Josh Clegg with the ball, getting towards goal, not able to get the shot off using X. They're unlucky. There's a good look from Ben Page Laycock up to top. Up to, I think, Thomas Gilbrick, but unable to connect on that. So Rise will return again on their way. Lyndon Bunyo with the ball, so dangerous. A very experienced lefty.
Looking at what number 4 is doing, Will Prescott. It just looks like he's setting something up, but yeah, never mind, because Swift now have the ball. Right.
So lucky there, yep. And the ball is coming back Swift's way with Jamie Mochan. I believe, and Danny Hilditch up at the top as well. Ben Page-Laycock with a shot and save by Thomas Heitzmer. The ball will stay with Swift, deflected off the keeper. That was a great take by Ben Page-Laycock to start things off for Swift. Had a few goals to his name earlier today.
Jamie Motion with the ball.
Yeah, Gilbert with the pick as well, and loads of space on the left-hand side here for the righties. But good dodge under, and blue is called with just 10 seconds left in the shot clock. But no rush here for Swift. Just taking their time. And a great shot attempt by Danny Hilditch, but that will go wide, and the ball will go back with the Rise.
Clear for Rise at the moment.
Cam Major carrying the ball over. Corey Carver asking for it on the left side. Tom Graham with the ball again. Great dodger. Coming up over the top, can he get a shot off? And he will do, and it will hit a runner. And it bounced up, and I don't know if Toby Cleaver-Ross knew where that ball was, but everyone just seemed to freeze. And a goal's a goal. It went over the line.
That's probably an in-home goal.
I think it will be if they have, or it's usually whoever touched it deflects off last, it could be, but otherwise it might go under in home, but we shall check with that with the table for you when we have time. So the score now 1-0 to Rise off of that bouncer to go behind Toby Cleaver-Ross.
I mean, if it does go to the in-home, then whoever that is probably the luckiest person in the game.
Hey, do it for the stat sheets, right? So Rise with another chance at possession to convert.
Munio with the ball. Looks like Will Prescott.
Yeah, that's Will Prescott. Will Prescott and Lyndon Bunya working really well on the left side earlier in this game as well, and I think we will be able to see that partnership again for this game. But an easy clear for Josh Clare coming up.
Ben Page-Laycock coming from bench.
Yeah, and a slow break, but he's still got the ball. Rise being told to press up a little bit, will come a little bit higher on that defense. Ben Page-Laycock unable to handle that ball. I don't know if the pass is a little bit wide, but Cam Major looking ahead to try and get numbers on. But Corey Carver deciding to shoot it himself, and that's a great save from Cleaver-Ross. But under pressure already for Swift, so it will go back to Rise. And just Swift getting the ball just in a lot of Rise bodies. Not particularly, an unforced error, but there were just a lot of bodies there to have a successful clear. So Rise will have another chance. Let's see if they slow this one down a little bit and convert the possession here. Another great dodge underneath and a great shot, and Cleaver-Ross managed to keep that above the line this time. Oh. And a long clear, and a successful one to Ben Page-Laycock, but too many Rise bodies there perhaps. And I think he got called for a ward earlier in the game as well, but there's another one on him just now, and Rise doing a great job to make sure that their defenders are on him to deny that fast break. So great defense and drop from Rise there.
Missed shot from Albie Whitehead.
Missed shot from Albie Whitehead. Going above the post and coming back to Swift. Still 1-0, just 3 minutes left in the first quarter. Some great team play here, but I think just great defense so far in the first quarter. Thomas Heitzmer, you can hear him trying to communicate with his defenders, with his teammates. Swinging the ball well. And great body in the line for Lyndon Bunya, who ground balls the ball to himself. No numbers, but he managed to get ahead of his defenders. And a shot and a goal. Top shot past Toby Cleaver-Ross. It's a great effort from Lyndon Bunya. He has this kind of little hitch of a rhythm that kind of slightly puts his defenders off guard and just managed to get a step around his defender.
That was like a daredevil. You just couldn't see it coming.
Yeah, and just great step and good agility from the very experienced player. So 2 minutes to go and 2-0 to the Rise men. A shot, and Thomas Heitzman did get a piece of that, but that does get past him, and that's a nice quick clear out to Cam Major of Rise going the other way. Such quick succession of shots and saves for Cleaver-Ross there. And Bobby Ingham-Clark, head coach of Rise, calling a time out for the Rise men with 1 minute 46 to go. Swift have caught up within one goal, and the score is 2-1 currently. So what do you think they'll be talking about at this time out here, Theo?
Swift, which one, Swift or Rise?
Well, either. So Rise called that timeout. So obviously they want to make something out of this possession. Quite, 1 minute 46 left. They've been up and down a little bit, so it also could be just to give them a little bit of a break. I think team defense on both sides has been phenomenal.
Yeah, real step up.
Yeah. And the momentum is high on both sides, I think. Really heads-up play from the defenders and the goalkeepers on each side to kind of look for those long plays and try and capitalize when they can. So I wonder if they're also, as much as they're doing well on the defensive side, just to make sure that those players are also covered. So I think those are things I might be thinking about right now. But let's see if we can do something with the Rise possession.
Yeah, I think they probably want to make this one count just to kind of start to get ahead of the game.
Yeah, so we've got three lefties, Corey, Will Prescott and Lyndon Bunio working this side. And Will Prescott just getting underneath but unable to find the back of the net. He did a really good job to get past his defender, and as his teammates are saying, good effort. Yeah, that was great effort from him, but it'll go back the other way.
That's Jamie Moken with the ball. Successful clear from number 48, Josh Boak. What are we going to get?
One-hander from Ben Page-Laycock just going wide. So Thomas Heitzmer going to collect the ball again.
As cool as one-handed is, just go two hands. There's too much at stake. Unless you're 100% guarantee it will go in.
So just under a minute left of this first quarter. Tom Graham with another. They are calling for a award. I thought I might have also seen a free hand, but Tom Graham still going on that dodge, and a great shot and a great individual effort from him going 5-hole.
Brilliant run from Tom Graham. Jamie Moken, what's he going to do?
I think that's Dan Jones potentially, and he does get a shot off number 22.
22. Oh, God, yeah, Dan Jones. Yeah, you're right, Dan Jones, number 22. Yeah, gets a shot off.
Yeah, so Rise are calling last play with only 15 seconds left in this quarter, and they'll definitely want the last shot here. Will Prescott with the ball. Lyndon Bunio taking it up to the top to the righties, but that is a save, and Toby Cleaver-Loss looking for a long potential shot, and Thomas Heitzmer takes it straight back. Of course, goalkeepers able to score as long as they are behind that halfway line. And who doesn't love a buzzer beater? So.
No, I just haven't said anything for one. Okay, yeah, I'll keep it close. Yeah. Yeah, no, just
Hello, so apologies for that slight delay, but we are back. We are at the timeout between the first and the second quarter here. The score is 3-1 to Rise in a game against Swift. So how have you found the game so far?
I think defensively, both Rise and Swift have kind of stepped up, played a bit more team defense, slowed down the fast breaks. So, yeah, no, I think that's what's making it close. I think Rise are just kind of making more of the possession they get count, which is kind of edging it for them at the moment. I think it's, good kind of close game, and still anybody's to play for. So, looking forward to what the rest of the game holds at the moment.
Yeah, both teams getting plenty of shots on, a couple wide so far, but Rise really working their offense well with their lefties on and really cycling through with that off-ball movement really well. And some great individual efforts from Swift as well. Dan Jones with a couple of shots, Ben Page-Laycock with a couple of drives as well. So we shall see how this second quarter goes. Just 2 goals in it. Cam Major back at the face-off for Rise. And
Ben Page-Laycock. Oh, is that?
Still Ben Page-Laycock.
Yeah, that is
Ben
Page-Laycock for Swift. Yeah. Tell the helmet. See that? Recognise that helmet anywhere. Yeah, my money's still on Cam.
Yeah, Cam came up with that first face-off very clean for the first quarter. Let's see if he can do it again here. So ball still on the ground. Oh, it's come up again. And the ball, another draw won by Rise with Albie Whitehead with that loose ball. Rise getting the right personnel on.
Albie's doing good backing up the face-offs, being there to kind of win possession.
Rise seems to have, a good face-off strategy down, which is working for them so far. And a great shot, and a great individual effort, and great run from number 16 of
16
Rise.
is Ed Hilditch. Yeah, although they sadly lose the ball because it was wide, and no one was there backing it.
Yeah, so Rise pressing quite high on this clear.
That is Dan Jones with the ball. Yeah. Dan Jones clearing it.
Yeah, and again, Rise has done a good job. So as we said, Rise is pressing quite high. So the low players, I think Dan Jones, the lowest player at that point, was well covered by the Rise players, and it did force a very, very slow clear, and that would be a violation of the 10-second count, not able to get the ball over the halfway line in 10 seconds. So the ball goes back to Rise. Another shot trying to convert possession, and Lyndon Bunio looking inside at Will Prescott. Doesn't quite find the back of the net. And I'm not sure whether he actually got that shot off or whether it came off out of his stick a little bit oddly, but it will go to Swift possession, and some great series of possessions there from Rise. But Dan Jones with the ball for Swift, looking and ripping the shot, and I heard that hit the side of things
it
with a
echoed
rip
across the entirety of Blackheath.
And I didn't see it, but it was most certainly a goal from Dan Jones. Dan Jones, no stranger to the scoreboard. So Rise opting to do another slow break. Not everyone on the field yet.
Albert Whitehead with a good clear.
And I see Cam Major gunning through the middle on a cut, but the ball not quite getting to him. Back up to Albie Whitehead at the top, just trying to get his players in. And looking at the middle, red is called and a shot, but it's easy save for Cleaver Ross. Just a bit of a low angle there. And a great save from Harrisburg, coming down the other way from a shot by number 4, Swift, by Josh Clegg. And Rise used their bench really well, actually, so it could have been a dangerous fast break situation. But Rise able to get their men on the field in time. And, of course, great backup by Heitzmo on that save.
Scored.
So I think there is a delay penalty coming, but that was a goal by Danny Hilditch for Swift. Oh, did he call my time? Oh, no, sorry. That is going to be a penalty, 1-9/. So Corey Carver of Rise will sit for 1 minute on a major foul of a slash. So the score is now 3-3, 5 minutes to go in the second half. Swift having caught up, and they gain possession again on a power play.
Yeah, no, they're probably going to want to make this possession count. They're still close game, so this possession can make the difference, and it does.
And as it does, as you just said. So Danny Hilditch there for Swift. And Flesk running that ball down successfully. Rise is going to want to kill the clock here. So 30 on the penalty is called from the bench. And if they can get a shot off and that is successful, that would be great. Otherwise, it still will be good effort from there. So Toby Cleaver-Ross, another save. And there wasn't a bad shot from Cam Major. But, of course, no numbers for the Rise men. And Swift still a man up, but not for long, because in 6 seconds it will be released from the sidelines. And Rise is ready, I think, for that fast break, and they will have numbers, but no, Swift men able to cover the bench players coming off that penalty box. Easy. And that would be another 10-second count violation. So one for each of the teams so far, not able to clear that ball over the halfway line within 10 seconds. We haven't seen many of that today, if any.
I think they're just trying to make things count, but as a result, they're kind of violating the time constraints. And that's what's
they didn't seem like in a huge rush to get it over in the first place, which a little bit surprising. But maybe, sometimes if some of these players haven't played a load of sixes, the majority from a field background, so perhaps they're not used to the 10-second violation rule. But the Revs just resetted the shot clock because it was reset by mistake. So Swift only have 10 seconds on the shot clock left. to make the most of this possession.
Ball is with 48, Josh Polk.
Thomas Heitzmer, again with a great save. He's having a great game this time.
Oh, God,
and
absolutely.
of course, let's not violate the 10-second rule, and Rise don't. And here they are. 20 seconds left on the shot clock.
That's a clear
Score.
from Albie Whitehead.
Yeah.
You second clear of the game.
3-4. Swift have caught up. So Rise will want to answer, and the classic Bunyo crease dive. If we haven't seen it before, we certainly have. Even earlier today.
I think he's being cautious because sometimes when he's done that, he's been sort of kind of, it's not counted because of crease violations. So
Yeah,
he's really trying to
but,
make sure it's done right and not like worked against.
He's very aware of his feet, and he does a really good job on avoiding the goalkeepers as well. And I think, he's used to doing that in box where the crease is a lot smaller and the box goalies are a lot bigger. So with these bigger, 3-meter radius circles, he usually knows where his feet are. So another slow, fast break.
Oh, that was great.
Shot from Flisk. And Rise again capitalizing on these fast breaks, and they're using the bench so well.
That was a really good fast break from Rise back there. They just had the opportunity, they took it, they took their time, and they got the goal.
Yeah, and they're doing a good job considering that it's, their bench is on this side, so that is a long run, but I think Swift, the on-field player, is not able to just track back quickly enough. And again, they're calling for numbers, and they do. It's 3v1, 3v2, and another fast break. It's just classic.
That was another good fast break.
Yeah, it just seems like classic fast break drill, and Swift I think Swift will want to slow this one down, get their breath back.
Swift have to be careful right now. Rise are, maybe 6-4, but if this keeps happening, they could start to cruise away.
Right now, the momentum is on Rise side, and Dan Jones trying to find his way
And he
to
does.
the goal, and he does. And that was quite, a long outside shot, but he's already had one of those, and he's really got his iron in this game. Maybe a little bit quieter than usual earlier today, but he's definitely stepping it up.
Do you think part of the difference maker for Swift is Tobias Cleaver-Ross versus Will Baxter in goal? That's partly why their
both
defense
brilliant
has been
goalies, but it is also their second game. It will make a difference. That was a goal. Yes, that certainly was a goal. Definitely came back off the net. Apologies, I didn't quite catch who that was off, but Rise will put another goal on the board.
Good clear from Swift.
Yeah, so 2 goals in this final minute. Can Swift catch up a little bit more? Josh Polk with the ball. That was a great interception from Bunyo. We'll got a stick in. Josh Polk still with the ball, with a loose ball. And they're trying to get that ball off, but it is out of bounds, and the ball will go with Rise. And they're going to want that last possession. Just 40 seconds left. They could get at least one more possession out of this. So they're going to slow this down. 23 seconds on the shot clock, and Bunyo, it just seemed like there was no one on him for that one. But just underneath and an easy shot, great placement, and that should be 8-5 now for Rise. And Swift now in a bit of a rush, 17 seconds left.
Yeah. This is really putting Swift on the back foot, the momentum Rise are getting. That's Dan Jones with the ball, looking to drive.
Dan Jones again, and close, but that's wide. So we'll go Rise's way. Just 4 seconds left. So Thomas Heitzmer will take it towards the goal, and these goalie, the shots to try and get a buzzer beater are actually awfully close to the goal, aren't they?
Imagine if one of them drops in.
Off. Well, yeah, exactly. They're not far off. So good on the goalies to get it that close, but I guess that's why they're here, and that's why they've been drafted.
I mean, if a goalie gets a goal, then what would you say if that happened?
Oh, I'd love it. I love it. I mean, they are able to do that as long as, they are behind that halfway line. So nothing to say that they can't score. I'm not sure if we've seen one at the Fly yet, and I think the rules previously was that goalies weren't allowed to score, but I think now they can. Apologies if that is incorrect, but certainly not seen one at the Fly yet, and I'm sure we will have one at some point, in those tight games where maybe there's a goalie out. Yeah, you could see an open goal, and that's when the goalies will want to try and score, right? So, yeah. So second half coming up shortly. Score 8-5 to Rise. What do you think? So 3 goals, as you know, not a huge amount of difference in these games, and if one team goes on a run, it could very much flip the other way. So what are your thoughts on it just being a 3-goal game at this stage?
Well, I mean, 3 goals is still a small margin, so even though Rise are ahead, Swift are clearly sort of still in the game. They're still like kind of fighting back, answering back every time Rise score. So yeah, it's still, so, you know, Rise still have to be careful, you know, Swift can still flip it their way. So as long as Rise keep playing sensibly, you know, try and avoid the sort of unnecessary penalties and just make the possession count, you know, even in transition, just make the transition sensible and you know, somewhat less rushed, then I think they can come away with this. But, you know, Swift are probably talking about what they can change up, and, you know, that could also sort of change. I guarantee that the course of the game, we're going to see a slight change in the course of the game in the next third quarter.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Dan Jones has been very good on his shots, and I think maybe Swift are taking a few, I think fewer shots than they did earlier today, but finding it hard to get those looks. And of course, Rise team defense are doing a great job to be on their hands and making sure they're not in good shooting positions. But Dan Jones has certainly found the back of the net for Swift a few times already for this game. And I think for Rise, I think they've had a few scorers on the board now, a couple of different moves and some great individual efforts. But as we said, the fast breaks have been the real ammunition for them, taking them up to 8-5 against Swift. So I'm sure Swift will want to minimize that as much as possible, but Rise, it seems to be working from them. So if they're managing their bench well, then I'm sure they will want to keep their momentum up and to try and keep pushing those if possible.
Yeah, no, Rise have had some very good fast break opportunities, which they've made the most of. They haven't thrown it away or anything, and yeah, no, it's really going.
Yeah, so interestingly, Will Baxter is now dressed to come back onto the field for Swift.
Oh, interesting.
Yep, so they've made that change. Baxter going back in goal.
I mean, what do you think? Because sometimes goalkeeper switches can work against you, because obviously a different goalkeeper, they need time to warm up. You know.
And I think Toby Cleaver-Ross is doing a good job. But of course, sometimes, especially if you're on a slight back foot, it's not necessarily because the goalkeeper's not, done a good job or not what. You sometimes just need a bit of a change up within your team, just mentally. So sometimes having that change, maybe they're trying to get a little bit of a new setup, a different voice, always can sometimes help. Again, not that one is better than the other necessarily, but just having a different voice on the field can create a different kind of atmosphere that can work for a team. So let's see what difference this does make, and if we hear just generally things being a bit louder on the Swift side maybe. Yeah. But yeah, Rise definitely coming into this now super confident. Cam Major again up against Ben Page Laycock on the face. Cam Major done brilliantly, 2 out of 2 so far, both of those loose balls going to Albie Whitehead for that first possession of each quarter. So let's see if Cam can do it again here.
Money's on Cam.
Yeah, I think that's been consistent with you so far this game, and I think you might have it right
yes!
again.
Lyndon came up with it.
So this time, I wonder if they thought that he was going to try and place it backwards, but forwards on to Bunyo there.
Lyndon's a big threat on Rise.
Yeah,
Swift need to keep him out because he's had a few crease dives.
And here, we almost saw that, just that one-handed pass across the crease, but not able to get that on target. I think that might have been Albie Whitehead on that shot. And Baxter shouting for players to come towards him. Again, that vocal difference maker.
Albie Whitehead trying to get redemption.
Yeah. As always. That was good pressure. That still wasted 12 seconds on there. So Swift not long to shoot now. But he does get a goal off, and that is actually a great shot. That looks like Josh Pogue, number 48 of Swift, now coming off. Tom Graham here. Great shot and just great individual effort. Good dodges, and Tom Graham really making a difference here for this game with another goal to his name. So getting a little bit chippy here on the bench. Players asking the refs to try and watch for some unsportsmanlike. Getting very competitive. I like to say competitive more than chippy, but Dan Jones again, such a threat. A little nice fake and another. And Swift still trying to take another shot, but he will have to drop that ball because the shot clock has gone to avoid a delay of a game penalty.
Shame, I know the shot clock's a rule, but that was some good momentum from Swift.
That was. And I thought Dan Jones was going to take that shot, but he just opted to fake twice instead.
Yeah, he was in a good position too, so sometimes taking the shot is better than sort of delaying.
Yeah, that is true. He's looking for Danny Hilditch there, but Danny Hilditch unable to get that pass off, and Rise would be a man up here. Let's see who comes to the bench. I think... So it looks like number 22, Dan Jones, for a hold.
Yeah, I think you're right. Dan Jones, hold. Lyndon Bunio with the ball.
So yeah, that's just 30 seconds confirmed for that hold. And Will Prescott with a shot, and that's a save by Baxter.
It's a good save from Will Baxter right there. Ooh.
I think I did hear a bit of a
broken stick.
Yeah, I think so. I heard a bit of a plastic crack, and I wasn't sure. I wonder, can you see where it's broken?
I probably near
I think that might have been the
throat.
plastic. Yeah.
But either way, he's borrowed twice with Ross's
and
stick, so
yeah, I think
he's back in goal.
You would save it to break a stick, wouldn't you? Well, you break a stick to save it, rather, should I say? But he's got a backup stick ready, as all goalies do. And here's Baxter, just trying to go for a run with his backup stick, but is there another 10-second count? And that's a quick whistle. And Baxter is out of his goal, but I think Swift got a bit lucky there, and they managed to get a quick reply on that. And that almost would have been an open net goal, but Swift able to keep that out. And instead, get one for themselves. So even strength here.
That was brilliant. It was the right sort of like
outside.
A roll. Oh, outside.
Yeah, it was just outside. It didn't look like it went in as well, but he just...
Yeah, unfortunate. But it looked brilliant from this
angle. So Rise have had a couple of attempts here, but close, but not quite enough. Swift looking to go. Swinging the ball. Back to Dan Jones. Dan Jones coming up on the top with a rip. And that has gone in. Dan Jones with another rip from the outside, getting it past hands. I don't know, but I think it must have been 4 or 5 so far.
He's carrying Swift this entire game. Like, it just seems like that's why they're still in it, and they look like they can still win.
Yeah, so there's a delay penalty coming. I think that might have been for a slash. But here we are, Will Prescott going on, getting the right personnel on. If they can get a shot off and a goal off, it would be great for them, because they will get that ball back. And Baxter shouting at his teammates.
Don't give up.
To not give up. And I think maybe that's the voice that, Ravi's head coach, Baggy, was trying to get onto the team there.
Don't give up. Motivational goalkeeper of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. And there at that time, maybe just to make sure that the momentum's carried through, Bobby and Clark, head coach of Rise, calling a timeout for them. So, yeah, Dan Jones really carrying Swift here. I think Thomas Gilbrooks looked like he's had a couple of nice dodges and some good looks as well. But Dan Jones doing bulk of that shooting work for Swift. And Rise just working that ball quite well, I think, working as a team really well. And just making sure that everyone's getting a little bit of a touch. So they will probably have a man-up play here. Whilst we have a Swift player on the chair, on the penalty chair.
He's on the chair, can you see?
So I thought it was a slash, in which case it would be a 1 minute. So it is corrected. So it is a 1 minute penalty for a slash. That's a major foul. So Baxter providing the comms for Swift here. Will Prescott down to Bunio, looking a low crease, but just a little fake. Will Prescott finding the righty crease, and a great power play goal by Rise, number 23. I think that's Drew Bickerton. And textbook ball movement there from Rise. And there's a shot Again by Dan Jones. Sorry, apologies, that was not Dan Jones, that was Mottram. Oh no, that was Dan Jones, sorry. The 3 looks like a 2 sometimes, and 2 looks like a 3.
Get out, Albie, get out is what I heard after just coming on.
I don't think he's in the man up, that's why. But they are now even either way, so. And Will Prescott finding a shot. The ball's loose on the ground. That was going to be a reset anyway, but Baxter coming up with it. And they need to look forward. Under a little bit of pressure, they do get the ball over within time. Swift moving the ball. Ben Page Laycock with the ball down low, marked by Corey Carver. Some bench personnel coming in. Nice pick and roll. Unable to find that loose player though. And Hilditch trying to get in, but that is again great team defense from Rise.
Sometimes just to be great in this format, because of the shot clock, you just need to stall them for as long as possible so they can't get the goal before the time expires, just like this. And they held them off long enough, and now they've got the ball back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the shot clock's another defender in a way, so if you can just keep them out, not let a shot off, the shot clock's going to be on your side. And that's another great goal. I'm not sure who that was from exactly. Was that Ed Hilditch? Sure, but getting a pass Baxter again, and now they've taken the score back up to 3 goals ahead, 11-8 to Rise. Swift looking for Josh Pogue, not getting a shot off, and just a mishandled pass, and it's going to go back to Rise's way.
I think Rise can work the rest of this game by just using the shot clock to their advantage and the time when defending.
Because their team defense is great, and they're forcing these errors. And Swift does look a little bit depleted, but we've still got quite a bit left in the game. So need to keep their heads up because, that was just a silly play.
Oh, don't do that.
I don't know who Albie Whitehead was pointing at, but I don't know if he saw the ball even coming to him. So that was just a little silly lack of focus, I think, from Rise.
Yeah, head up, stick up at all times, even when you don't think you're going to get the ball, because if something like that happens, you can react quicker than if you're not paying attention.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dan Jones, low angle shot, but that goes in, and another one to his name. 48 seconds left.
Ooh. Please get a goal, someone in this 48 seconds.
Yeah, and Rise, if they can try and use the rest of this clock to their advantage, that would be good. Working really well off ball. But that's a great save from Baxter. But can they pick up the loose ball? Corey Carver pressuring Swift there. Swift number 8. David Powell all over, but they do manage to get the ball over the halfway line. Just 20 seconds. And they do take a rip, and it hits a defender.
It looked like a block shot.
But I think they are going to call a timeout because they're only, 16 seconds there, so it makes sense for Baggy to take a timeout. That was a great block on the shot.
It looked like, what number was that? It looked like Cam.
That one sounded like it hurt. It's quite a large thud. It does look like potentially Cam Major. Getting up, he's walking over, hobbling over to the bench, but it seems like he is fine. So just what a save.
Block shots are painful.
Well,
I've experienced
painful,
them.
But hey, you've saved the shot there. So
yeah. No, but
surely it feels good.
Yeah, no, but even though still it can kind of need you to take a bit of a breather and then kind of come back on.
No, yeah, absolutely. So 16 seconds for Swift to try and close the gap to just 1. Going into, I believe, the last quarter.
Yeah, this is a very close game,
Yeah, it is a close game, and still, actually, for the number of shots, I think we've seen quite low scoring. 11-9.
Dan Jones with the ball, starting it off against Lindenbunio marking.
And do you want Dan Jones to have the ball right now? He's been an absolute machine for the Swift men this game, so I think you probably don't want the ball in his stick.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Linden. That's a hold, sir.
With Dan Jones, you almost just want to slide earlier than you might with other players, just to kind of take away that sort of.
Right. Or occupy hands, but there's a mishandled pass there, and Rise with a heads-up play. So I think, was there a delay penalty? Was there a hand up? Which is what I think I saw. So there's going to be...
See, look like...
So 29 for Riesland and Bunier for a 1-minute major foul.
Illegal body
for
check.
an illegal body check. Getting quite competitive as we set up there. Rise are short, so just need to waste 2 seconds. But because they are man down, what is going to happen going into the fourth quarter is that there's not going to be a face-off. And Swift will start with a ball for the fourth quarter.
That's going to be a bit of an issue for Rise, because obviously if they're starting on the back foot and it's a close game, it's not really what they want to be. They can still turn it around, but no, it's just not ideal, really.
Of course, and that was... I don't know if that was done, they try to draw that foul on purpose, but it is a really, an optimized position to go in, of course, and mentally they will definitely want that first goal to take it just to 1-goal game with 11-9 currently in favor of Rise. But Rise team defense, I think, has been good. I'm not sure if Swift has had any successful power play goals yet, actually, this game. So what would the strategy be? Get the ball to Dan Jones?
Yes, probably that. I'm guessing that because of how good Dan Jones has been doing, they're probably just going to want to make sure, to use him as much as they can just to make it count.
Well, exactly. If one of your players has hot hands, you've got to go with that. This is what the team play is all about. Trust in your players, and if they're finding the back of the net, keep going.
The only thing is, as good as Dan Jones is, I just worry that if they use him too much, Rise might start to read into it, and then all of a sudden, he's not as maybe able to be as helpful as he was before.
Yeah, I think he's probably scored about 6 or 7 already, so I'm sure they've noticed that you don't want his hands free, but they can't seem to be. Well, I don't know whether they think that it's still fine and. But they're not focusing on him, which I think is why maybe the team defense is also working for Rise as well. I think sometimes when you're focusing on one player, other things tend to not work as well. But Rise defense has been great, consistently throughout this game.
Yeah, they don't need to focus too much. They just need to sort of just react a little quicker and just take a little more attention to him.
Well,
I think he scored there. Yeah. Okay, I guess. Yeah,
so
Dan Jones.
He did score another one. But long ball to Abby Whitehead. He needs to be able to get this ball back. But no, he needs to get back.
Albie, you've got to get back is what I hear. Unlucky for Albie Whitehead.
Yeah, unlucky, but Rise managed to get the ball back, and they will opt to slow this down. Swift just within 1 of Rise.
Oh, wow. Use that.
And down. Still trying to kill the clock for Rise, but it will be even. Will it be even within the shot clock? There's only 7 seconds left. But either way, we'll be even soon. But there is a shot taken by, I believe, Tom Graham.
Yeah. Oh.
But Bunier will be released, so they now will be even.
Scoreline. Oh, wow, 11-10. Yeah, no, it's only 1 goal.
It's just 1 goal.
Swift could come back from this and still take it.
Yeah, watch him with the ball here. And Jamie Powell over the top. He loves that little hitch, but just off target there. So Rise again. We've been just 1 goal so far in this fourth quarter. Rise opting to slow it down. And he's got loads of space under. But swinging the ball to the other side, and great hands by Tom Graham, and that's a shot and a goal. What great hands and good inside play by Tom Graham. And really, again, unselfish play from Rise. Just trusting their players to finish that shot. And again, Rise up to 2 over Swift.
And they turn it over. Unlucky on Swift's end. That's what actually makes most of the difference, not necessarily the individual attributes, but the trust, the mental attributes in close games.
Absolutely.
And right now it seems like Rise have that on edge a little bit, just because they're kind of backing each other with slides and defensive work, and it's transitioning into offense.
Mm-hmm. And Rise really playing like a really well-gelled team here. That game earlier clearly did wonders for them. And Corey Carver here with a shot and a goal. Corey Carver.
Brilliant goal.
Great individual effort, and they're slightly pulling away here. So 3 goals in it against Swift. And can Swift just maintain possession a little bit to at least get a shot off. They've had a couple of unforced errors in the possessions leading up to this one. And Dan Jones again, and screaming hands from the sideline by Rice, because you don't want him to make that shot, because that goes in. And again, that is in the goal. I want to know how many goals he's had this game.
Jesus, I've lost count. 13-11 at the moment to Rice.
13-11, 5 minutes to go.
5 minutes, oh wow, that's still quite a bit.
Yeah, still plenty of time. But
that's number 6. Number 6. 6 was Tom Graham. Will Prescott. That looked okay. That was.
Yeah, I think sticks caught, so.
Yeah.
Some leeway in
I was
being
like, it
able
looked
to.
a little like a ward to me at first, but yeah, the stick.
Yeah.
I think getting caught probably just.
So they need to release that shot, and they do get a shot off. So at least they managed to get the ball quite far away. So Baxter does have to go and get that. And Swift coming back here, and the last shot being successful. They're on the outside, but is that going to stay in bounds? Yeah, so
10 seconds, Blue.
just 10 seconds. They do let them shoot, and that is a goal. They've gone right down to the end of the shot clock and get that shot off, and that is a goal. Coming to 1 goal within, so they've climbed back too. Swift climbing back, but Rise, can they answer? Swifting the momentum here, but the shot going through some players. So Mottram finding Dan Jones on the far side.
Good clear from Dan Jones, just in the right place, made it count.
Yeah, and Ben Page-Aycock trying to get through his players. A little twister attempt, but that was out of bounds. So, yep, so I thought that they might call a timeout soon. So Rise has called a timeout. There's just 1 goal and 3 minutes 15 to go. So, couple of those goals that went in for Swift, good outside shots. That's where they've been gaining the most advantage today. Well, in this game, certainly. They're not getting that much luck on the inside, but those wide outside shots from far have gone past Heitzmer. So that seems to be what they're opting for. Rise are adjusting to that, certainly on the bench. They are calling hands. Don't let their hands free, don't let them shoot. So I think they might be coming in together to talk about it a bit more. But it being a 1-goal game now, 3:15 left, what do you think is going to happen?
Oh, wow. Like, I think Rise, I think they will still, like, slowly edge it. But, yeah, no, Swift are definitely, like, in a good position right now. Like, yeah, no, they're definitely kind of making Rise work for it every step of the way.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're really trying to pick up the energy now. 3 minutes to go. I think Baxter making a bit of a difference to them, at least from the vocal side.
Yeah, no, Baxter's
also
been
has
really vocal.
made some good saves too.
That is 14.
Yeah.
Daniel Flisk with clearing the ball.
Yeah, Flisk with loads of space. Bunyo over there to come and work with him on that side. Flisk still with a lot of space. Riseman pulling them quite far out. Just 10 seconds to shoot. And a nice little head fake, but Baxter, good job reading that. And he is off on a run, getting that ball over the halfway line. And a great attempt from Rise there. Did think about that fake, but just unable to find the back of the net. And Josh Polk not able to get that shot off. And that is a feed from him
to
Gilbert. And that is now an even game. So Swift now tying it up with Rise. But Rise have had good shots. Baxter saving a few. Going over to Cam Major. Loads of space. He's going to come down to the middle and take a shot. But Baxter with another great save. Bunyo there for the Lucy. And Cam Major with a great pickup. And Baxter getting caught out of his crease. Cam Major and Bunyo, great work on that loose ball in front of the crease. Fighting for that hard, and Cam Major finds the back of the net. But great effort from Bunyo there as well, getting in that mix. And Baxter, he did a great job trying to get that as well, but just a little bit too far of his crease for Cam Major. Dan Jones looking up to Mottram. Over to the other side. And then that's a nice, easy, clean goal, 1-on-1 with the keeper, Heitzmer, for number 4, Josh Clegg of Swift.
Oh,
Still
wow.
even goal, so it's 1 up
Oh,
and then
God.
the other answer. So
if Swift get this next goal, then that would be, and they win this would be what a comeback from them being down the whole game and to edge it. But, obviously it's still tied, anybody's game.
Yes, absolutely. So Drew
Liverpool.
Bickerton looking on the inside. That was very good, and that is a goal. So that's another one up. So Swift will have to answer if they want to keep themselves in the game. But number 4, Will Prescott, with that shot and a goal. Baxter just looking a little bit maybe a little bit concerned because there's not that much time left. 1 minute 13 and Rise 1 goal up. Swift, they want to be able to get that goal in, but just a little bit of a mishandle, and Flisk come up with it. Sorry, not Flisk. That is Ed Hilditch. Sorry, Flisk is right here on the bench. He just looked at me. They both have grey helmets, okay?
Linden with the ball.
Bunio, they're going to want to use as much time as possible. So Ed Hilditch going on. Sorry, Flisk going on for Ed Hilditch. They're calling blue. There's 40 seconds left. Surely they want to reset here to try and get another possession off. So Corey Carver's going to shoot. It's going to go in! So they don't need another reset. And Swift are going to want to hurry up. Maybe even a timeout if they have one left. 29 seconds. 1 possession left. Can they deny a shot here with Rise? Or Swift, can they find the back of the net? Still a slow break situation, and they're wanting to go. And there's a great save from Heismer, and a great shot attempt actually from Danny Hilditch there, but Heismer keeping them in. It is stop clock now. We're within the last 2 minutes of the fourth quarter. So Swift just taking their time, getting a breather because they have one more shot. They need to shoot and score twice to even up the game. They get their one. They're going to tell Heismer to slow this down. They have 10 seconds.
Oh, that was a good goal earlier from Corey.
I'm not sure you can have a timeout. The ball is in Rise's stick, so I don't think they can call a timeout. So
no
just
timeout.
Referee timeout. Yeah, they didn't have.
Okay.
I don't think they can't call that. It was the whistle already blown. They didn't have the ball, so it's not a dead ball. So just 9 seconds left. I would have thought that if Rise had one, they could have called one. So on the clock, there's 9.3, which means that they don't actually necessarily have to get the ball past the halfway line because they just don't need to do that in 10. But they are going to spread out over the field. They need to get it. It's not in heights. It's not in the crease. It is out on field. So 10 seconds to get past. 10 seconds to waste. They just have to waste 9.3 seconds, and that's the end of the game. Swift, they pulled out of the goal, as you'd expect. So Baxter out on field. They're going to try and double this ball, but Heitzmer also out, and Heitzmer, an active and dynamic goalie, he's happy to run with that ball if it gets to him. So I'm sure Heitzmer will be looking to get the ball from here. But no, Flisk is just going to run it. Flisk is going to go. And he does go, and there's just 5 seconds left. They're counting down on the bench. 1 goal game. Can Swift get it back? No, they can't. And we have it. 16-15 win for Rise against Swift. What a game, Theo.
Oh, wow. Just like, no, to be fair, win or lose, they both deserve to hold their heads high because that was an end-to-end, back-and-forth thriller that really, you couldn't really tell which way it was going to go. And Rice to kind of make the difference, get the edge, to get their first win of the tournament, really well deserved.
Yeah, and absolutely. And I thought, at one point Swift did crawl back. I don't think Rice got more than a 3-goal lead. So Swift did a good job to maintain that under that much. And what a game Dan Jones had. A real difference maker for Swift, but maybe just running out of time on that final climb to try and catch up with the Rise. So Rise coming away with it. Their first win of the Fly 2025 here at Blackheath Rugby Club going into tomorrow.
But bear in mind, despite winning today, everything can change in a heartbeat. Different day, different kind of team play.
Absolutely. Any standout players? We've mentioned Dan Jones' name quite a lot for Swift today, and what a job he's done for them. But any names on the Rise side that you think that stood out in this game?
Linden was good. Chris Dives, being good off ball. Will Prescott, kind of getting the good shots off.
I think a real team game for them today. I think Corey Carver found the back of the net a couple of times.
Really good.
I think he struggled a little bit to find that, even though he had some great dodges on him earlier this morning. Flisk doing a great job transitioning the ball, just great speed on him, and we saw that right at the end of the game as well, making a difference to try and gain possession and get it over the line from Flisk as well. So great team effort, and Heitzmer, brilliant saves at the end. That was that really kept them in the game. That final a final, very dramatic save from him to keep Rise above Swift. So
Thought Cam Major was also very effective, not just on the face, but also transition. And
absolutely.
shots.
So,
and even that block shot, it may have injured him, but he definitely did his team a favour by sort of deflecting a shot that could have been a goal or,
absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining us. We have one more game here left on Blackheath Rugby Club with the women's Swift team up against the women's Rise team for the last game of today. And, of course, plenty of games left tomorrow. So do join us either on the stream or if you're nearby, come down. It's a great atmosphere here and the weather will be great. So thanks for joining us. This is Theo Butler with Jane Lee. Thank you very much.
Signing out. Stand right here, and yeah. So I am with Rise player Lyndon Bunio. Lyndon, thriller back and forth. 1 goal, 2 goals, tied. What are your thoughts? Like first win of the tournament.
Number one, Theo, good to see you out here.
Yeah, same here, Lyndon.
No better day. Thoughts on that one? It was back and forth. We kind of managed to curb their momentum every time that they got it, but they kept pushing back. They got a couple of guys on that team who can shoot the absolute, out of the lacrosse ball, and they put some past us. But no, the defense especially came up huge in the fourth. It was fun to get one.
Oh, absolutely. The defense looked like a much better improvement compared to the first game before against Forge. Some of your crease dives, your kind of good stick movement. Literally, if Tony Hawk were a lacrosse player, you'd be the equivalent of that. Fascinating. Well, great to see you get your first win. Really promising going into the next few games over the weeks ahead. So, wish you all the best for those. What do you expect going into the next games? Anything different or pretty much the same as what we just saw today?
Well, number one, Tony's always been an inspiration to me. So,
really?
If there's one thing I could want to do, it would be a kickflip. I think we're a little past that, but hey, one day.
Kickflip in lacrosse, who knows? Maybe in the fly we'll see that sometime.
No, it was fun. Sixes is fastest format. It's exciting going into tomorrow. Got our last matchup, and hey, if we win, we end up in either first or second place, and that's where we want to be going into the finals. So no, it's looking good.
Absolutely, can't wait. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
Yeah. Okay, so I am with Swift player Tom Gilbrook. Tom, back and forth, thriller, 1 goal difference. Thoughts on the game?
Yeah, I think we just took too long to get going. Like, first half, I think we weren't playing our game, and there wasn't enough intensity really from us. But we brought it in the second half, and I think we really thought we were in there, and it just didn't come through in the end.
Yeah, I heard Will Baxter saying, "Don't give up, guys." And you swapped the goalkeepers from Tobias Cleaver-Ross to Will Baxter. Because sometimes that's like a double-edged sword. It can either work in your favour or, it can kind of give the other team an advantage because the second goalkeeper hasn't warmed up. So what were your thoughts doing that going into the second half?
Oh, I think they both played well. I think we're just trying to get through the bench. We've got 2 goalies here. We might as well use them both. So I think they both performed really well out there.
Yeah, that definitely looked it from our end. 2 games, obviously, didn't come out victorious, but you still a much better showing than the first game. It looked like you had warmed up a bit, kind of got a bit familiar with the climate. Any last words?
Yeah, well, exactly. I think we're just getting to know each other. Obviously a lot of us have played together before, but in this particular group, in this particular collection of people, just getting to know each other today. We'll probably bring it. We'll have more experience together tomorrow, and then obviously going into the next week and in 2 weeks. So I think we're just gelling. I think we know what we need to work on, and we'll get into that next.
Well, look forward to the rest of your games, and thanks for your time.
Thank you very much,
Tom.
Cheers.
Yep. Now that's the men's game. Now we look forward to a women's game.
welcome back the team representing Wise Women. And welcome back the team representing Swift Women. Tonight.
welcome back. Happy Saturday. Where else would you want to be on your Saturday evening than watching the final match of the day here at the Fly? And we have Swift taking on Rise.
Oh, here we go, another one. Both teams having played earlier on today, so it's their second game of the day today. And both teams, well,
to get their first win.
Yeah, their first win actually. Yeah, you're right. So, thank you. We have Tors Ratcliffe at the draw against Laura Merrifield, two veterans of the game, and
stalwarts of the game.
Yeah, there you go.
Just a walking thesaurus today. And obviously Tors Ratcliffe, formerly known as Tors Anderson, for those of you who know more than one Tors in your life,
yeah,
which is not me.
And we can say Laura Merrifield, now sometimes known as Laura McHale.
You know what? All these lacrosse players with their sort of alter egos.
Yeah. They need to define their lacrosse name, and that's what we'll do.
Commentary name. Well, you know how actors have
yeah, exactly.
Oh, lovely.
So, okay, we'll come back tomorrow with it.
Something fresh and exciting.
Yeah. But off we go here. So we've got starting goalie, Livy Shellikins for Rise.
Laura Merrifield going for the push with her jaw, whereas Tors has gone for the pull, the left-hander.
So I think that's Lucy Mayers in goal.
Flying out. Gonna have to redraw this one. It's not gone high enough.
Okay, well there you go. That's another redraw. After another redraw, there won't be one. We've obviously got alternate possession in 6 as well, so that can be used. But yeah, Lucy Mayers starting goalie in blue for the Swift.
She's rocking a sort of fishnet tight on one leg.
She's got a very big graze on it.
Ah.
So I think potentially at one
right,
point
this one's
infected.
definitely gone high enough.
So, ooh!
And she's taking a tumble over the Fly hoardings there. Luckily they're squishy.
Good effort there, and way to just get yourself. Anna Green slightly hobbling out of that ball, but
put your body on the
yeah.
line.
So I don't know if that was an AP call, maybe. I wasn't sure who that came off.
But that's going to end up on her socials later.
Oh yeah, 100%. And that's very Anna Green. That's a very Anna Green move. But so through the crease, offensive foul. Lottie Robertson's there. But Tors Ratcliffe, she's going to go all the way, but that's the first save by Livy Shellikins. Ball stays with the Swift. Lottie Robertson working X. Couldn't quite find M. Gray, and that's going to go over and back. Alex Drew really getting to that ball, making sure that she can try and push the momentum here a little bit. 1 minute 13 and no goals yet.
It's a tricky one, this as well, for Swift, because obviously they came out and they played in that first game of the day, and that's quite a long time ago, actually, this morning. You know, sort of brush off the cobwebs and then have to go away and sort of refuel, regroup, and get themselves back and fired up again for a game at this time on a Saturday evening.
Oh, that's great ball movement and a great save by Lucy Mayers, her first of the day. That was just...
I think she just had to fetch the ball out of her chest there.
Yeah, I don't know how it got in her chest. Well, maybe it was an armpit save, but great ball movement from Rise. Drew with that drive down to chest Gray, not quite able to find the middle. Julie Wise, up to her down below. Towards Ratcliffe there, but Hannah Whiteley, we saw her gutting it up, and there she goes again.
Oh, and top banana!
Yeah, top banana, there you go. Hannah Whiteley's so dangerous on that transition. Do not give her
And she's also a very fresh pair of legs that had just come on as well, so just flying in.
Oh, did she just go on?
Fit.
Well, there you go.
Off she goes. It's one of those when you know they're way faster than you.
Yeah,
still look like you're chasing, and you've got no chance.
And you can't give up,
but
like
there is no point.
Yeah, the distance keeps increasing, and you're like, oh no.
It's like when Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price was running in
the
race the other week. That would be me versus her.
Yeah.
So the shot clock, first time in this game. The 30 seconds has run down. So Rise now in possession, looking to get their second goal on the board today. And it's put down this time by...
And Chesgray not able to just get that, just a little bit of a mishandle. So it's going to go the other way for Swift. Lottie Robertson looking up and moving the ball. Can they keep that in? And they do manage to get that in, at least to save some time. But no, Lottie Robertson with Great hands and able to finish so far out. That's a wide rip.
That's a really great bit of work as well.
Getting card past Liv Shellikins, and that is 1-1. The score even. Rise against Swift. Anna Saunter using crease to get the ball around up to Lizzie Rutherford.
So now just trying to work it around. Laura Merrifield controlling traffic at the top here. Just pushes it back out. Goes to try and set the pick. There's a lot of sticks in there. There's a few swinging sticks
Yeah,
as well.
so I think that's definitely going to be stop time. Drew managed to roll her way in through 4 bodies. I think that's Zoe Dixon coming off potentially for a slash. No, she's just subbing. So it's number 4. That'll be Anna Neville. So that will be a slash. That's a 1-minute call, major foul. So first power play of the day. Alex Drew is so good at just getting on the inside. That she does draw quite a lot of fouls.
Sometimes I think it's about being a shorter player as well. I know
Yeah,
that sounds really
no, it is, honestly. Because, like, if your hands are up, your head is lower. So it
your
looks
head's
like
the
you're
more
going,
of a stick, whereas mine just sort of floats above.
Even if you kind of, like, bend a little bit, it's, you know, if Drew ducks a little bit, her head's already lower. She uses her body very well to protect her stick. Let's put it that way.
So Rise still in possession, flying down the right wing there. Still a few in the crowd watching on, preparing to then go home and watch Eurovision maybe afterwards. This is like the warm-up act for Eurovision.
Tonight, apparently.
I've seen a few clips of some very strange.
10 seconds. Hannah Whiteley defended great there. Izzy Brand, Anna Green all over that. But shot clock's not been reset. And just 1 second, so they can muck that and get it over to the other side. But it is going to be so Rise. I think they were a little bit slow to react to what was going on. Julie Wise was ahead, but Swift not able to find her on that clear. But Emily Gray will take it over to Izzy Brand for this possession.
Emily Gray, another one of those names we've heard so much around the international game for a long time now. Tours on her dominant left hand, just finds Gray in front of the goal, and that is an excellent bit of work from Swift.
I did not see Em Gray until she caught that ball and released it, so that's great vision. And again, 2 veteran players having played with each other so long, for years, just finding each other really easy. And that's going to be a hand up. I think that might be a cross check coming. So a player down. I think that's Hannah Whiteley potentially down on there. Anna Saunter still looking to drive, but loses the ball. I think just a little bit winded for Hannah Whiteley. And shot clock violation there. Emma Pierce almost without goal, but Lucy Mayers with a save anyway. The ball will stop, and it will be a power play coming to Rise.
I think she's all right, Hannah Whiteley. She's just a bit winded. There was a laugh in there, and that's usually a good sign.
Yeah, so we were right. It was a cross check against Ella Dimbelow of Swift.
Less than 2 minutes left now in this first quarter. Still leading 2-1.
So Rise moving the ball really well. Chess Gray. Not looking for a shot, but that was a great save by Lucy Mayers. Her debut at the fly.
It was almost as if Alex Drew was sort of in the way.
Yeah,
and
I think
thought
she
the pass
was
was going to her, and then the shot came in behind her.
Right.
So now leading 3-1 are the team in blue. They went 1-0 down early on, but they've recovered well and really capitalised on the momentum that they've taken now.
Yeah.
Just over a minute still to play in this first quarter. Rise in possession.
So Zoe Dixon with that last shot from Swift. And as an unforced error from Rise. And just 1 minute left in the quarter.
Remember, both teams have already lost a game today. And obviously we're still in the early group stages, but if you open up your account with 2 losses, it's quite a comeback after that. Well taken by Laura Merrifield, just behind her back almost. Hannah Whiteley is okay on our right, she's back on the bench.
And Lauren Hart looking to drive in. Lizzie Rutherford. Oh, there was Alex Drew free on the side, but two tall, very tall players in Anna Neville and Emily Gray in the way.
I think what's quite noticeable is, remember in the game for Swift versus Hustle this morning, it was quite quiet earlier.
Yeah.
They've really come out in this game so far today, Swift, and they're really using their voices. The communication is there. And that's another shot clock goes down for Rise. So Swift back on the attack. 4 seconds to go. Got to get it down there. Going to run out of time.
Oh, and Anna Neville looking for that speed.
So it's Swift who take the bragging rights out of the first quarter here. After going 1-0 down, they now lead 3-1 at the end of the first 8. And they're a very happy looking side. Much more confident than they were in that very first game.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, Rise need to keep their head up, because remember in their game against Forge earlier.
What a fight back that was.
They did crawl their way back up. So, you know, 3-1 is nothing to them, really. I think they were almost 7 goals down at some point against Hustle, and they did come back. So don't count Rise out just yet, and we're still very early on in the game.
So they're just both teams huddling together here. The good news is that Hannah Whiteley looks okay. She seems fine. I think she's just a little bit winded. So that's...
I think I saw Lauren Hart going over to the medics to sort something out as well. So let's hope that they're all okay. And we are going to have... So I think on that shot, unsportsmanlike conduct. So I don't know what that was. Yeah, okay. So, game, we'll call that unsportsmanlike conduct. So... take unsportsmanlike conduct rather than, I mean, you could have called that delay of game, I guess, and just a legal procedure, but maybe it's tougher.
It's tense. It's a stretch.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes it is also just hard when you are like, and Anna, we saw her from the halfway line, just gunning it down. And she just was looking at goal, right? So sometimes you can't hear what's going on. You don't see the clock.
In your own head,
yeah,
you know, and you
can't there either.
In your head, you're sort of thinking,
I need a goal.
I'm going to do my last cradle here, and you're sort of ready.
Yeah.
And in that, it's like part of the motion.
I guess it's the control. I guess it's
maybe
like
we're just really nice and wouldn't be very good.
Well,
referees. Anyway, luckily you don't have to have us refereeing.
Yeah, I don't know which one is nicer, just to let them play or just to call it tight.
Let them play.
Let them play.
Let them play. Let's play ball. Right, talking of playing ball, that's what we're going to do here. So first 8 minutes over. And it was Rise who took the very first goal in this game, put themselves ahead, but a great fight back from Swift, now leading 3-1. But we do know the comeback ability.
I love that.
Which apparently is an actual word, and not just something that sporty people say. Anyway, the bounce back ability of this team in yellow, which was earlier described as red and gold.
So the refs are calling Rise gold, so but I've been saying yellow.
I mean,
so
that's not sparkly enough to be gold, if you ask me.
So beginning of the second quarter, no face-off because they are a man up in Rise with that late penalty going against Anna Neville for unsportsmanlike conduct. So here we are, and that is a power play goal by Lucy Mayers with another save, but Merrifield able to corral that back.
Post.
Here's the post, so that's another reset. So they can slow this down. They are a man up, or woman up, I think, whatever you want to say. And Laura Merrifield slowing that down as well. Seeing Alex Drew, she's down in the middle.
Yeah,
delayed penalty coming.
And now stopping the clock again, player down.
I think the follow-through might have hit. The follow-through might have hit, is that Tors Ratcliffe on the ground, so
it's a dangerous
follow-through. Yeah, it's follow-through, not a dangerous shot. So Alex Drew's not going to be ejected from the game. Of course, the dangerous shot will be if she launched it at the ball hit Tors, but I think it was just a follow-through of the stick of Alex Drew that hit Tors Ratcliffe. So just a 1 minute major foul sat for Alex Drew. I think her first penalty of the game.
She's still down on the floor at the moment.
Is that Tors?
It is.
It is.
She's just rolling over. So hopefully it's just a sort of shock at this point.
Hopefully. I don't know if Tors wears goggles, but
goggles not become compulsory yet.
No.
We're in schools. I remember that when that
I think
came in.
some schools, actually not even all schools, have to
Interesting.
wear them.
I always feel like the development of the game, it should just be that everyone should just start wearing them from a young age.
Yeah, I think most schools I don't know whether it's insurance purposes, and obviously also safety, do mandate them, but obviously by World Lacrosse rules, we don't have to wear them. And it has been in voting numerous times, but at least in the field discipline, it does keep getting voted down.
Interesting.
So, it's difficult, right? Because goggles it's eye protection,
And
it's not
gonna
head
stop your
protection,
head
right?
Yeah. And actually, so I used to box, and I remember people saying, "Why don't you wear a helmet in the box?" And I was like, "Well, actually, the research into it, it doesn't stop anything."
No, it doesn't. But with eye protection, if you want the extra eye protection, fine. But I don't think there's enough data to suggest that, it will massively decrease. I don't know.
No, it's
This is all
interesting.
speculation.
The development into it all is different in different sports as well. So obviously cricket, they're developing helmets all the time. There have been a few fatalities from being hit. And so they now have this extra bit that sort of goes under at the back because the ball can sneak through and hit certain parts of the head. And every time someone is hit on the head, even if it's a sort of deflection of your own glove and it's not really going very fast, someone will have to come out and do a concussion test. The game stops and there's always a concussion test. It's a very, very hard ball.
Yeah.
Being flung at your face at 90 miles an hour.
Right.
So,
well, hopefully Tours is all right. It's definitely probably not a position she's used to being in as a straight attacker normally in the field. So she's
on the floor.
Or on the floor. But I mean, she's not normally the victim of a dangerous follow, if they put it that way, usually, but as a straight attacker previously. But we'll hope that she is okay coming up.
Alex Drew's just sat down in the
Bless
naughty chair. In the naughty seat.
No, she's up. She's up. She's fine. I'm sure she'll. But hopefully also Drew's okay. Yeah,
it's an accident. And it is. It happens. Like, you choose
no
to
one
play a
means to go and hit someone.
Unless you're boxing.
Unless you're boxing.
That is literally the one aim. So Tours is just being seen to by the medic. So we've only just had about half a minute of this game so far, but it was Rise who looked like they were on the attack here, and they were trying to get some momentum, get themselves back into this game. They're only 3-1 down.
Yep. And obviously, the man-up opportunity came along, but so now it's going to be 4-on-4, and they will lose that ball. But it's an injury timeout, so
So referees, umpires coming together now. Tours is sitting up. I think it looks like she's holding some kind of ice pack to her head. And holding up her arm. So she is getting up, which is good.
I hope she's okay. She's going to go off to the medic tent, so we'll let you know when she comes back onto the field. But
so good that she's going to go and seek the right attention. She's up and walking, which is always a good sign.
Yeah.
And the stick has also been fetched off the middle of the field. I was wondering if someone was going to pick that up, and it has been. So soon we will have play resuming. So each team is down a player now. Both heading back out to the middle.
Yeah, but Anna Neville's still serving her penalty as well. So this will be 4v4 to start. Swift with the ball and possession to start.
Just sitting down in the chair in front of us.
She's, just the head coach, Kate Nelson-Lee, just chatting to Alex Drew there. But Drew, old teammates with Tours Ratcliffe as well, so Drew Drew being Drew, very concerned, but off we go. So second quarter, off and running, 4v4. Swift possession.
Yeah, looking to try and extend their lead here, Swift. Emily Gray up the top, marked by Laura Merrifield. Two players who know each other very, very well. Puts the shot away, just can't quite find the back of the net, bounces away. Still that really bouncy ground. It's been so hard, so little rain. Rather than sometimes when you go for the bounce and it just dies, just digs a hole. Rise now back on the offensive in the Saturday evening sunshine.
Yeah, so Swift have all 5 players back on. Anna Neville's penalty released. So 10 seconds on Alex Drew's penalty with, I think, just only 5 shot clocks. So they will want to send someone straight into defense. And that is a shot clock violation. And a good job. And, of course, they are man up still. But now they're even. Alex Drew going straight down into defense.
Yeah, getting a big cheer from her teammates here, Alex Drew, as she returns to the field. But now it's just concentrating on the game at hand. There's nothing else you can do about the previous situation. And it's great bit of pressure by the Rise defence. They've been really good at that, haven't they? Just really putting that pressure on. Forge struggled to get through at times when Rise were flying back into that game.
Yeah, absolutely. But just a miss clear there with the ball being loose and great pressure on Livy Shellikins. Sorry, not Livy Shellikins. That is Romina Earhart in goal for Rise now for the second quarter. So
stopping again.
Just the ref's timeout. They're just discussing something. So and there is going to be a penalty issued. Yellow. So yellow in home will serve. So it is a push. I don't think they remember what number it is on. So in home will serve that penalty for a push, minor foul, and a 30 seconds.
Swift are up again in possession, looking to try and extend their lead.
Yeah.
Haven't seen any goals yet in this quarter. And Migray again up the top.
Oh, I tried to thread the needle there, but it doesn't matter because Lottie Robertson with the pick up.
Rise back on the attack, just 5 seconds left.
Yep.
And they'll be equal
and that
again.
is a save, and they will retain possession. And just with 4 players, they do still get that shot off. And now it is released. So Eula Neubauer coming in to even up.
And off the hand of the keeper, just giving it a shake after that.
Oh, did she?
Yeah. So they've got time here, Rise. And they're back evens again.
A great offload and a look back to Lauren Hart, but unable to connect.
Great on the intercept.
And Liv Go Marshall looking for an offload. And some players tangle there, but no foul.
Rise goes off to bring Anna Neville back on. Who immediately gains possession, looks to try and take on Laura Merrifield.
So that's called a charge to Anna Neville, so that will go against Anna Neville. Laura Merrifield holding her defensive positioning well there.
That was really good by Merrifield, actually. She was already set.
Yeah.
It was sort of the turn, and she was right in her face as she turned, and that momentum just took her into Merrifield.
And actually, with the height matchup there, you know,
she's done well to push her over.
So still not seeing any goals.
Just getting a little sloppier with the stick work again.
Anna Green, the lefty defender, offloading to Anna Neville. Looking back to Ella Dimbolo, but again, just a little unforced error. Can she keep it in? Yes, it is in bounds still. And Anna Neville.
Oh, it was the right decision. She was in the
card,
right place. It was just that final little bit of control. It means that Rise are now back on the attack. Chess Gray, the lefty, coming down the wing. Going to use the behind the goal this time. Give herself the chance for the roll dodge and just one extra step, perhaps.
Yeah, I think so. But that came off, I think, blue, but it's not gone out of bounds. So it's whoever comes up with it. And Swift do, and they have a run up. Lottie Robertson still running onto the ball with a clean air in front of her, and she does score. So the first goal, maybe the second goal of this second quarter.
Yeah,
scoring
great anticipation there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. 5-1 to Swift. So Rise going to have to look. But Lucy Mayers with another great save.
Yeah, Rise again struggling in that second quarter.
Yeah.
We saw this in their first game as well. Just faded away a little bit. Obviously, we had some stoppage for injury and a little bit of disruption of play, but that was right at the beginning of this quarter. And now that's another one. This one, low worm burner.
Yeah, Zoe Dixon there from that spot she loves. just ripping it low, and Rise really need to convert this one here. Lucy Rutherford taking the ball through X. Anna Saunter taking it herself, but another save by Lucy Mayers.
Yeah, Lucy Mayers having a great game.
Yeah, her first Sixes debut here, and what a game she's having so far. Rise opting to just slow it down a little bit, work the ball, work the possession.
Got to keep thinking about that clock as well. Jess Gray just can't get the control on that shot, and then the slight little stick check as she came through. And it goes well wide of the goal. So now Anna Neville coming down and pass into Emily Gray. Oh, Gray was in the perfect position. What an intercept.
And Chess Gray against Lottie Robertson, the two Scottish players, and Chess Gray. There's that much needed goal by Rise. Going straight back up for Lottie Robertson and Chess Gray the other end.
Not enough pitch sprints.
No.
Back again.
Never.
You can go, you can score a goal, but now get back at the other end.
Just 1 minute 30 left. And Gray just looking to move that ball so well. And what a quick stick by Lottie Robertson. And again, such quick hands from the Scot.
I really like the work being done by Emily Gray here. She's sort of controlling things from the top.
Yeah, she is. And look at her vision's great. And she's working that ball really well. A little bit of a quarterback role for Emily Gray. But there was a ripper from Laura Merrifield the other end past Lucy Mayers. So Rise get themselves on the board again. And great hustle there and great defensive look. And that could be a heads-up play, but not quite. Eula Newbow was ready for that leak. But Swift get the ball back.
Yeah, great control this from Swift now. And finds the left hand of Julie Wides in front of the goal. Well saved. Still 7-3. 30 seconds still to go in this first half.
Did that not come off the keeper? That came up. Oh, sorry, I didn't see the crease violation. So that did come off the keeper, in which case it would have stayed with Swift, but there was a crease violation, so the ball goes with Rise. Hannah Whiteley with the ball up top for Rise.
Yeah,
not long left, just 10 seconds. And they just mishandle the ball again. Can Swift do something in the 7-ish seconds that they have? Now just 2, so unlikely. And they have stopped the clocks with 0.00 on the clock.
They're still trying to ball.
So they're bringing the ball, the time back to 0.07.
Seconds, I think.
Still 0.07 to me. Oh, it's 2 seconds. They are saying 2 seconds. Well, the clock hasn't.
That was
yet.
a wild 2 seconds. Got a whole 1.5 passes into it.
Oh, there were 2. Give them 2.
Okay, just about. So the end of the first half, it's Swift leading 7-3, and they did seem to sort of take control in that quarter.
They did, and I think Rise not getting that many good shot opportunities out there, but they are moving the ball well, but maybe a little bit more off-ball movement maybe needed from Rise, but again, don't count them out. They, against Forge, they really found themselves during the third quarter after a slow second quarter for them, so definitely doable, something that they've done before. But I think Lucy May is doing a great job in goal for Swift, especially considering that it's like her first time playing Sixes.
And I think it's a much harder thing to sort of go out as a keeper and be like, look, I'm really going to show how good I am in my first game. If you're in the field, you can do all sorts of different things, make sure you get those shots and opportunities. But keeping is such a reactive position.
Yeah. I mean, she is a box goalie, so she's used to seeing shots in less than 30 seconds, once every 30 seconds.
It is a Sunday night.
Actually, that sounds quite like Lucy. But let's not spread rumours about Lucy. So she's used to seeing those, and it doesn't bother her. Obviously, she has more pads on normally, but she's used to having to switch on for constantly for a quarter at a time. So adjusting really well to this game. So
as a box player yourself, what would you say is kind of different, especially for like the goalkeepers in a kind of situation playing Sixes and playing box? How do they adjust?
Well, I mean, there's a lot more of the net that you don't cover in Sixes to start with, and as well as field, obviously the equipment for goalies being the same in field and Sixes. But I mean, you just face probably a similar number of shots, but I think the movement is different. Yeah. So how you move your arms, how you're set is very different between sixes and box. But I think obviously just a lot more different to actually the field. But for goalies, it seems to be able to translate pretty well. I mean, you can see as you can see from Lucy, but she probably doesn't like the fact that she can't take up most of the goal in most angles.
Get some pizzas down her.
You can just pad her up, maybe. Does she wear shin pads? It's just go either side of her leg and just bubble wrap her up. Maybe.
I think they have that. I think it's hockey goalkeepers. They have a look at the size of your padding.
In box, they measure you.
And measure it. Yeah.
So there is a legal limit. You can't just pad up
and up and up
and put
Michelin man scrolls out to the middle.
So you can't quite do that, and even your jersey gets measured. So that there's the
it doesn't catch.
It doesn't catch. So but most goalies will maximise to the limit.
Anything within the rules.
Yeah, I mean, the less of the net you can see, the better it is, obviously. But anyway, back to sixes. So just 2 quarters left for the fly for today. Score 7-3 to Swift. And we're just eavesdropping on the Rise coaching chat. But there was mention of it. Do you think there's a spy on the Swift team listening and messaging that we basically leaked some Rise information?
Oh yeah, it's coming through.
Yeah. Okay. There you go.
I'm sure they're listening to us live during their talk.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We'll take bribes.
Yeah. Well. No, we would never. But this is when you really got to see that dig in and that fight from Rise that we saw earlier on in today. So they know they have it in them to fight back. At this point, they're only 4 behind. They were 7 behind earlier against Forge. Went down 12-5 at one point and dragged themselves back into that game. Never quite got level again, but they did have that fight. And the third quarter was important.
Exactly. And again, they'll be fired up. They'll want this first goal of the second half. And Livy Shellican's back in goal for Rise. And with the starting 5 on. So Swift also, I'm not sure if we see Tors Ratcliffe back. No, she is not back. Still with the medics. So down Tors, but that doesn't seem to have slowed them down.
Up and about. She's giving out hugs to children. What I really like that from Rise, they were the first ones out into the middle. They sort of got that intent straight away before the whistle is even blown.
They're ready, and they want to show that they're ready. Not on a back foot at all. So, Laura Merrifield at the centre draw line against
back slip then.
Liv Go-Marshall.
That'd be different. Just do that in the middle. So Liv Go-Marshall taking the draw instead of Ratcliffe. She seems all right, Tors. We'll check on her later. For now, it's about lacrosse. So Laura Merrifield tries to come out with this one. Still a bit scrappy, ball being flicked all around. And just no one able to pick it up cleanly. So Rise off the sideline, Chess Gray.
I think that did deflect off Lottie Robertson, who was very quick to that loose ball, but just unable to corral it in for a stick.
Coming a heads up on a swivel. Keep that head up and watch for that cut in. Laura Merrifield. Just a sort of slow cut through the circle.
Chess Gray looking for that inside feed, but I think there was a crease violation by Anna Saunter in the middle.
So Emily Gray now coming down. Looking to push behind, looking for that feed. Comes around. Great defensive work, and that's what I've been impressed with by Rise. And still manages to find Anna Neville at the top, and just that little extra bounce off the ground means they now lead by 5. 8-3 is the score. Rise on the attack, looking to try and drag one back.
A nice cut through by Eula Neubauer, but still going on a slow break. 13 seconds to shoot.
Nice defensive work this by Swift.
And just a missed pass again. And that was just great. The hole was so well defended on that cut by Swift. And now, just a missed pass. I hope Anna Neville's okay. That pass came straight to her head.
I think she's just boshed it off the side.
She's like, okay, get down on it. There you go.
Right, so Rise now back in possession. Finds Hannah Whiteley out on that right-hand side. She looks up and sort of fakes that she's looking up to pass, goes for the shot, and does miss in the end. But I like that thinking.
Yeah, I've seen a few of those done by the men's team actually today, and it does work. They kind of like look over on one side, and it's just almost like a no-look shot. Yeah, it's a no-look shot. I think that was really far for a no-look shot, but you know, it was a bit of power behind it. So looking for that back door, Julie unable to grab that ball and picked up by Lauren Hart. Looking for that clear, and there's one up top. Hannah Wiley again up at the top. She's got Laura Merrifield on her side, but unable to connect that pass. But that was great vision and great idea, and that will come.
Because they're having their little moments of sparkliness.
They are. And there's some good moments and a couple of on 4 stars.
You just need to string them together, you know. You just need a few sort of positive moments for Rise and bring themselves back into this game, because Swift, when they've got the ball, they look so in control. This one hits the crossbar. Well kept on by Julie Wise, the left-hander.
Yeah, Zoe Dixon driving to goal. Can't get through. That was a good slide from the defense. Rachel Ball twirling around and with a shot, but that is a save by Livy Shellikens.
It's just great defensive work, actually, from Rise. They've been so strong in that. And then they've just got to, it's about getting the ball up to the back end and getting that last shot put away.
And they just need to be able to shoot. And Alex Drew, there's free in the middle, but I don't know what that, I don't know, was that another crease call? And that was unlucky because Alex Drew was wide open in the middle.
So now Emily Gray again.
Izzy Brown with that rip. Ooh, almost had the ref, I thought.
That was an absolute ripper. It's almost gone through the fencing. It's some hell of a spice on it. So now Rise still back in possession. Alex Drew out on that right wing. That left hand up.
And there will be a timeout by Rise. I feel like, is this the first timeout of the game?
Yes.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of stoppage.
Right, and quite late considering that we're now into our second half. So no timeouts called in the first half, but Kate Nelson Lee looking to try and get something made out of it because still goalless after 4 minutes in the third quarter for Rise women here. They've had a couple of good looks. The vision has been good. A couple of calls against them in the crease. So maybe just be careful on that. But as you said, great defense for Rise, just need to convert on the other side.
Yeah, so they have got some real positives to take out of it. They're putting that pressure on. They've got a great defensive unit. So made some great saves too. Again, goalkeepers are my players of the day at the moment.
Yeah, 100%. But Swift again, probably not capitalizing as much as they did before, but you know, they're inching their way slowly up. Whereas Rise is just getting no luck right now. So I think they're going to be looking to maybe just get some better shots, clear out the middle a little bit. I think they were a little bit clogged in the middle, and whilst there are good cuts, they're not quite connecting those passes.
Right, just over 4 minutes still to go in this third quarter.
Right, so Rise will start with the ball, so let's see if the timeout works for them.
Just working that ball around here. Wise, Jess Gray coming out on this wide wing. It pulls out quite far here, giving themselves a lot of space to give them a chance to run at this defence. Anna Neville there. Alex Drew coming around, cry of 10. Shot clock winding down. Shots
so hands up, penalty. There is a penalty, delayed penalty coming. So that will stop the clock. And I wonder if this is going to be called potentially for walling. Yeah, that's what I thought it would be. So that is going to be our first warning call of the day. So that's when 2 or more players are in front of the goal. And they have to be stationary. I'm not quite sure if Anna Green was stationary. Stationary is bold and underlined in the rule book. Yeah. As a definition of a warning. But that's a great pick-up and heads-up play by Ella Dimbolo. Izzy Brand on her way down. Alex Drew's got that stick on her. Great chase down by Alex Drew. Actually, Izzy Brand looked around to see if there was anyone there, and she must have seen Drew. But great, great stick by Drew.
She's just been celebrated as if she scored the winning goal. She's come off the bench there.
She just worked so hard. She's actually qualified for High Rocks World after doing it for about 4 months.
But then I love what High Rock stands for recently.
Oh.
Hybrid Rockstar.
No!
and it just makes it more of an ick.
Oh dear. Oh, great effort by Mary. Another crease.
I'd be getting my measuring tape out.
Yeah,
Thinking,
I know.
Surely not.
I just asked him to reline the...
Excuse me, is this crease too big?
The crease. It's also only just been this quarter, really, hasn't it? So Anna Neville with a great release.
Yeah, they've been held for a while there. Now extend that lead to 6. So it's 9-3, just under 2.5 minutes still to go in this third quarter. Rise in possession, looking to push out down that right wing.
Yeah, Emma Pearce finding Hannah Whiteley, slowing it down, finds up top. 14 seconds on the shot clock. And they are, of course, even. And Julian Neubauer is going to rip that just off target. Julie Wise there for that clear. And Swift now 6 goals up. Rise still scoreless in this quarter.
Yeah, and this is the quarter they really fought back in their first game. Looks for the underarm this time and just misses across the front of the goal. So still 9-3. Clear comes out quickly, just a sort of shorter clear this time. Lots of substitutes coming off the side. Hannah Whiteley at the top with that shuffle, the sidestep, changes left. Picks out her Scotland teammate Chess Gray and asking for it back again. Chess Gray just slowing things down behind the goal, pushes Whiteley up top. You can hear the calls coming in for the side. The pick being set, goes for the drive. And that clock is winding down, 5 on the board, just can't get the power.
Yeah, and it looked like just Swift playing a nice easy zone there and just able to crash, nothing really happening in the middle for Rise. Julie Wise taking that shot, but a nice save for Livy Shellekins with a quick clear out, looking out towards the bench. Zoe Dixon against Hannah Whiteley, who they did have possession, so...
Less than a minute now. Great save again, and this is... Livy Shellekins really struggled with her clears today. That one's blocked, and she saves it again. The saves are fantastic. She goes for the short underarm this time, picks out Chess Gray, but it's been great, her keeping, but some of the clears, it's as if they're almost getting stuck in her stick.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need to tighten the strings a little bit, as it's just sort of coming out the side.
Great loose ball again for Hannah Whiteley. Just again, not connecting so well with these cuts. So they move it to X is what we're hearing, but that was a goal, yeah. I like the little headbutt save from Lucy Mears, but it does get past her helmet, deflects off, and that will be they Rise getting on the board for this third quarter, but only 9 seconds left. And Swift with the ball now. Can it get it past Livy Shellekins? No, but they still have possession. And Anna Neville with another shot, but coming off the post. A great attempt, Anna Neville. Anna Neville sometimes quite like not a super flashy player, but just does a lot of work. And actually, you forget how much her name does get called, but she just works hard and just
gets it done.
Yeah, just gets it done.
It doesn't need to be showy, as long as you get it done. So another 8 to come, and we'll be all done for day 1 here. So it's Swift leading 9-4. Not a lot of goals in that quarter.
No.
And a lot of action.
Yeah, quite a lot of stoppages as well. There are quite a lot of back and forth. Some great goalkeeping again, but a couple of more unforced errors there. I think, it's getting late on the day. It's not as Georgie yawns next to me.
No, they can't see me. You don't want to tell anyone.
No, this is what commentary's for. Yeah. It is late. Look, they've had one game already each earlier in the day. That third quarter, maybe a little bit of loss of focus, I think, on both sides, if I'm honest. I think it was pretty even possession and kind of even amount of unforced errors as well as attempts there. But 6 goals difference is quite a lot to catch up in the fourth quarter. Can be done. Definitely can get more than 6 in one quarter. 5 goal difference. Oh, apologies. So 5, so less than 6. So definitely doable if there's only a 5 goal difference. I believe it's 9-4 to Swift.
Yeah, it was just the scoreboard has just caught up with us over there. It was saying 9-3.
Yeah, that's 9-4 as well.
So,
so
we can add 1 to 3, and it means 4. With quick maths. Didn't do all that education for nothing.
Yeah, exactly. So, rise up, say rise. And
there's
off
definitely
they
a song
go.
in there somewhere, but we don't need to lose viewers, so I won't sing.
Maybe your game followers.
I don't think so. You haven't heard me sing.
It's Saturday evening.
Oh, but that could be the warm-up for Eurovision. They can't sing either, most of them. I'm not dressed in enough sparkles. Maybe next time. The halftime entertainment.
So back to the last draw of the day we go. Liv Go Marshall in the centre with Laura Merrifield. Let's see if Rise can catch up to Swift's 5-goal lead.
Laura Merrifield again taking the draw for Rise. It's a very handy person to have in the middle because she's got such a reach.
Yeah, she's too tall. Long limbs. So Laura Merrifield on her own draw, coming up with that possession. Under a lot of pressure by Anna Green. Drew so shifty. Can't get past Anna Green. She's very shifty.
We're not saying she's dodgy, calling her shifty.
Oh, it's fine. We'll call her dodgy. And there it is for Alex Drew. Saw a little gap past Lucy Mayers and looked like she was passing through, but managed to find the gap.
It's got nothing on High Rocks Worlds.
Nothing on High Rocks Worlds. You'd rather be at the Fly than High Rocks Worlds. Come on.
Yes.
So here we go. Rachel Ball with Swift.
Got to think about that shot clock to Swift. Got to get this put away.
Yeah, just 4 seconds. They need to go. They need to go. And they do try and find someone in the middle. That is Romina Earhart back in cage. For Rise. Can't get a quick clear off. But they will manage to get the ball off. Great read by Anna Saunter. Just worry that they might violate the 10-second rule.
Yeah, great fight. Great bit of pressure.
Great. And, I mean, you're allowed so much more aggression and physicality compared to field here. And I just like that they're letting them play.
Well, otherwise it just turns into such a stop-start game.
Yeah,
part
you
of the
don't want
origination of Sixes was just to make it continual, make it that game that kind of
Right.
flows. And you see it in a lot of sports actually now. Something like netball as well is so much more allowed than used to be.
Yeah,
because
it's
it
so
just
nice.
makes it so much more fluid. Great interception again this time. The short clear again, just getting stuck in the stick. Both Rise keepers need to look at their sticks a little bit and wonder what's getting stuck.
So Izzy Edwards working that ball through crease. Lauren Hart's there.
Into the final 6
Hannah
minutes
White.
here. Time coming down on that shot clock, and then just the pass just finds the floor. Got
Players in the middle then. I'm not quite sure who that ball was to. It was quite clogged, but
messy, wasn't
yeah,
it?
but they need, they need a shot. They need all the shots that they can get. And they are in a little bit of a rush now, so they will try and capitalize. But I also just realized it's fourth quarter and it's only 9-5. It's very low scoring. That's a field score. And there's another by Anna Neville. Her again, just working hard, using her height really well, and just finds the back of the net again. Anna Neville, just a very frequent scorer in this game. And again, that's her all over the ball, just working hard. And there is a penalty coming, stopping all the clocks there. And I wonder whether there is a push call. That's a minor foul, so that's just 30 seconds off for Zoe Dixon, number 5 of Swift.
So they've really got to capitalise on this now, Rise. They're a player up in possession.
And they've
Just
had
over
one.
5 minutes to play.
Yeah, and they've caught up with one, so it's just 4 now that they have to catch up, I believe. Sorry. Yeah. Oh no, it's back to 5. My bad.
It's okay. There's lots of ones to add in.
I know. Head save from Lucy Mayers.
Makes such a good noise.
And she looked like she wanted to headbutt that.
Yeah. I feel like that sometimes.
Yeah.
Usually a wall. Yeah, great.
And
work,
another
change
great
of hands.
save.
She just manages to stick out that right
Yeah.
toe. This is why goalkeepers often don't actually have nice-looking toenails anymore. Because they just
Do you have
get
any
killed.
toenails
No,
left?
well, you just paint over them and you
No,
don't have to look at them anymore.
And another shot by Hannah Whiteley. I think that did that hit someone? I couldn't quite tell from this angle. Or is that just a timeout?
It was quite a special team, I believe, as Laura Merrifield ran onto the pitch there. And I'm not really sure what that meant.
No. And I think Hannah Whiteley coming to sit on the penalty chair, and there hasn't been an award in it. And so that is going to be so that should be an in-home sitting on the chair. So if that was a dangerous shot and it hit someone above the knee, that is an expulsion, and that is taken by an in-home. So, that was a follow-through, in which case she's not expelled from the game.
2 minutes. Do you think the special team are those specific people who go on when they're a player down? So
yeah, absolutely.
Specified defenders.
Yeah, absolutely. So So we were right. So Hannah Whiteley will no longer be in this fourth quarter. So that is a dangerous shot, not follow through. So if that hits someone above the knee, the in-home will come and sit. So that's Eula Neubauer for Rise will be sitting and serving that penalty. So she will also not be in the game for the next 2 minutes. So Hannah Whiteley, just a great athlete. So a shame to lose her late in this game, but you know she needed to take those shots and she went for it, had the confidence to do it. So some positives to take away from that. But Anna Saunton now with the ball, and they still need 5 goals to catch up to Swift.
Yeah, it's going to be a heavy ask. At this point, just trying to charge through 2 defenders there. And now Swift with a chance, trying to come in on the back check. Just swinging that stick out, the check too late.
Yeah.
Goal put away, and they now go 6 up Swift. And the team in blue look very confident, and they're flying into these final 3 minutes.
Yeah, and Zoe Dixon loves that kind of that sidearm shot and just managed to drop that second time. But Chess Gray, here we go, let's see what she can do, but just misses the goal. And Lucy Mayo is going for another run to retrieve the ball.
Still 30 seconds until they're back evens. Julie Wise just taking things slowly down the right wing, controlling things.
Yeah, no rush, 6-goal difference now with just 2 minutes 40 left. It is going to be a big ask for Rise. Still man up, or women up for Swift. And Rachel Ball with
back now
good
even.
Attempt. They are even.
But Bauer's back on the field.
Yeah. Hannah Whiteley still, of course, off. And they take a timeout by Rise. By yellow, not gold.
By yellow and gold. It looks like the Spanish national team.
Yeah, it does a little bit. I like the yellow-red combo. I also like the different blue combos. I like the slightly difference in shading and colours.
Disconnect between the top and the bottom of the blue, though.
Yeah, they merge a little bit.
Yeah. Anyway, enough on our fashion choices of the play. Let's talk about the actual play. So just over 2 minutes still to go. They lead by 6 at this point, Swift. Now, all they're going to want to do is put the nail in the coffin and say, look, we're going to stamp our authority here. So the other teams look at them and say, when they come up tomorrow, actually Swift are looking very strong after losing their first game today.
Yeah, and all they really need to do is just keep possession at this stage. This clock's going to be on their side, and they can get 2 full possessions each, and Swift don't necessarily need to go to goal. And if they can get a reset and get another possession round, then that's great. But what they'll want to do is minimize a shot from Rise, but Rise is just going to want to go and go and go and go. And they will probably want to hard press on the clears as well, because they need that ball back if they want to get closer to the 11 goals that Swift have scored. So Rise starting with the ball, and let's see how quickly they make the move.
So 2 minutes 12, 11-5. The shadows lengthening here at Blackheath Rugby Club. They're just sort of stretching across the field. The far left of ours is in the shade. Now still in the sunshine we're playing up here. Laura Merrifield looking to control things from that deep left pocket. She's pushing up, giving herself some space, but the double mark, 10 on the clock.
Again, and that's a nice stick. And Anna Saunton not able to get that beat of the cut. And can they get back? This is a really nice zone D that they're playing for Swift. And now I'm sure they will want to slow this down, and Rise not pressing up on Swift. And of course they do have games left tomorrow, so I'm wondering whether they are just saving their legs a little bit. But no, we do see Laura Merrifield going up a little bit.
Yeah, great bit of defensive work from Laura Merrifield, really pushing out there and makes it easy on the save. The short clear, not trusting her long clear at the moment. Jess Gray flying down the centre. She's got Emily Gray.
And Drew was open, but she's going to take the shot, and that is a goal. So a little bit closer, narrowing that gap a little bit, going into tomorrow. And that's a long clear that maybe too many Rise bodies there, and they did a great job to close that long clear down. And they're going to go again. That's just 1 minute, and they can do it. Lottie Robertson chasing Anna Saunter down.
Yeah, really good chase, actually. She just knew, she made her really aware of her presence. She didn't quite go for the check, just knew she wouldn't be able to get there, but just steered her wide.
And Izzy Edwards with that shot, hitting below the knee is fine. And it deflects off blue, so it stays again with yellow. Emma Pierce on that quick restart. Izzy Edwards back with possession. And there's a shot, another goal. So again, another slow climb, and they do have another possession left potentially. Score 11-7 with less than a minute to go. Of course, there's stop clock as well, so they can. That is over and back. No touch by yellow.
You can hear it from the Rise bench. They had this in the previous game. They just needed this about 10 minutes ago.
Evan, there's another one. And as you said, it just might be a little too late, but it will definitely build their confidence up going into tomorrow, having closed this gap down again. But Lottie Robertson going the other way, and it is a miss, so they do not concede that extra goal.
The clock does stop, and it's 13 seconds remaining. They lead by 3 to Swift. Rise in possession. They've got to get this ball down because they've only got 5 seconds left. Got to get the shot away, and it's saved.
And there's a rebound, and there's another one!
They're within 2 with 2 seconds still to go. It could all just be too little, too late. But what a finish this has been for Rise. Wow, what a final few minutes we have seen here on this Saturday night. So close to getting themselves back even there, Rise. Yeah. Those final few minutes all belong to the team in yellow.
Absolutely, and that's a 4-goal run in 2 minutes. So every time we talk about this, I think a lot of people say, like, oh, 2 minutes, not long enough. But you have just seen it. 4 goals, 2 minutes. They took care of every possession, shot the right shots, and forced, and maybe Swift got a little bit off the back foot. I mean, they were playing great team defense, great zone, sliding really well, but Rise able to focus in for that last 2 minutes to crawl back within 2 goals. So the final score, 11-9.
And what a great first day we have seen here at the Fly. Thank you so much to everyone for tuning in, watching, listening. Please say nice things, comment, ask questions, all those kind of things, and we'll be back with you again tomorrow. So go and enjoy Eurovision, get a boogie on, and we'll be back again tomorrow. Thank you so much, and have a lovely evening, morning, or afternoon, wherever you are in the world.
Bye.